Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare for your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask Tariq Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
I'm moving right. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. Make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder.
Black
Be
people,
aware
are
of
you
this.
ready to revolt?
Alright, what's up?
Black people, are you ready to revolt?
How y'all doing today? We about to get it in because I got some time on my hands. I got a new project I'm putting out with my man V1C, Dragon Face Pharaohs. Make sure y'all check that out when that pop. Just some nice banging hip hop. About to play another song or two. And then what I want to research today is, so my stance, my research has led me to believe appropriating or the appropriation of, well, how they say, basically, I don't even want to sound like that. So how they say the black Silt, Km.t, is because of the black Silt. We're going to use this year to I'm going to use this year to focus more on that. Because I mean, I've already spent about a year or two, maybe, investigating that, but I ramped up my investigations of that in the last 6 months of trying to prepare my book. And so, and I kept asking the questions out loud and in public to see if I can be debunked. Really, that's just for y'all to help me with my research. Sometimes you make a claim. If you can't find the claim, then you like, okay, you make the claim to see if somebody else could find it. You feel me? And ain't nobody found it. And so we're going to go in on that and see what the implications are, what this implies. Because if we don't find, from the ancient Egyptian perspective, we know, let's be fair. We know what importance we will find when it comes to the Silt and this being an agricultural nation that took advantage of its floodplain. But we want to find the silt as important as Egyptologists say it was, as if it defined the nation, as if the nation was just named after the black silt. So some of the best of us have not been able to find this reference, but we're going to go into that a little bit today, using a few tools, dictionaries, a few secondary sources, and hopefully we can look at some primaries. Actually, one of the primaries that I start the show with, let me show you. They're tilling the land. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's one of the first primaries, but I'm going to play some more music, then we're going to get it started. Let me see. See this one right here? Look. Let me see. And what I want us to look at is we're going to see, I don't want nobody to mess this up, but you're definitely going to see a black coat. You see? Look, this is what I'm saying. Let's see. Notice this. There's now, I don't want no one to take this the wrong way, but we should clearly see that there's a black line under her, right? It's probably just the color of the paint he had to divide the water and to show some land. But notice here where she's drinking, the black line stops to expose the water. Then we could keep going. Again, this was just a slide that I show every day. It's not nothing I'm using to show some evidence of anything. But what you can notice here is he has his agricultural tool. He's tilling the land, and his dang, why I keep disappearing. He's tilling the land, and his woman is sowing the seeds into this layer right here that has the water under it or next to it, however you want to see that. And then we see the ripples for the N word, which represents water ripples, actually going all through this section. So then it's not really ends, it's waves. The glyphs for water are supposed to be waves, obviously. We knew that. But we can see them here all along this inscription. Anyway, I'm going to play another song and we'll get right into it. Shout out to y'all.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hard cool, that's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core for meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Km.t like El Shaddai.
Yo,
you ain't no king.
I need a few more of the archers to join that Magi study group. Alright. All sources, and we're getting ready for the bigger stage. Email me at casual@hieroglyphics to get in that Magi study group.
If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax, every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man, and he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't phase me. page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays.
All right, let's go on and chill.
Dig.
Peace to the chat. Peace, everyone. If you're in here, put up a like, put up a comment, just to get the stream, just to support the stream. You also support by buying the product, joining, becoming a member, or hitting the Cash App. But it's all good. We're going to do this. So we have an article here that I want to go into on Tour Egypt called, and this is in the section of historical essays, and it's called The Life of Ancient Egyptians Bounty, The Life of Ancient Egyptians Bounty of the Black Earth. All right. So I read texts like this in my search to see if other scholars have found primary source attestations not to the significance of the Black Earth, because we understand that significance. Some of us do, some of us misunderstand it. Some of us think the Black Earth, when it dries up, isn't black anymore. And like they waited for the now to bring some more black stuff. We gotta just go look at your plants when you have not watered them, and see if they turn to desert, or see if it's still dark, but just not as dark as when it is when it's moist. Kind of like your black paint job on your car. It'd be black, but then you get it washed and it just be dumb black. It's the moisture that's bringing that out. So I'm going to read some of this article that focuses on ancient Egyptian farming, because obviously if we're going to look through a bunch of texts to find the reverence for the dirt, it's going to be about farming. Possibly. I've looked at tons of different texts and categories, and we're going to continue. So it says, the Egyptian landscape is scenically among the most extraordinary in the world. A relatively narrow strip of fertile valley spreads out into the delta in the north, and to the south cuts through an endless expanse of the Sahara. Its fertility does not depend on the amount of rainfall, which suddenly decreased from the end of the Neolithic wet phase in Upper Egypt and Nubia till it virtually came to a stop. Regular floods bring about the Nile Valley's annual miracle, when nature is reborn and the fields turn green and then gradually gold with the harvest. So right now we got black, green, and gold. I'm just because these colors become symbolic, and so where they are stated, we should just note them to the side, right? As early as the 5th millennium BC, the Egyptians realized the extraordinary fruitfulness of their fields and the secrets behind it. The deposit of black silt bore down by the river in flood time. Now, here's a claim right here that I want us to see, because they're trying to get around it, but we know enough about this. They say, hence, they call the soil of the Nile Valley black earth, Km.t. Okay? So the same way we saying they call the black people Km.t when they got the people determinatives, he's saying here, no, it's not named after the soil. The soil's name is Km.t. Okay, that's what this claim is stating. Hence they call the soil of the Nile Valley black earth, Km.t, as distinct from red earth, Gesseret. See, now he can pull that off in English, but it's very much harder to pull off in the primary language. Because it is stated that they called the soil of the Nile Valley Black Earth Kemet. So the soil of the Nile Valley's name, as stated here, should be Kemet. And by extension of that, they're going to say Kemet is the black land. But again, that's only doable in English. Let's go to the primary language. Let's see if I got a slide with both of them on it. Kemet and Jesheret. Here we go. So the reason why that's doable in English and not in the Medu Neter is because of, if we just call these determinatives, we get an essence that they want us to determine what they're talking about, right? But if we call them if we realize determinatives are classifiers that help you know the category of that word, then this category is different than this category. And so from this category, they're extracting land from this determinative. They know it's in the category of land because we see it for foreign land. But this determinative, and we can prove it the way we do, is not often, hardly ever, a blank meaning for just land. As we see X marks the spot, it is indicative of a city center or a people cluster. If I could say that, that's the easiest way I could say it. Places where people cluster. Some will call those towns or cities, but we just see an intersection and we know, some could say this is not an intersection. They'll say they're canalways, whatever they intersect. And if these are canalways, these are land plots where people need to be around water, and we can see more into the symbolism of just an X here. These are waterways. The X represent waterways. The triangle, so to speak, represent land plots. So saying the black land with this and not saying the place where people congregate, so to speak, a town, a city, or a situation, like I said, a people cluster, it's kind of like not giving the same things that the ancient Egyptians wanted people to take from that. Excuse me. All right. But we're still going to scrutinize that from other ways. We'll look at the term Kemet and we'll try to translate it these ways, and we'll see sometimes it'll match up and sometimes it won't. All right. So it says, in their black land, they felt content and safe. Now it's funny. Some of the things he's saying is funny because it's true. In their black land, they felt content and safe is a true statement. But you think they got safety from the soil? They were satisfied that a host of gods, originally regional gods, kept guard over its fertility, and that Khnum, the god of the first cataract, would ensure the punctual onset and adequate height of the flooding. The regular cycle of natural events conferred a rhythm on their lives, which was part of Ma'at, the eternal order of things. The red land, by contrast, was to be shunned as far as possible. Now, see, I don't know about all this. The red land, by contrast, was to be shunned as far as possible. From the western wilderness, a scorching, destructive wind, the Khamsin, as we now call it, would sometimes blow down on them. Then, as now, it would raise clouds of a fine sand and dust, blinding men and animals alike, and sometimes drying out their fields. It says, no wonder they saw the desert as a domain of a malignant force disruptive of the established order and personified in the late period by the baneful god Self. It was, of course, a pleasant farmer whose link. I think they're about to talk about homeboy. It was, of course, the peasant farmer whose links with the soil were the strongest. Okay. So they about to show us some links with the soil with the peasant farmer, so then I could get I could be done. I got debunked. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. I mean, we know the links between a farmer and the soil in all cultures. There's links between the farmer and the soil in America. And we have alluvial land. And we call it black land. And they call it black land because of its agricultural properties. Be not confused, even though it might be in Mississippi, right? They do call that alluvial soil in America black land because of its agricultural properties. So let's see if this is an ancient adage. You know what I'm saying? He had learned to cultivate it. He had learned to cultivate it perfectly and gradually extended the areas of his fields wherever the annual flood reached. He would clear a course for as much water as he needed and steer the surplus back to his riverbed. Let's be clear. He would clear a course. What would he clear a course of? See? He's going to clear a course of black silt. No, I'll take that back. He's going to clear a course of mud. That's making a canal, right? So we're going to really see how the focus is more on the water and less on the silt. And we're going to learn that. And they tell us that in all their texts, but it's been misappropriated a bit. If not, just show me all the glyphs for the silt and not the glyphs for the canals and the waterways and the things of this nature. But hold on 1 second. All right, let me see. It says, in the passage of time, the size of the harvest and his herds grew to the point where, even in pre-dynastic times, part of the population could turn to other employment. All right. The second social division of labor, following the first, that being men and women, which was far back in the prehistory, continued up into the threshold of the historic period. But even then, the majority of the population was still tied to agriculture and the rest of the society on its produce. All right, so now we got a problem. Because we do this, and he's trying to act like following the first, which they're talking about division of labor, that between men and women, which went far back in prehistory, continued. So this second social division, let's go back to the first social division that he got at 4,000, 3,000. It says, he would clear a course of as much water as he needed to steer surplus back to his riverbed. In the passage of time, the size of the harvest and the herds grew to a point where, even in pre-dynastic times, part of the population could turn to other employment. Interesting. That sentence needs to be rewritten. Maybe he should have said occupation. This is not my primary focus, but I'm going to break all of this down. But if it's pre-dynastic, it states that there's not one particular king in rule. It's also kind of like saying before civilization with these time periods. But it says part of the population could turn to other employment. Employment? What is employment? That's like when you're working for somebody. But again, that's not my primary focus, right? That's just something I want us to know. What we should know is that this author who's claiming that the term for the black land is Kemet is using source material for the relevance of this black land from time periods when the name Kemet did not exist. Right? So that might not seem like a big problem until I illustrate the problem. If the relevance and all the importance and all of the stuff manifested in pre-dynastic times so much that they was balling so hard that they could turn to other employment, what was it called then? Why wait until the 12th dynasty for a term to emerge called Kemet? And now it means the black land because of the fertile soil. But as you say here, they've been focusing on it, tilling it, and doing all this stuff, carving out their canalways since pre-dynastic times. So much so that their harvests and their herds grew to a point that even in pre-dynastic times, part of the population could turn to other employment. So we want to trip off that a little bit because it makes the point that Kemet, the term, emerged in a different time period, in a different climate than the agricultural climax of Kemet, so to speak. Or the agricultural renaissance, whatever you want to call it. Not even a renaissance. I'm talking about its first onset with Osiris being the one to teach the people agriculture. So what would Osiris have called the black silt if the name emerges in the 12th dynasty? Why name it in the 12th dynasty after unification of the two lands? The black land talking about the silt. And then we have another term that actually uses the merhole, which is an agricultural tool, but we don't want to relate that name to agriculture. Let me go to the TLA. Now, I'm about to put in here Tom Mary. Hopefully I can get it to pop up quick. MRJ, right? That might work. Now look. So they messing up Tom Mary, but it's cool. It's just the beloved land, right? Well, we do see a land in Tom Mary for the Ta. But to read this correctly is Ta Mary, right? But then we got something they're gonna probably say indicative of growth, and we'll see what they say about that. This is giving us the South, but I'm talking about basically a different way to read it. But right now, let's just say that's going to give us an indication of something southern. Others can contradict that if they know better. And here we have the 049 glyph right here. That's just telling us, again, a place where people congregate, populate, probably some indicative of waterway canals or what have you. We can find Tom Mary defined by others, and even possibly in other renditions in the TLA, as the cultivatable land. We can find that. But you see it's just going to translate back to Egypt here a lot of the times, making us miss it completely. Sometimes Timeri was synonymous with the whole land in later periods, but in all periods it was not. All right, I'm going to take a quick Blake Praise song and go grab some water. Oh, no, I got water right here. I'll be like, how you start the show without water every day? Now, I'm going to keep reading the article because he's going to come to a point where I want to point something out. It's making me want to find this text that he's citing. But again, Kemet came out, as Dr. Mario Beatty puts forward, the term Kemet came out of the social and geopolitical need to define. I just had a lightweight epiphany. Now I need to open up my book because he said to define themselves as a unit in contrast to the Asiatics who were coming into their land and they had just fought off. But don't be not confused, also in contrast to the Cushites. And you ask, how is black in contrast to the Cushites? Because it is. Because Cushites ain't black like that. Like, you got to just keep it a buck. They're not. I'm talking about darkness. In Africa, Cushitic people, and again, I'm only speaking anthropologically. I'm not speaking like no cultural expert or even like I've been there to say this. I ain't been there. All right? So someone can tell you, like they come on my show and tell you all the time, a brother with the hue of a standard African-American black person that ain't, call it kind of brown, he'd be called red. Right? Cushites they're Nilotic in the sense that they have a civilization that dwells on the Nile, but they are Cushitic as opposed to the people above them who are Nilotic. So let's starting from the lower areas of the Nile, we're gonna go Cushitic, and you could say who are under those people, but in relevance to this population in North Africa, we'd say Cushitic. Then we go north to Nilotic, which they call they speak Nilo-Saharan, which they call Nilotic Negroes. Right? You go above them and you have who they call. Wait a minute. Because now I'm losing the now I'm just going back to that. I'm just about to say Egyptians. Because I don't know and that's crazy how they do that. What's the name for them? You feel me? What's the name for that? They're going to say Caucasoids. That's what some pseudos is going to say. But yeah, so they could, and now that's just something to note. But let me keep reading. It says, even in the agriculture, did I read this? Yeah, I did. Egypt is the gift of the Nile, and her harvest depends on its floodwaters. Again, the harvest depends on. All right, now this is gonna be. Here it goes. So, are we saying that ancient? I don't know what the science of. What's the science of? It's not botany. What's the science of the microbes that are in water? That go into plants like mitozoa and all that, protozoa or whatever. What is the science of that called? Well, y'all think the ancient Egyptians knew that science? Do we think that the ancient Egyptians knew the science of microscopic elements in the soil that helps growth. For instance, they say that the ancient, well, not the ancient, I mean, you know, what are those, who are those? Native Americans, right? They said the Native Americans would put fish bones, they would put old fish after they finish eating it out in their fields. And because they knew that it made the plants grow. But do we think that they knew that the fish was releasing more nitrogen or what have we? Do we think they knew that? Or do you think they just was like, noticed that when you bit with the areas where they threw away their fish, the plants grew taller and stuff? That question should be answered if we think that the ancient Egyptians did know about protozoa and all that stuff, then we need to find the terms for it. But what we find is that through famine and through the times when the Nile didn't flood, they simply associated all that stuff with the water, yo. And as an extension of water, they associated the life-giving properties of seed to moisture, as stated by Plutarch in Isis and Osiris. I repeat, they gave the entire faculty of life-giving properties to moisture, as stated by Plutarch. So this is why they show the importance of, they knew the soil had it, but you think they didn't put a seed in the soil at some times when it was still black because it had got deposited the year before, but it wasn't no water there. You think somebody didn't just try to sow a seed and wonder why it didn't grow? And y'all think they were saying, oh, it needs to be this layer of silt deposited from the Ethiopian. You think they were saying that? Or you think they just seen the water flooded and then things started growing? So what we find is a lot of the things that we act like is attributed to the silt, they attributed to the water. And I'm going to prove that with source material. And even while we're reading this, he's giving attestations to that. It says, Egypt is the gift of the Nile, and her harvest depends on the flood waters. It says, these are the fundamental pacemakers of the Egyptian farmer's life. It was the farmer above all who had a vested interest in the calendar, an invention which, thanks to the regularity of natural events, this country was one of the earliest in the world to possess. People knew from long experience that this was about the time for the level of the Nile to start rising. Just before this, flocks of white abysses would have appeared on the fields as they returned from the south. If they came late or not at all, farmers would see that this was bad, foreshadowing low floods and a poor harvest. So say the birds didn't come and the water wasn't going to come, how good was the black soil? Huh? They start crying on the same black soil that they're supposed to be tripping off. They like, oh, it's about to be a famine. Ain't no water. Osiris is mad. Happy ain't happy. So they regarded, and again, we also can show how Osiris was the Nile, the entirety of the Nile, and Seth was the Mediterranean. From different, we read from different historical points, and we reference how things could have been in that time period. As we see here, the Merho which is an agricultural tool and a symbol for kingship emerging in the South. And I also picked up a very good clip yesterday when doing some research. I'm going to share it a little bit later. The Nile floods are in fact triggered by sudden monsoon downfalls in the Ethiopian plateau, a source of the Blue Nile, and a lesser extent by those around Lake Victoria and Ruwenzori Mountains and the Ruwenzori Mountains where the White Nile originates. So much so, let me add to this because he not going all the way in. The ancient Egyptians knew the importance of this, right? So much so that a gift of a, how is it stated? Well, in paraphrased, in the omens of Amen, right? In the omens of Amen, to let one know that they're going to be a cool king. What happened? 4 things. One thing that I remember, and we can look up the other 3. That's why I'm gonna bring some real Egyptologists on. I'm just an inspiration, right? Now, one of the things that I remember is a sky of good rain. Now think about this. It didn't rain in Egypt. So clearly in these oracles, when you read them, and I have, I'll give you one, Kawa 5. I think there's an oracle on Kawa 5, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is an oracle that Taharka for a sky of good rain, but what they always put is Taseti, in Nubia. They pray for rain in Nubia because just like we know, I can show that they knew that. See what I'm saying? We can show they knew that it was the downfall of this monsoon in the Ethiopian plateau with primary sources that I have just cited. I want the same thing with the black silt. Not that they knew to put their seeds in that and not in the desert part. But we need to find what they're saying, what the ancient Egyptians say. Particularly, they named it the Black Land because of the black silk. In any way. Because right now it ain't adding up. They've been digging in the black silk since we see the King Scorpion here with an agricultural tool. This is why they say Osiris taught agriculture. And this is one of the first symbols of kingship. So when I go back to that word I was trying to get us to understand, now we can understand it more. See? But people don't read the glyphs like that, and they ain't really meant to be read like that. Only with some training you can start to see different things. Well, this term, to be fair, emerges in the 12th dynasty as well, which is more reverent. I mean, it's to me more proof that Kemet did not mean the Black Land because of agriculture, because it don't got no agricultural insignias in it. But we read this as Mary, as in the beloved land. But we got land, we got South, we got a city situation, and we got an agricultural tool. The Merho. Land Murray. This is why I can take us to, I think it's Alessandra Nibby and others who translate this as the cultivatable land. Don't you see this A? It's not an A, y'all. I'm saying things, it's a Merho. I just sometimes try to say things that help us see what we see. Don't think you're supposed to read the glyphs the way I'm reading them now. What do you mean by that? If you go to a class and you be like, see, the Mohawk mean you're talking about agriculture, they're going to be like, that is incorrect. But once you reach a level where you know all of these other things and all of the ways it is to be read, you can mount your own argument based on your sources. Right? So again, it is a fact that this term, all we got to do is click it to prove that in this text corpus is going to say Middle Kingdom on the first one, MK. What's the Middle Kingdom? 12th dynasty on. So now you can stand on the work of the text corpus, even though you want to go into the updated one, and you don't want to stand too firmly on anything. Never make absolute statements. I always say in the text corpus. And that's my challenge. I say this is the oldest attestation of Egypt, of Tameri, the cultivatable land, mistranslated as Egypt here, that we can find, and also mistranslated, or possibly mistranslated. I mean, it could be the beloved land, yo. But in my theory, it has more to do with the cultivatable land. And that argument would have us look at how we define Mary here. All right. Now, you know a merho is a merho, so it is a mer. So when you want to say the hoe, you now, you know, like an agricultural tool, a garden hoe. So look, Murray friend, right? Well, let's just go to Mer and see what we find. Now, a lot of this stuff is these are different terms, but you'll see how they're linked. Mer, a canal. See how you spell it? Mer, and you put the canal under it, right? And you notice the canal got the agricultural tool. Why? Because the canals are man-made. Else it wouldn't be called a canal. It'll just be a river or a stream. So a mer is a canal. Now look, a mer is also what surrounds the canal that benefits from it. A pasture. You see this? But they just gonna go to beloved. Why they gonna go to beloved? Because they want Kemet to be the agricultural cultivated land. And can't show shit for it. Like the way I'm showing this, just hella easy, all on the first page, first click, everybody can see. When it comes to trying to show the black land for Kemet in the soil, you get the fumbling and bumbling and making up shit. So look, mer, ho, okay? So how then, if we see ta, mer, re, are we forced to just say the beloved land? Now, by the time of the Ptolemies, who used the term ta-mer-re often, we can see, we can check that right now. Come to ta-mer-re, right? And go to the end of the list. It's going to be all them Ptolemies. Watch this. 81 ta-mer-res. Now look at this. Go to last. See, this say MK. Watch what it switched to. Ptolemaic Roman. All these ta-mer-res is what they talking about. And so this is what we got to understand. If you're Eurocentric, everything Europeans did is right. That's just part of Eurocentrism. And yeah, I mean, let me rephrase that. Not right. I have to rephrase that. If you're Eurocentric, everything that Europeans prior to you done is the template, is your model for understanding the world. That's one. That's what Eurocentric means. That European people before you laid out your model for understanding the world. And Afrocentric mean the opposite. Africans before you laid out your model for understanding the world. That's a better, less pejorative definition of both terms. Now, if you're Eurocentric, you're going to stop at what the Europeans said before you. You're not about to tell people what the Africans said, because you're Eurocentric. But us, and I'm including myself as a Afrocentrist here, in defense of all things pejorative that have became, y'all be making it just negative, right? So I'll be wanting to defend that. If we look at things from an African-centered perspective, it's not only the Eurocentrist who shuns on that, but it's also some of the people who call themselves on middle ground who shun on that because of things that are out, that are just social problems that we have, where black is bad. But I'm showing you these texts go all the way back to the Middle Kingdom and they mean one thing, but every dictionary you read is going to define it in the ways that the Ptolemaic Romans defined it. Because they are never attached to the original meaning of nothing as far as Egypt is concerned. Right? They might be attached to the original meaning of some Hellenized terms. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I had a very good one for Brother Reggie yesterday. And I'm going to try to talk to a few people. I want to name drop about some things that Brother Reggie put out too. But again, Ptolemaic Roman, these are Ptolemaic Roman Ptolemies when it means Egypt. See? And I would accept that because the word Egypt is in the word and world at this time. Let me see, translate to English. So Egypt wasn't in the world when they made up Ptolemy in the 12th dynasty. The term Egypt didn't exist, nor did Ptolemy represent the entirety of the land, as we can read it as the cultivatable areas, which contradicts Km.t, which is an issue. But if you let them tell it, they're going to tell it their way. Egypt is at a party. This is Ptolemy. Ptolemy in Mech. I don't know this verbiage. It's late Egyptian. I don't know Mech to be a party. Let's click. See, look, Wilson Ptolemaic lexicon. There you go right there. But it is in the Wörterbuch. So a Mech is a festival that I didn't know. Just because you could read something don't mean you know every word. Now let's read this. This is still, this is Middle Kingdom. And I'm going to show you now, what I show you, you have to, your mind, you could be a little bit of a hater. You ain't got to have complete open mind. But you should have a little bit of an open mind. We're going back to the first attestation in the text corpus for Ptolemy, right? And we can read the first one. You're called perfect God, Lord of the two lands, mistranslation, lover of Ra, it should say beloved of Ra, and beneficiary of the month of the Lord of Thebes. That's Mantu, the Lord of Thebes. They got, whoever translated this one, I'm already correcting them twice. It says the beneficiary of the month of the Lord of Thebes. Would you come over here? That's Mantu. Let me click it. Mantu, see? So even they could have clicked their own dictionary and fixed that one. So I'm not discrediting the TLA. I understand how it works. Each translation is done by a different body of scholars with different English levels. So saying lover of Ra to them, they probably thought that mean beloved of Ra. But no, you're not the lover of Ra. You're beloved of Ra. And the beneficiary of Mantu, of the Lord of Thebes, Amen, Lord of the throne of two lands, Sobek, Ra, Horus, Hathor, Amen, with his 90 gods. It says here with his 90 gods, okay? Sapdu, I ain't gonna read all no 90 gods. It ain't 90 gods. I'm gonna just, all right. Sapdu, Neferba'u, Simsiru, whoever that is. Horus, the East, the lady of Jemet, or Butu. May she join with your head the college over the ocean. You know that's a bad translation. The college over the ocean. What's going on here? This is just, they must have been falling asleep. Men Horus in the midst of the foreign lands were Ret, the lady of Punt, Nut, interesting. Hor and Hooray, whoever Hooray is supposed to be. All the gods of Egypt. I'm not reading this. It's so bad. I just want to go down to the part I'm looking for. Tamari. So they say all the gods of Egypt, Neteru, Nebu, Tamari. All the gods of Egypt. Neteru, Nebu, Tamari. All right. So at this time, they are talking. Well, Men Hathor, the midst of the foreign lands, or Ret, the lady of Punt, Nut, Hor, Ray, all the gods of Egypt. See, that could be saying they're talking about the whole entire country. So you don't want to I don't want to like try to change that. Like, no, see, they only talking about all the gods of just one area. And this is the first one they got in there in Sinue. So that would be fair to say. But let's look at this. Give us the gift of the son of the north wind. Can y'all figure that out already? Give us the gift of the son of the north wind, the bowman, who was born in Egypt. Nah, they messed that up. See. This is more like the bowman who was born in, well, that's only if I presume the cultivatable land is Southmore. Not outside of the current borders of Egypt. But what is the north wind good for in Egypt? That seems to be a very simple question. So I don't know if we understand the north wind comes from the north. I could just say that to give us a clue. The north wind comes from the north. So it says, give us the gift of the son of the north wind. Let's look at the Medu Neter. Menet pin, Menet in, nah, I don't know. Let's try this Menet. Guide. Pin, this is, or this. Guide this Menet. Guide this guide. Guide this reward. To recompense. So it says, guide us the gift. Now, Sa of the sun is correct. Sa being sun. Now, Mehet, this is North Pejeti. North Meheti, North Wind, Pejeti Bowman. Now, Messi, born Tamari. That could be saying born in Egypt. But since it's a bowman, right? And Egyptians ain't considered bowmen. That when they reference a bowman, they hardly are ever talking about their contingency. I mean, let me not say that wrong. When they reference bowmen, they often are talking about Southerners are one contingency of to you who are found in the Sinai Peninsula. Most often, not all the time. But we got a north wind, which means they want to go south, if you don't know that. The north wind is indicative of being able to travel upstream. The north wind pushes southward, pushes you up back to the homeland. Homeland? Mary is the first nome of Egypt. Taseti. Right? So if you want to go to South Taseti by river, you need a strong north wind. That is indicative of southern travel. So the son of the north wind might not necessarily be the northerner, as they tell you it is the bowman. Then they say who was born in Egypt. Now I think they even tell us he born in Mary, born in the cultivatable land, which may have started southern and around this time period. Here's another attestation. For I have acted righteously in this world. They literally translated Mary as the world. But I feel them. Because this is the papyrus of Nu. And so this is going to be a Pert Imheru. So it's going to be a book of the dead. And that means, even Mahepri said this. I have acted righteously in Mary. Ma'at im Tameri. Create, do. So let's look at this first word. For so much as, because I do. This is I create, I do. Now this is im, Ma'at. Because I have done Ma'at in Mary. But I wouldn't call Mary the world, but I see why they translated it the world, because he's deceased. Oh, I got long off track. Sorry about that. But yeah, we went there. Heavy rain and the surging water brings down the fertile soil, which the overflowing now then slowly deposits over the field. It comes over the fields in its calm lower reaches. Chemical analysis explain the fertility of the Nile mud. See, this is the part I'm talking about. Nile mud, right? Because when we're doing this research, I have found silt in certain dictionaries, but those words don't seem to pop up in the text corpus, so I will have to do a longer manual research. I'm also going to ask some scholars who know about this stuff. But he told us right here, it was chemical analysis that explains the fertility of the Nile mud. Not like if you didn't do that analysis, you wouldn't know it was fertile, but you wouldn't have an accurate explanation of these microscopic particles or whatever, nutrients, all this stuff, right? That actually makes it more fertile. Contained as it does all the important ingredients which otherwise would have been added to the soil by artificial manuring. And me and Jamil was looking up the word manure. We actually found that word. So I also want to ask y'all that. Why did they have to till with manure? Oh, yeah. You know that, right? Why did they have to till with manure, though? Let's just ask ourselves that rhetorically. Egyptian farmers prayed to the I don't even want to say hermaphrodite god of the Nile happy. It says portrayed as a man with a woman's breast in symbolism of the apparently spontaneous fruitfulness of the river and its floodplain. To ensure that the yearly inundation were just right, not too deep, not too shallow. If it was too shallow, the floods would not reach the thirsty fields. See, let's talk about this. Now Now they breaking it down. Yeah, because animal dung ain't fertile now, Silt. Right? And I was pointing to that. But hold up, though. Androgynous, yeah, that was a better term. Because this is the root to a lot of slanderous terms. But anyway. If it were too shallow, the floods would not reach its thirsty fields, but if too much water came rushing in, it would sweep away the laborers' constructive dikes, tear up the fields, and even threaten the low-lying villages. According to this theory, according to the theory accepted until quite recently, it was the very need for a central managed canal construction and maintenance. Excuse me, man, I'm gonna dang there go pour some coffee. It was the very need for the centrally managed canal construction and maintenance and the central allocation of water supplies that played, okay, it was just the way he wrote the sentence. I should start from the beginning. According to the theory accepted until quite recently, it was the very need for centrally managed canal construction and maintenance and central allocation of water supplies that played a paramount role in bringing about the rise and countenance of the ancient Egyptian state. Continuance. This view ascribed the chief decision-making power to the king and his vizier. Detailed supervision of the work being entrusted to officials chose from among the nobilities and scribes. All right, I'm going to take a break. Go get me some coffee. We're going to come back and finish reading. I'll play a song, but I am hella sleepy still. Let me see. So give me a second. I'll be hopping out the bed and I'll hit the link. I brush my teeth. But I don't have my pajamas on like Chief X. But I'll be right back. Let's listen to this.
And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask the vine as Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medunetta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA.
Feel free to send the cash app to support the channel.
You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking.
Recording
and I'm a worker, cause I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro.
All right, let me stop that down. And let's get back to it. I am about to share the link, and I'm gonna continue what we're doing, but I'm gonna share in case somebody want to say something. And pop out the chat and get back to it. Oh, I got bombs over here that I ain't even using. Because no matter how much data you give them, they gonna say the same thing. So I'm just corresponding with the experts now. All right. So let me see. Feel free to hit that link though. Let me pin it. Bow. Oh, I didn't even pour. I'm capping. I came in here to I don't got no fast Keurig. I got the old coffee maker. So I went in there and poured the coffee, but I don't got it though. So I'm gonna play another song while y'all come into the Zoom. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play nah, it might not be appropriate. I was gonna play an episode of Tally Ho, but not for right now. Let's listen to that God Killer. I'll be right back.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog.
Hit the link though. I'll be back.
Niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan killer off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama move mean overnight, golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental
I got that old
school
invisible
pain.
I had them Keurigs and then they broke. And I'm like, man, what this do? Like, why do I want to be doing this with a Keurig? I want my old coffee maker. All right, Robert Brown, Asar M. Ka in the building. And we're going to keep doing this analysis. So let me share the screen. Peace to the brothers. Thanks for joining. Helping making another good show. How y'all doing? Brother man. Anybody get their mic ready? Let me know.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute my YouTube. Hold up.
Oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Now I'm gonna read this real
Sure.
quick while y'all getting it in. It says it was proposed by the Polish archaeologist Krzyzaniak or whatever that that artificial irrigation started as early as the second half of the pre-dynastic period. As evidence that canals existed even before the country was unified. That's what I'm talking about. Unified. Many writers have adduced the mace head of King Scorpion, one of the last rulers from a separate Upper Egypt, last rulers from a separate Upper Egypt, which may indicate him officiating at a ceremony opening a new canal from a separate Upper Egypt. What are you talking about? Oh, he
Because
talking about before the
yeah,
unification, it was two different Upper Egypts,
yeah, because
two
it's
Upper
still the
Egypt.
two lands
Yeah,
at
yeah.
that
But
time.
right now I'm gonna wait till I catch up. Somebody want to read? You want to help me with this reading?
Let's go in. Let's
Yeah,
get it.
there you go. I'm feeling slow right now. There you go.
Recently, however, the evidence for artificial irrigation has been analyzed independently by two German archaeologists, Erika Indesfelder and Wolfgang Schinkel. The first name has noted that pyramid texts, the oldest being on walls of late Fifth Dynasty pyramids, do use the terms for canal, mer, and hennet. Uh, but only in the context of waterway traffic. Schinkel agrees that canals existed in the Old Kingdom for traffic and possibly also for the drainage of
Let's talk
marshes.
about that real quick. Because remember, the name emerges and they say it means the beloved land, but we got the word mer before that name, and it was just there for canals. He's saying as in regards to waterways. I mean, obviously, and so I'm thinking, hmm. Is Tamari doing the same thing that Kemet is doing? Like, are they saying that at this later time they named it Tamari in the 12th dynasty, the beloved land? But before that, I think I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to see. I think it
That's
has
a good
something to do with
question.
these canals and stuff.
Yeah, because now we almost give a little segue to the riparians, right? Even though they messed it up with the word Kemet, you can't do it with that. But you can find a different term
Yeah.
for riparian, and
Mm.
let's see if it fits. But it couldn't be Kemet,
Well, that's the
obviously.
whole
So
point.
there's that.
And I argued that at that point. I was like, if we got Tamari, which means the cultivatable land, if we want to extract that meaning, then Kemet ain't said to say that, but we'll see. So what was we at?
Oh, royal decrees. Let's get it. Royal decrees of the sixth and guilt dynasties make no mention of labor squads being seconded for the construction of irrigation canals. So my Hebrew brothers, y'all stop that. But simply make the distinction between two kinds of fields: those that were flooded every year, and higher lying ones that only came under water in years of exceptionally high flood. Apart from relief showing gardeners watering vegetable patches, as in the mastaba of Meroruka, there are no scenes in Old Kingdom tombs of artificial field irrigation or canal and dike building. So I guess, well, we get it in our the earliest is the sixth, where you see them actually building canals and dikes. But when I think about it, because now they say that the pyramids and the dam that was built by uh Imhotep, did they say that was fourth dynasty? I'll get back. We'll get to that later. Think about that. It appears indeed that no artificial irrigation was needed as a rule up until the end of the Neolithic wet phase around 2350 BC. The Nile floods functioned quite regularly, supplemented by occasional rain. It was only a series of low floods during the first intermediate period when rain ceased falling in Upper Egypt, too. That famine occurred and radical measures were clearly needed. Water from this canal would have been distributed over the fields by the system of basin irrigation to be described later. It is under the Middle Kingdom that we first come across terms for irrigation related works. A canal, Mariette, embankment was Diniot, or actually, let me see, a canal. Then they say Mariette for embankment. Then they say Diniot for dike and others. In contrast to the earlier notion that irrigation was a centralized affair, recent findings show that it was promoted by local initiative, which sometimes exacerbated parochial rivalry. So they're talking about the canals and the dikes that they built after the famine took place in Upper Egypt when no rain hit it.
All right, I can join in. It says canal building, maintenance, and water allocation were in fact managed by a consortia with no one higher than a regional prince at the head. It says nor do any later documents suggest the existence of a central state institution dealing with these matters, and we find no relevant titles in the biographies of nobles or priests. On the contrary, every peasant had to share the responsibility for water management. So again, now he talking about the responsibility for water management, which is most notable and found in there. And I'm saying, hold on, they wasn't really. I mean, they had famine. They had famine seasons, so they knew it wasn't the dirt. And we saying what they knew about all these small microbes that were in the water that helped to make the fertile water soil. I'm just saying, no, they just thought it was the water. That's all I'm saying. And
You know
so,
what though?
mhm,
When you say that, you always bring up the story of the brother getting robbed and the canal being created by the dude in front of his house.
mhm,
That's a prime example of it right there in the story.
that's true. That's sent away. And then the guy just referenced that same story up here when he had made that other statement. So what was we at? So on account for waterman. The Book of the Dead expressly makes a great offense to obstruct another person in the use of water or illegally to block his supply. It said if the central authorities concerned themselves over the height of the Nile floods, it was likely to be for fiscal reasons, since it was the basis of harvest forecasting or religious ones. But they were, of course, involved in any projects of nationwide importance. Now, it's something he's going to say. I don't want to skip nothing, but this is cool and lengthy, and it's just one thing I want to bring to. But we notice here he's telling us, I don't find much where he is saying, no, look at this text where they say, put the seeds in the Kemet, right? And we've been looking and let's look for more farmer text to see if we can find that. But this is something I just want to read this one part, starting with this textbook, and we got to find this text because not what he says, because of what he's going to say in the next line. You mind reading this part, and then the next?
No, I got you.
Yeah, okay.
A textbook passage from a scribe school, by contrast, paints the peasants a lot in much darker colors, exaggerating perhaps by way of propaganda for the happy career of the scribe. When the farmer returns to his fields, he finds them in good condition. He spends 8 hours plowing, and the worms are already waiting. He cats half his crop himself. The rest is taken by the hippopotamus. There are many mice in the fields, and locusts descend on them. Even cattle devour his harvest, and sparrows steal it. Then the scribe officer arrives to count up the harvest. He has bailiffs with him who wield sticks, and black men with palm stalks. Black men?
Yes, that's why I was like, they gonna get slapped when they read what he said. Hey, but this ain't even what we talking about. But just for a note that he say he was some black men. But keep going though.
Give us the grain, they say. There is none. So they hold him by the legs and beat him, then tie him up and throw him in the ditch. His wife is bound too, and his children, and their neighbors make haste to abandon them so as to save their own grain. This goes more to the sent away story because he thought he might get robbed.
Yep, and this is all I'm saying though. Now they down there robbing for food and that they could have just grew. But I ain't going there. Let's just keep on reading to see if because this is the best text that they found. I mean, I'm like, okay, at least they talking about worms ready and waiting. You do need, sometimes worms make it good for certain plant life, I guess. And they say that he cast half of his crop himself. If he's casting the crops, that's the seeds well, the rest is taken by a hippopotamus. So what does that mean? By casting half of his crops, is he taking the harvest and the rest got ate by a hippopotamus?
Pretty much. Like, cause they know the hippos is gonna come through. So the more crops you grow, the less drama you're gonna have from animals because they ain't gonna attack the village. They're gonna be looking for the the food source. So
He
uh
cats. It says cats. C-A-T-S. I think they miss. What is that? Cast staff? Is that like one word?
I don't know what it means to cat's crop. Let's look. Let's see if it
He
pops up.
cats half of his crop himself. At the
Crops.
rest, the rest is taken by a hippopotamus.
Well, cat's crop. No, it's just cats and crops. Let me see. Toxic and non-toxic plant list. No. So I think he might have just messed that up. 7 plants to grow for cats. No.
Yeah, he just might have messed that up.
Yeah.
He might have been cast.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
C-A-S-T. He
Cats
put
is crop.
C-A-T-S.
Oh, he put C with the S. Yeah, so he probably definitely just misspelled past.
Yeah.
Let's keep it popping, right?
Yeah. So he was with. Let's just put some emphasis on he was with the black men though. Where did it say that at though? Y'all see that? So that's why I was like, we gotta find this text because if it say he was with the black man, is it written that he was with some Remech Kim, or is he looking at a vignette saying, "Damn, these dudes are as dark as Nubians"?
Let's dig it up. This second dynasty? No.
Well, he
the
didn't even
second
cite it
dynasty?
good, bruh. This is what he say at the top. A textbook passage from a school scribe. Huh? That's how you gonna give us the source?
He don't want us to
From
look
from
it
a
up.
scribe school. A
Yeah,
textbook
he don't wanna
passage from a
look it up.
scribe school. What? And I look for the source. I gotta find that.
He didn't want us to see that. The more I think about it, it could what's the name of that book? Uh the old librarians is what it's called. The Egyptian librarians, something like that. I
Yeah, I
got
do
it.
know about a couple textbook passages too.
It's
But
probably in there. I bet money because that's the one where they say that they actually say a decent source, but they'll say stuff like this and let it just be read down.
and black men with
Probably
palm sticks, huh? But the
give us the
cold part,
grain, homie.
and he gonna start talking about how they start robbing him after. So he really still got some of his Americanism in the article, cause he go right after he say he was some black men. They say give us the grain. They say there is none. Then they hold him by his legs and beat him. Okay, now Km.t Naked when he was going to Kimmy, he got robbed too, bruh. So this is crazy. I'm like, oh, so what is they saying here?
They saying back in the day when that drought happened, you needed to stay out of the black land because it's going down.
That it's saying
You
the
ain't got no
opposite.
food.
Exactly.
Anybody could get it.
Anybody could get it. Give us the grain. There is none. So they hold him by the legs and beat him. They tie him up and throw him into a ditch. His wife is bound too, and his children and their neighbors make haste to abandon them. So they gave their own grain. So as to save their own grain. Damn.
So they came with the whole hood down there because the neighbors is like, here, just take some. We don't want no problems.
Until in the land, the pheasants made do with a small range of simple tools, many of which are used amongst identical forms by the fella of today, or fella of today, whatever. First and foremost was the indispensable hoe for loosening the soil. Now let's slow down again, because it ain't Tamari do has ta for land, but I'm arguing that the mer hoe in Tamari is indicative of tilling the sand. This shows you understand agriculture. If you just put the dirt, people ain't gonna get it that you even understand agriculture. And so that's why I think the first rulers was holding that mer hoe.
I agree, and because what does Asar do when he's there, who they venerate? Asar teaches them how to do agriculture. He teaches them how to grow the grains and the corn. So I could only imagine that would have to be the case.
So yeah, some of these Tamaris is cool to say all of Egypt, but some of them did also seem like they would indicate a smaller
There it is,
area.
Tom Mary.
It says the real Nile, happy I says happy Yef Mduat and Tamari. The real Nile comes from the underworld in Egypt, they're saying. But see,
So
they
the
should have
underworld,
said
so
Tamari
Asar.
here. They shouldn't have said Egypt here.
Yeah. Well, they said underworld, so they did what I just did and basically joined it with Asar teaching them how to do this to do agriculture. He's the lord of the underworld of the do what. Um, we should probably
Oh, damn, Reggie
uh,
been waiting. How long you been waiting, Reggie?
oh man,
Damn. I just seen that right now.
Saber in the mix.
Let me see. Oh, so yeah, so now this is a good. Let's switch it up because I was
That was
doing.
real.
I've been doing every clever word. Silt, they ain't gonna get it with silt. Meaning they not the word that the dictionary say go back to silt. They not. I already looked. It ain't enough. You can never make an argument that that was that important. Now this word hayat for mud and flood water is one good to examine too. And I was just looking up all kind of flood water terms. What's up with
Well, that
Reggie?
was Saber in the building.
Yeah, what's going on? What's up, Smash and a Saw and family? Oh
Morning.
man, I think I got a little museum trip. I'm charging my phone so I can get. It's gonna be with a controversial person. I'll let y'all know it's gonna be very controversial,
Oh
It's
yeah.
gonna
right?
be Saber and Ark in the building.
It's gonna be controversial, right? So we gonna see. You know all the controversial figures. Uh, but yeah, this is real interesting trying to track down the so-called black silt BS, right? Like there's more adaptations with cattle, there's more adaptations with people, right? There is no adaptation, black people, there is no adaptations of soil. So I'm uh I'm listening, but I was telling Saw and Ka that Smash, I got a Patah Kim,
Yeah,
I got
I
a
seen that. Boy, he would. Oh, guess what he got? Guess what he got, Asar?
What he
Patah
did.
Kim.
yeah,
Oh
you can
He
show
got
him that.
Patah that is black.
yeah, where'd you get that?
You can't
Yeah,
even take that one away. Patah Kim? Wow.
yeah, there was how can there was a noble that named all his sons Patah, and one of them Patah Kim. But Smash can show it.
Now
But
here's the thing. I asked Reggie, well, if he had multiple sons and only one of them was Kim, they can't act like you said only one of your sons was divine. And you not even divine. And nobody else divine but your one son divine. Well, somebody could say, why couldn't you say that? But I would think that would be disrespectful to his other seeds.
Children, yeah, that would be stupid almost. That's crazy. Where'd you? Well, let me shut up. I know you gonna
no,
reveal.
Smash is sure when he got time. I'm just waiting for my phone to charge and then I'm out. But yeah, so he gave his other sons Ptah names. So these are attributes of Ptah. So this son is Ptah that is black. Right. Among the other things that we found, but I don't want to disturb this because this is important because we might be just a step away of finding something even better. But if so you're right about Tamari in the sense that, well, after the intermediate period, they began to name they had a Wahem Masut and they began to rename the country to heal it after the first intermediate. And so you see Kemet coming up and you see and Tom Mary coming up. But Tom Mary is more about calling the land an attribute of the cultivated land. And Kim is more about talking about the people and the sacred cattle.
Now
I
look
That's
at
believe.
this.
I, w-
This is just so funny. This is about the misadventures of a farmer. See, we got to
Mhm.
get it in. They don't even do it.
oh,
So
hold up,
now
for you
at the
go.
end of all of this study, we're gonna know all the farmer texts inside and out. by the end of this year, don't even say Black Silt to me. I ain't even
No.
doing black people. We just beat the brakes off y'all with that. Now we just
So,
gonna
so
tear apart
ho-
this Black Silt.
hold up real quick before you go in. Let me say this. Smash, Saber Reggie, Assam Ka, your brothers, we're teaching the riparians how you should do the riparian jargon concerning the place name of Kemet. So
Mhm.
y'all take these lessons in stride, read and go fix your books. Next year, we want to hear you talking about, oh, see the Merho and tile the land. This is what we want to hear. And then I want to hear you related to Asar, the underworld. I want to see you related to him because he's the one who brings the agriculture. This way you can actually say it and it actually fit. All right, go ahead, man.
They're not teachable, I saw,
No, we're teaching them. We're
yeah, they're
teaching
not
them so they
teachable.
can go use it because they're gonna go use it next week. Oh no, we had Tom Mayer, but we all know y'all here. Y'all see who you understand how the work is done. You understand it couldn't have fit the word Kemet. It could fit Tom Mayer. Hello.
I understand, but they'll have to give up back all that money that they made from selling those books and stuff. They're not gonna do
So
that.
Kemet, if Kemet is the Black Silt, right? Let's see how the farmers in any farmer story address the black earth. It should pop up or not. Further, this is the beginning. Further, perform the writing profession. Put him in your heart. Do not let your mind hang. That's what their problem is, y'all. They let their mind hang. That's that idle time. See? Don't let your mind hang sitting around thinking about Smash. Go read a book. But let me see. Or I will make you a farmer, a field man, and that you will be prosecuted for 30 sacks of grain, and that you will be obliged to work the fields in excess, in which 2/3 of them are bushes. So Dan, that's even gonna be harder because you're gonna have to clean out them bushes. It says that's too much for sowing. He even saying that's too much for you to even have to sow. It says your heart pumps until it's full of dust. You let the seeds fall into the ground. See, Kemet should be here, right? Because they talking about this fertile sit. But actually
Mhm.
we got this right here. This is gonna be their word for the mud, I think. Oh, to descend, to fall, to strike. Nope, that ain't even it. And so now they just gonna simply say the ground,
So it's house, correct?
ground, the
Oh,
earth, and the dust. Atin,
okay.
okay? Atin, so you let the seeds fall into Atin. Let's read this. It says,
Oh, there go to Kimmy right there with the X.
I want 10 for ground. Where we at?
The right above it. It's got the XM.
Okay, right here, heart full of dust. So this is dust, Kim, but notice here, this says your heart pumps until it's full of dust. You feel me? That's
Mhm.
not Kim for black.
No, that's
Yeah, that's why they put the X so that we could get the. But yep. And now it says Diek Hati Peret or whatever. Hai Peret Erpa when didn't whatever. Your seeds, you let the seeds fall to the ground. You bend down and say, I'll do it. Whatever. It says you have returned to the time of estimation, expected return, to see what you have achieved. It says, yes, you find it reddish brown, i.e., spotted, and stick to the ground. Uh-oh. We got a trip off that right now. Why you finding it reddish brown? See? Hold on. Hello?
Yeah. Oh, where'd you go?
well, interesting. They compare this reddish brown uh uh in a negative. So reddish brown is a negative. So that's really interesting, and it's desert dim, desert
Right.
dim, right?
Demi.
Demi, right? So yeah, I just have this problem with with how can I say? I have a peculiar thinking that the brown that they paint the ancient Egyptians in is 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 not Deseret. I don't know how often we actually see a true Deseret in it. So when people look at brown, they think that that is desert, right? And the Africans painted themselves desert. I don't think so. I think that
Oh
that's
man. Sorry, Reggie. I just came back. What was you saying? You talking about they painted themselves gesture?
you said you was gonna go in with this
Oh, this
this
just killed them, bruh.
yeah.
Because he said, look, you let the seeds fall to the ground, not to the Kemet, but to the whatever. You bend down and say, I'll do it. It says you have returned to the time of estimation, meaning he left after the seeds and then he came back. And guess what they say next? Yes, you find it reddish brown. Now, what's going on? Spoiled and stick it in the ground? So he about to make it back black? Because he
Right. So what I was talking about, so here this word desert demi, right? Demi, um, desert demi, I guess that's that color. I don't I was saying smash the people when they paint the ancient Egyptians in that color, that's not Deseret. I think that sometimes people think that they paint the Egyptians red. No, it's a brown, but it's not. It's not desert demi.
Well, Demi, I think, is the sticky part.
Yeah, it says something, but now it says reddish brown, spoiled, and
Yes.
sticking in the ground. It says to hang firmly on a rock. The team of oxen that you brought to plow fell into the mud. Now, if he's doing agriculture, he's in the dark soil, right? And if it's mud, it's wet. But they just simply use amat, ta amat. Nothing saying nothing about Kemet here. And I'm just wanting us to see it. Because they tell us that Kemet means the dark. They tell us
Right.
this mud that these cattle fell into is Kemet. Am I wrong?
You're
Yeah.
right. And it's not.
Now if I click Amat, everybody gonna see mud, a muddy ground. So the desert don't have a muddy ground. Only the areas of what they would call the black land or what have you, and they saying that's the reason why. But the ancient Egyptians ain't saying that, and that's what I'm trying to show. A team, if it would have said right here, a team of oxen fell in the mud, and we click Kemet, it'd be checkmate because they saying, oh, he fell into the Kemet. You feel me? He fell into the Kemet. He fell into this mud of the black land. But
You really dispelling the myth that they got it because of the black soil, um, which is leaning it more towards it has to be because of the black people. Because we can't find the text right now. If anyone has a text, we put an APB up.
They don't. Don't even ask. First of all, they don't even know how to read the language.
man, I
They don't.
just said, what's that, an epigraphist? I just said that in an email to one of the leading ancient Egyptian epigraphists. So I'm out on a limb right now. Like if he could just break me off, he gonna do it. And I'm gonna share it after I ask him for rights to share the email. So if
Oh,
y'all
wait. I do wait. Oh, I do not dip my feet. Go back.
yes, I was gonna go. Now this is anti Kemet, the mud. He like, I'm a boss, bruh. This is a letter to Ramses the fifth about a statue code. Like, oh, what you think I'm a sucker? I don't dip my feet no now mud, nor do I stand in the dust of the harvest, for I'm surrounded. I stand on the pebbles and sit on the mountain and the petals of the green plants and in safety. But look what they say right here. I don't put my feet in the now mud. Notice the now ain't over here. It's simply Amat. Nothing about black. No Kemet. If this was Kemet, we'd be defeated. Like, right, I dipped my feet in the Kemet. Nah, bro, they messed that up. Kim ain't no place found around this Amat. Now here go another one. This gonna kind of kill them, because if they say, well, we know this mud is black, well, let's read the next one. As for man, he is Amat and Daha or whatever, right? So he is clay and straw. So how they want to do it?
Yeah, they in trouble right now. You messing my book up, Smack. No, I'm
Oh no, you gotta. Oh well, no. This is all it could be.
Nah, in my book, I use the pyramid text and go into the agriculture. I don't even go in there. This is a simple book.
Oh, so now nothing I'm saying is saying that all of the agricultural importance about the silt ain't there. It is there.
Nah, you won't.
Yeah. I'm talking about the naming of Kemet because of that. I think they just made that up. Now look at this one. The temple land of Horus bear debt, the great god, the Lord of heaven, in the Ga'u of Esna, so the nome of Esna or whatever, that the something with its muddy ground. Now we come over here, Amat. No Kemet.
No Kim.
So we can talk about the black silt without even talking about because mud is always black wherever you at. Show me, I mean, I ain't never seen, well, maybe there could be some red mud. I never seen it though. I only see dark mud. Dark brown, maybe black.
That's over here in Colorado, but I'm sure they're talking about the what's supposedly the black mud at this time.
Now, even this Amat mud has 6 attestations. So even now they got other Amats. Let's come down to this. There's Amet or whatever, another one with 3 attestations. It's just nothing about black. Now, this he got it out the dirt. I seen this earlier. It says he found it in the mud. So that's your ancient Egyptian. He got it out the dirt. Hey, we could hit him with the text, bro. Like, bro, nah, they used to get it out the dirt in Kemet. He found it in the mud. What did he find in the mud? Let's go look at the text. And if we think about this black land that they say, then if he found it in the dirt, I think he found it in the black soil. But they ain't on it like Egyptologists is.
Water is high, short submerges it. He takes care of his tools, night weaving, field cultivation, and he spends the day. Let's look at that line.
Where you at?
When cutting the equipment of the field cultivation, he spends the day. Warsu F4 Saj Ka'u in Sakat. So no Kemet there, no Kem there. Akem at the bottom, the field is water and lies in front of him. No.
Hold on, did I skip to the next one?
I don't think they.
I think I skipped to the next one. He dives head first while his wife is tied up, standing in front of his children are in chains. His neighbors leave him. They escape, ending. There is no grain. If you have mind literally in the hearts of existence, be a writer. You will delight your hearts more than the farmland. That's what's farmland.
You know what? There's an interesting choice of words right here. Notice they say Gerah for ending. Gerah is for night. Kemet is the other word for ending. But they use Gerah instead, which is for night.
I know.
For ending.
I'm gonna click the footnote, see what they say. 96 translated without comment together with the following sentence, and so ultimately their grain is not there either. Is that the wrong footnote that I clicked? Ending?
No, you clicked the right one. I don't.
All right. Well, it didn't seem to explain the footnote. I mean,
click Gerah real quick. Let's see what they bring us to. Let's see if.
And y'all feel free to ending. This is a different Ger they're giving us. I know what you're talking about, but this is the reason. See, this say, well, it's in the word of bus, But normally the Let's Go's dictionary is of late Egyptian. So some of these is the way it was said at a different time. But my point is most of these agricultural texts give a lot of reverence to the water, and the mud is just what the mud.
No, you're right. And that's why it fails, which, like I said, it's just giving more credence to the fact that they probably named it after the people as opposed to the soil. And then with the supposed foe, Sonoran, him saying if they wanted to say black people, they would have said Kemet. It just kind of deads it. It doesn't, you can't really, what are you gonna do? Because where's your text that says black soil and Kim together? Holler at some. Come holler at us, Playboys.
Now here go flood waters. I done looked over various flood waters. They got flood waters that collect and stagnate.
Yeah.
All of
We
these
know
is
about them.
Ptolemaic, so I just stopped tripping as soon as I came into it. Like if you first click into it and it's Ptolemaic, I ain't even look. That's damn near like a loan word.
Yeah, because it's so far removed from the original source. They changed medu nature. They changed structure of sentence. Yes, it's a little bit different.
Kim also, all right, so Awin or Geb refers to the soil of earth. Yeah, that's true. Geb is the earth, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm with that. But I don't know if Geb is the earth in the sense of agricultural text. I see Geb referred to as the earth in in a certain class of text, but not in no agricultural text. Like if we go look up farmer, that's why. Look, I'm gonna put this word, and this word be killing it. Well, I'm just gonna put field worker.
If it ain't,
Oops.
yeah, because it's probably more sacerdotal text than anything, and I'm
Field. Now this Shaketi word, I think I'm saying that right. Is that KH Shaketi? Now field worker, we got 84 attestations, and now the first ones we be getting is the most revealing. This one right here, it killed it right here. But we have to be reading the whole text. This is where we back at the eloquent farmer. Now we clearly see this is the second time the term Saketi is spoken of, or a farmer, or at least by this name. And it said, I was following this majesty or do this Lord when it appears upon for the pheasants in this area. But let's look at this one. Then this countryman went on a journey south to Heracanopolis Magma, Anasia. If you click the text, right before that, he say, man, I need to go to Kemet. And so this is my best. Like, I actually mentioned this to two scholars to see what they say. But I'm going to find a better version of it. The reason why is the story before this doesn't appear to be there, but it says it right here. Then this farmer went down to Egypt. But that don't make no sense. If you read this whole sentence, it don't make no sense, as I illustrate often. Over here where it says Egypt, it'll read Kemet over here, but it's on this papyrus Amherst. On this papyrus Amherst is broken up. I can find another version. But everybody see this Egypt, the word is Kemet. So how could this make sense? Anybody in the chat? Let me know how this can make sense.
Can you do me a favor? Can you find the word down too?
All right, I gotta go get the right papyrus, because basically that was papyrus Amherst. We're gonna go down to another one. Watch. Amherst 1. We just gotta make sure it don't say 320, and it's the eloquent farmer. 320 Amherst 1. They are, wait, it's gonna pop, the other one's gonna pop up in a minute. Oh, this say version B1, 320 Amherst 1. I need a different version, it'll be here in a moment. They're just making me get stuck here, maybe.
while we looking today,
Oh, okay. Yeah, it
let's
did
at some
switch.
point in
It
time
did
hit
switch.
utterance 366.
So let me go into this
See
one.
if
It
we
did
can find
switch.
it there. That's where they
me
say
go
that
to the
Asar
first.
is the great green and the great black.
Nope, it's still the wrong one. Utterance 3 what?
Utterance 366 in the pyramid text. Or we could do it after you
Oh,
finish running
we
through
got
these.
Jeremy Pope in one of his documents showed us that Aset was Nehesi. So it's not just Net or
Yeah,
Ned. We got the peer review material showing it. He shows Aset is Nehesi.
yeah, I seen that in the text before. Yeah.
Here go a
I
different
couldn't see
version. Now we found the different version. See it say he was a farmer in the Wadi Natron, so that's checkmate. Watch this. People don't understand how there's so much checkmate. Here go the different version. Now we could get all the words. This is the entire story. There was once a man whose name was Den Anubis. So let's remember that's Den Anubis. So when we talking about him, we ain't got to call him Sheketi, the eloquent farmer. Den Anubis has protected. What is this over here? I think this is going to be it, right? Now, this don't really look like Den Anubis. How would y'all read this? Kuyu in Anpu? Oh, the story of Kuyu in Anpu. I can't wait till I hit the Egyptologists off with that. Oh, you don't know who Kuyu in Anpu is? Oh, that's Sinuway. Y'all call it. How would you say this?
You said it right. Kui.
Yeah,
Kuyu
in Anpu. Mm-hmm. Now, so it said there once was a man named Kuyu in Ampu who was a farmer of the Wadi Natron. So they beat the brakes off you in the first sentence. Because if we click right here, it says salt fields, right? Wadi Natron, field of salt. So this is where now the implications for agriculture is already there. Like he can't get his bars off because he's a farmer, but he live in the Wadi Natron. They telling you everything. This is why this is the story of the eloquent farmer. We only gonna get what we supposed to get. If I start saying, imagine if I sat the kids by the fireplace and was like, there was a story of a farmer who lived in the Mojave Desert. You see what I'm saying? You setting the setting already for his ability to do agricultural things ain't all the way there, but nevertheless, watch the story not turn out that way. He was a farmer in the Wadi Natron. It says, then there was his wife whose name was Maret. Now this, or said, mentioned farmer said to his wife, behold, I am about to go down to Egypt to buy food for my children. Let's stop. That messed up everything.
What he used to say Egypt, smash.
Kemet.
Find the word down.
Now let's go. So is in direction. That's to. So they're gonna say Hayat. To descend. See, to descend. To fall. I'ma fall down. I mean, these things go down. I guess descension.
Like a black dude. I'm
So-
going down to Km.
So where is he at? Now it says MT when I to descend. This is just in the infinitive, and this is to descend to Kemet. So this R is a directional R. So
Now
descend
he says
to
toward our
Kemet.
brother. I'm sorry. Our
Go
brother
ahead.
when the Haru says towards.
Yeah, well, he got that from this R because that's a directional R.
Mhm.
But if you're going to descend towards something, it can be translated as down.
Right. So is Wadi Hamad on the higher land? Right.
Yes,
So-
exactly. So this is what I'm trying to say. So they dead with this one. Let's go to the known map. I mean, they
That's
completely
plenty.
dead because Wadi Hamamat is right outside of the delta, which is proving that ain't Kemet. Right? And then every time they got people going to Kemet getting robbed, I ain't trying to do no castigation, but patterns start to develop. You getting broke off if you mosey off from them areas. Everything you got is getting took, bruh. So look, what does this say? Wadi Natron. And it's the same exact term he used in the text. Sheketi,
Yeah.
so much so, Sheketi Hamat or whatever. Now, if I'm reading it, we see the Sheket and then this Mat, Hamat. Yeah, so. But look.
So he's on the higher ground. As you see, it's not green or fertile. And he's going to the place where it's green and fertile. So he's going down, not down south,
but let me show
down
you something.
to a lower ground.
Check this out. Think about this, and this is one of my points I argue. If the floodplain, which is all of this included, right, constituted the black land, he would not have had to go down. Where he wanted to go was a destination location. You know what I mean? It wasn't just a land that was black so he could sell some food. It don't make no sense. He wanted to go to the black land. So he lives here, right? You could go to the black land by going straight east, right? He'd be right here. All in black area. Well, y'all know that the Delta, the floodplain doesn't stop in the Delta. The floodplain
like
also
argument.
includes the Delta. So
like
in
that
theory, if all he was trying to do was to get to what they say is an area where the floodplain makes it fertile, he would have simply went east. He wouldn't have descended on nothing. But the directions he provide let us know that he descended. Because here's the Wadi Natron, right? Then watch what he say. Let me see if I can find it. Now he says, this farmer was a farmer of the Wadi Natron. Then he said to his wife, whose name was Meret. Now this said, Mitchell farmer said to his wife, behold, I am going down to Egypt to buy food for the children. What's the word for buy? Right? Let's see. Loaves, income. Loaves of bread, income. Let's see what's the word he put for buy. Bring away, to buy. Right? So since the word buy is linked to income and food, I'm pretty sure that's why they translated. He wanted to buy it. I don't think there's a definition for growing it here. Either you're going to go there and bring the food, but my point is he's a farmer who has no agricultural pursuits when he goes to the black land. You see what I mean? He going to go there to bring some food and to bring it away and to buy it. Right? And so let's be clear.
Store.
Yeah, exactly. Now, not saying that the people, that's not saying he wants access to the agricultural pursuits that the people of the black land has already taken and he's going to access it through trade. You could say that. But when he say where he going, is everything's going to blow up. So then the measure, he says, so then and measure me the barley that is in the pantry and the rest of the yesterday's barley, that is the rest of the barley that is in the normal stock. Right? He telling her to go measure up that barley. He said, then she measured 6 bushels of barley for her and him. And said, now the countryman said to his wife, behold, there's 20 bushels of barley for the food for you and your children. Are you like, the kids got fits, I'm going to be out. It says, but prepare for me these 6 bushels of barley for bread and beer every day. Then I will live from it. Now it says, then the farmer went down to Egypt. That don't make no sense. So let's just go step by step. Can the people in the chat, right? If you know, can you tell this don't make no sense? He's standing in Egypt when he's talking to his kids in the Wadi Hamat. So it says here, then this farmer went down to Egypt. Am I reading that wrong? Is something wrong about that? Or is this proof that Km.t, because the text say Km.t, is this proof that at this time period, Km.t was not Egypt?
It's a town. It's a particular town, but okay, so go to where it says, then this farmer went down to Egypt. Where's, okay, so Hati, that pool.
Hati pool.
Right.
So let's click Hati. They got descend again. See?
Right, descend.
So
right?
descend, this is going or to make. I'm sorry, Ari. So make this farmer, Saketi, peasant field worker. So that is to Kemet. That is to the black land. Pen this R2.
So he's standing in Egypt and then he's going to descend to Egypt, which doesn't make any sense.
Don't make no sense. So we got him. So that let us know now we got him. We have a primary text that's showing us that Egypt ain't the black land. And with this text also takes out some of, don't get it twisted. Nothing I'm saying is denying all of the agricultural prowess. But he going to go in and snitch right here. So the first thing he's going to do is show us how productive the Wadi Natron actually is.
Hold up, Smash. You said something, but He's saying it's not the black land because of the soil.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the black land because of the soil. I would say
Because they're gonna be messed up in a minute.
well, it don't make no sense. Why wouldn't he have just went east, which was a lot closer? The Delta got a floodplain too, right? So that if he was just looking for some soil that was black, he could have just went east. He's gonna go hecka far, but we'll wait till he say it in the next line. This part is gonna show us how productive the Wadi Natron is, and then it's gonna say, okay, he was going to trade and it beat everybody up because he already had all this stuff. Then this farmer went down to Egypt after he loaded his donkeys with vines or rushes of the ayat plant. It says branches of the redemet plum.
Regiment.
Regiment plum, whatever. And it says baking soda, salt, wood of the location. So baking soda you can't eat. You can't eat salt. You can't eat wood. He has some poles from Farah, some panther sheepskins. So we seeing this a productive, but it ain't productive too much for a farmer. Anything that say plants, we could attribute it to him being a farmer, like the first thing. Nasua, aquatic plants, maybe not those. He just collected those. Au, pebbles. So he taking whatever he could take. What's Tanim? Creeping plants, whatever. Kepper, some medicinal plants. Sawet. What's sawet? Some resin. Sakes wet, a mineral. I don't want to read all of these minerals. He's also taking okra, rock, oil, plants, pigeons. You can eat pigeons, but you can't farm them. Birds, plants. Well, why am I saying you can't farm them? Because he's a farmer and he wants to go to the black land to do trade. And so we do have evidence of these plants. He was doing something, bean-like plants. Basically, he could have ate this stuff if he wanted to, right? Just think about it. Or are the plants for other reasons? Who says they're edible? Well, anyway, so goods packed all the good products of the Wadi Natron. So right here, this one paragraph has Kemet and the Wadi Natron in there in juxtaposition, not Egypt and the Wadi Natron. Now, those who argue with Wadi Natron is just saying the red land in another way. Well, you have to say why he said this next sentence. Then this countryman went on a journey south. Let's look at the word south. I don't see south off the top of the head. Upstream, see? Killing them. So now he say you want to go to Kemet, then he go upstream. You can't make this up. He want to go to the black land. He tell his wife, he tell his kids, y'all got enough bits, I'm going to the black land. Then he start going where that north wind push you. It push you south. But he probably went on foot because he had donkeys. So this is just used to say southwards. So is anybody confused that if you was in the 12th dynasty and you was in the Wadi Hamat and you wanted to go to the black land, you got to go south.
Right, which is upstream. You have to go upstream.
Then this countryman went on a journey south to Hurricanopoulos Magma, Anacina. So we looked at this. And he reached the district of Fayette, north of Mayadet. This when he gonna get robbed by Km.t. But we don't have to continue the story. We just showing people we do got primary accounts where Egypt says the black land, and this ain't got nothing to do with agriculture because he's a farmer. He could have been like, man, I'm about to go sow my seeds in Kemet.
Well, you could take those terms and we can look at his journey on the map. So he's going down, he's going upstream, right? Mm-hmm. So then he goes south to Heracleopolis, right?
Right here. So he's trying to make it to here, right? But then they said he got robbed someplace around here. But I forgot, I think it's the 20, when I looked it up.
They say Heracleopolis Magna, so let's go back.
So this is where he was trying to go, right here.
Well, he's trying to go to Kemet, the Black City. He ends up somewhere around Heracleopolis.
Getting robbed, huh? Let's read it again. Then this countryman went on a journey south to, they saying that like that was his destination, but this where he reached. And then he reached the district of the area per Fifi, the north of Mehedet. Now, if we click Mehedet,
No, he says south to. He
oh,
says
hold
south
on.
to Heracleopolis, Magnus. So that's not where he was
Right.
going.
Okay,
He
you
went
just saying
somewhere
then.
south to it, right?
Uh-huh.
And then
Heracleopolis.
he
Remember we, oh, God, Saber. Remember when we had covered the other day that he went down there and then he went back up?
No, now I'm looking at his text. We did say that, but now we're looking at his text. So he's telling us right now where what route he took.
Well, let's take this into consideration. They say that this is the 22nd nome of Upper Egypt. So when we look back in the map, let's read this again. Then this countryman, let's read the Meta Nature. So to go, to traverse, Semipu, Ariu, to do, that is to do. So he's to go to do the farmer, right? The peasant. And it says Pen Mket. This is on the southward to Nenisu. So he is going southward, like look, upstream, southward, R for two, right? Two, and then in Nisu is the same place we was talking about, Heracleopolis. So he was trying, that's his destination?
He
Yeah,
said
Heracleopolis.
south to it. He says he went on a journey south to it. He wasn't going to it. He's south to it. So he
Yeah, he
goes
never
further.
reached it. But I'm asking, like, if I'm saying I'm about to go to LA, baby. LA is my destination, but on the way I could get robbed like someplace on the way. And I'm saying this was his final destination that he did not
I
reach.
don't agree.
Oh, what do you think?
Right. He went on a journey south to. So wherever Heracleopolis is, right? He where he wants to go is south of that.
Oh,
So
well, that could be true. But
that's
this
what it
this
says.
R right here sometimes is it is directional, and it appears that after this it might be the destination. So let's look. So they say two as in spatial, right? So it definitely is a traveling to, and then it seems like it's just southward to, and then this is where it's to, it appears. Not beyond that, but that could be that too. I'm not harshing that. That's just what it seems like it shows. But let's look at what it says next. And then he reached the district. So whether even if he wanted to go here or beyond here, that's fine. It says then he reached the district of the area of Perfifi, north of Mehedet. But this is my point. He lived in Lower Egypt, and he wanted to go to Upper Egypt. Whether we pinpoint the exact place, it never matters because it appears that Upper Egypt does have
Well,
our contingency.
we don't know where the original black city is.
Yeah.
Right? Kemet. So right now it seems that he's going to the black town, black city. He's just because everywhere he is in what we call Kemet. So he's going to a particular place, and we have the opportunity to find out where his journey path is. So we know it's south to Heracleopolis, and then he reached the district of Perfetti north of Medinet. So where's Medinet? Does Medinet show up on the map? Because that's when he's
They said 22nd known. So when I went to the 22nd known, they're giving us Dashir. Notice they didn't put it by another name here. You see that right there?
Wait, can you move the mouse so I can see?
Oh yeah, right there. Dashir.
Okay.
It's in blue.
Right.
So now
Okay.
think about it. They say to me it reads like he wanted to get here, but when he gets to this area right here, they start talking about him getting robbed. Now he could have still wanted to go lower than this, but the fact is the black land I'm talking about is encompassed with this Lower Egypt. As he up here in this other land, he like, nah, baby, I'm going to the land of the blacks. How about that? Feel me? And he come down here. Now he could have wanted to keep going. And I don't even think he ever reached there. But this is saying he want to go down to Kemet. So they got
Yeah, he want to go further. So where you're saying, I'm saying he wanted to go further. So go to where Heracleopolis is, where Nini, right to the left, no,
I'm gonna
to
make the
left.
map smaller.
Okay.
Now Heracleopolis is still at the top, right here. So
I'm
saying a whole big circle right here. Yeah,
right. So
could be
you wanted to go,
Kemet.
right. So somewhere in there. Wait, slow it
So you
down.
think
So
it's just one individual, bam, like he be there and he at Kemet?
no, he says south of Heracleopolis, what you got highlighted. So somewhere south of that is the area which they're calling the Black City, Black Town.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, no, wait, because you don't agree. Um,
Well, I think that is indicative of starting right here. Nothing lets us know how far down it would go. If you know what I'm saying. And
he
so he
says
said,
south to it. He says south to it.
yeah, but he didn't say south of it. If he's right here and he want to go upstream, he going upstream. That would qualify, and then he get robbed in the 22nd known. You feel me? But the only thing I'm thinking is, if you lived in the Wadi Natron, he wouldn't have took a desertous path. But I guess not. So that's another indication. Reggie, trip off this. Since he didn't take a desertous path, because he got robbed right here, right? Which let us know
Oh,
he didn't feel like he was in the black land yet, bruh.
that's the red land.
No, but I'm saying the sheer he was along the Nile in his
Yeah.
trek, because the 22nd known ain't into the desert. See what I mean? Like, say if y'all see my mouth, say if he was in Wadi Natron and he just went like that way to get there, he wouldn't
No, he
even
wouldn't have went that
encountered these
way.
gnomes.
He would have went through the town. He would have went possibly through the towns or a road that we don't, a tributary, a road that may have not been there. But we know where he goes, where he starts from, and then either he follows the coast of the Nile
Mm-hmm.
or some
But he
towns.
still wasn't in the black land yet to him. That's my point. You see what I
No,
mean? So let's just think of how we would do it. If we was in the Wadi Nahum, we'd probably go closer to a source of water, then start going down, right? Or is we gonna go through the desert? I'm gonna say, nah, let's go east first and then go down. He got robbed in Dashur here. So that means, and Km.t, who robbed him, was on the banks of the Nile. Oh, that's checkmate. Let's go read the robbery. Oh, it's so much checkmates in
In
this
fact,
story.
yeah, because he gonna say where he went to. I
Read it
thought
right there.
when we
Look, you
read it
see that?
last time, I thought he said he went to Heracleopolis
Well,
and
read it
then
off
went
from
back
right there.
up
It's
to
right
get
there.
something.
It's
Yeah.
right there. Look, if you want, if you will, look.
Oh yeah, let me I forgot that.
Heracleopolis.
Then this countryman went on a journey south to Heracleopolis, Magna, and Asia. And then he reached the district area of Perfifi, north of Medinet. So he reached Perfifi.
North of
Where
Mehadet.
and
So Mehadet was the 22nd known. So it's north of that he reached
that's right.
on his way south.
A man, yeah. So yeah, you're right. He met a man of rank standing on the embankment whose name was Nemti
Now,
Naket.
right there, kill him. The embankment is the embankment part between the water and the embankment of the river. Let's look.
Yeah.
The dam, the shore, or the quarry. See, that's where he was standing. So that means on his way down to the black land, he had already went into the areas that got fertile now silt. Damn, that's beating the brakes off him. He wasn't in the black land yet. See, but he was in the areas where they already have fertile now silt, but he wasn't in the black land yet.
Yeah. Yeah, brother. When the fair Heru, you see the same thing I said with the Gera, but we looked it up and it was the Greek version.
Yeah, it was the
It
late
wasn't the one with the
kingdom
night.
version. Yeah. So am I saying that wrong, Reggie?
No, you correct, man.
Mm-hmm.
He met a man standing on the embankment. We clicked the embankment. It said the shore. If we keep reading, they're going to be talking about how the water of the embankment was all up in dude's house damn near. He met a man of rank standing on the embankment whose name was Km.t. He was the son of a man of rank named Isri. He was a servant of the head of the domain of Rensi, the son of Maru. Now, this Km.t naked, when he saw this countryman's donkeys, which pleased his heart, he said, if only I had some magical item that I could use to steal the things of steal this countryman's things. Now you have to know that this house of Km.t naked, they say Km.t night, but they messed that up, was on or above the landing site of the neighborhood. Again, that's the canals, the landing site. Look, the bank. So his house was above the bank of the neighborhood. So, I mean, this story is the ultimate checkmate for people who want you to think Kemet was the entire land and not one specific region where you could get robbed. I'm just playing. Now I said it was tight, but for real, it was a tight landing spot. It wasn't wide landing spot. It was only the width of an apron. On one side was underwater, checkmate. I told you that his house was on the embankment and he had like a waterfront property. Look, one side was underwater and the other under barley. But notice this, he ain't even in Kemet yet. Damn. That's beating the brakes off the fact that you think this floodplain creates the name of something called Kemet.
Not even. It's not even. So they didn't do their homework. That whole squad just didn't do their homework. What they did is just look at a word and try to say if the word is riparian without looking at the geography or the philology. Worse. They're the worst. They're absolutely worse.
So he ain't in Kemet yet, but he all in the black soil. So y'all
Right.
telling me that this soil that on the one side that was underwater, what color was that? See, they messed up. He all in the areas of the black soil. He ain't in Kemet yet.
True.
See,
True.
This story
So,
hella good.
but it
and
also
it's the ultimate clickback when you bring up that text because it has all the elements right there.
well, it beats up the whole concept of black land. It beats that up, right? Because now we know that he's going to a black city or a black community, a town called Kemet, which is with the Newitt sound. So he's going to a black community. He's not going to black land. So this story beats up the black land concept.
Yes, definitely must have been named after the people themselves. And other than the big black, which is the water, which you know, we got the attestations for that. It would that would be the only thing that alludes to it aside from the people. So yeah,
Well, we have the other story in Merikari where he's building a district called Kimway, right? In this the Nini Nasut. He's building a district because he's the defender at this time. At this time, this is in the intermediate period, right? Well, roughly when we find out where the king is, right? But this is not a how can I say well, we'll find out who the king is, right? But this period seems to be 11th dynasty period. So Egypt is not reunited; it's still in some type of dispute. Am I wrong?
nope, definitely dead on with that.
So
Right on.
That's why I'm trying to. So now, when he's calling it Kim where what or when he's calling it what'd you say he was calling it Kim
Kimwe.
So he's calling it Kim We. Is he saying that that's the name of the land, or is he saying that the land is derived from the name? Like, what is the sentence he uses?
He's creating a community called Kimwe.
So that's the people again.
Well, yeah. Well, 1 second. Sorry, I got a
Done.
call.
It's
Oh,
all
go ahead,
good.
say. So everything we find concerning this is pointing to the people as opposed to the land. When we get it for The land is referring to the black waters. It calls the water the big black.
Maybe
When
we
we
should
get
beat
it
the brakes
for
on. Oh,
the,
I didn't, go ahead.
Well,
oh no, you're right.
you're gonna look. So
When they
there's the
give it
Bitter
for the
Lakes.
nature, oh, go ahead.
There's several places. So there's the Bitter Lakes, right? So there's two areas,
That's the
right?
water.
There's
Yeah.
the Bitter Lakes, and then there's a Threebus. Two different areas. So that I just wanted to point that out.
I'm
That
about
there
to
are
go ahead.
So
Two different
what we're
areas.
looking at is every time we use the instance of the Kemet, is generally pointing to the people as the reasoning, or it's pointing to a nature as the reasoning. We have yet to find it pointing directly to the soil itself.
right, but we're in a very interesting period because this is the first time that we actually see Kemet. See, do you understand where we are right now?
Yep.
This is the first time that we actually see this territory called Kemet in the history, right? Before, it's not a place name. Now the eloquent peasant supplies us with a place name, a community called Kemet, before the whole country is united. So the whole country is not called Kemet yet, right? We're looking at a peculiar time period.
Yo, am I online still? My internet said I ain't online.
Yeah, you good. You
Well,
straight.
something happening over here though.
Nah, you good. And Black Raven just sent you $50.
Oh, Black Raven, thanks for the contribution to the channel.
Keep
I
breaking it down.
appreciate that.
Say,
Oh, y'all keep going. I just thought I thought my
So-
computer was telling me I'm not online.
No, you're loud and clear, crystal clear. So we're in a peculiar period of time where there's not a pharaoh that controls, Kemet is not united. There's still this is still a period on Tefi somewhere around here, right? The Thebians are still around here, and the Nini Nasut, well, these groups of people, the Keti people, the Keti family. So it's three major groups. So Kemet at this point is not, it's just a place name for a particular small city.
I didn't even see something going on with the Zoom that until I go to my other monitor, I can't see the people entering. Now we have a treat on the screen, and I'm gonna do a whole show on this treat we have here. But this is a treat since they want to talk about the experts. First of all, they might know some experts, but don't know experts know them. Okay? They might go refer to some experts in their field, but they don't know no experts that regard them experts in their own field. Meaning if you do credit repair, show me who said you the credit repair expert. See? In your field, that don't do that. But when we go reach out to the scholars, they might help us out because they already know you. So they like, oh man, you hit me up, check this out. Kill them with this. Now I just shared this article in the back chat. And it is called by the brother Jeremy Pope, The Invention of the Ethiopian Antecedent. Because they say the scholars don't agree with us, right? And you need some type of a peer review, all this, right? So that's what we got. And they are dead. They did. 35-page document of which they get their hands put on. So let's dive into it. Anybody want to say something before we dive into this? I see we got Chris and we got good brother Eddie in the building. Shout out to you, Eddie. Thanks for your resilience.
Peace, man.
You feel
Peace.
me?
what up, brother King?
Peace to the room. Peace.
Eddie is the king, baby.
Hey Eddie, you could do us the you want to do us the knowledge on this abstract real quick?
Now go ahead. I'm trying. I'm just
I'm just trying to put the reading on somebody else because anybody else want to read? If y'all don't mind.
Yeah, we can do it. Let's run it.
Why not?
See, abstract. During the 1st century BCE, Diodorus Siculus reported, claims of an Ethiopian origin. Hold on, let me go on to the
Do I need to
Zoom.
make it
I'm over
bigger?
here
Let me
on the
know.
damn YouTube. I'm like, it moved up late.
Oh no, no, I just had it on. I don't know.
Oh, I'm like, yo, origin for Egyptian civilization. This theory of Ethiopian antecedents was then repeatedly invoked by numerous ancient, medieval, and modern authors for the next 2 millennia until the middle of the 19th century Common Era, when Egyptologists drew its premise into question. For the non-specialist reader, this article will include a brief epilogue summarizing current research on the earliest relations between Egypt and its neighbors to the south. That would be the Nahesi, the Nubians, right? Yeah. Or who you'll call Nubians. Yet this study will not treat Diodorus as a source for prehistory, exploring instead some Memnon historical questions about his account that have received less attention in the published literature. When was the theory of Ethiopian antecedents invented? By whom? And upon what grounds was it advanced and accepted during antiquity? In Book 3 of his Bibliotheca Historica, the Greek author Diodorus Siculus turned his attention to the lands and peoples south of Egypt. Sections 3.2 and 3.3 of that work will be the focus of this study. Now, they relate that all of the people, the Ethiopians, were the earliest, and say that the proofs of this are clear, that they did not arrive as immigrants, but are the natives of the country, as we've all pointed out, and therefore rightly are called auto indigenous.
Autonomous. I forgot how to say that
Auto
word. But yeah, well, so
is
I'll look it
almost
up.
universally accepted. Is universe. So hold up, we got to read that again, right? You understand what this guy just said? He said they did not arrive as immigrants. He's talking about the Nahesi, the Nubians, the people south of Egypt. He says, now they relate that all of the people, the Ethiopians, were the earliest, and say the proofs of this are clear, that they did not arrive as immigrants, but are the natives of the country, and therefore rightly are called autochthonous, is almost universally accepted. So that's the consensus. Now, that those who live in the South are likely to be the first engendered by the earth is obvious to all. They further say that it was among them that the people first were taught to honor the gods and offer sacrifices and arrange processions and festivals and perform other things by which people honor the divine. For this reason, their piety is famous among all men, and the sacrifices among the Ethiopians are believed to be particularly pleasing to the divinity. They also say that their righteousness towards the divine has clearly earned them the favor of the gods, since they have never experienced domination from abroad. They hadn't been conquered. They say that the Egyptians are settlers from among themselves, that Osiris was the leader of the settlement. They say that the whole of what is now Egypt was not a there it is, Ethiopia, Upper Nubia, Kush. You see where it's coming from. Country, but a sea at the time when the world was first formed. This is when I was talking about the flood story to you all the other day. The customs of the Egyptians, they say, are for the most part Ethiopian. So basically, they're of Nubian origin. The settlers having preserved their old traditions, for to consider the kings gods, to pay great attention to funeral rites, and many other such things are Ethiopian practices, and also the style of their statues and the form of their writing are Ethiopian. Now they're talking about the Nahesi. Me and Smash, what up, brother Chris? Me and Smash and Saber Reggie and Chris have all pointed out before that Nubians were the translator of all the languages, and sometimes the Egyptians didn't understand. And they're talking about the Ethiopians, which we had to show Garfield on the show a while back, that Greeks considered everything that wasn't Egyptian Ethiopian, which is obviously in this case, not Ethiopian, but Nehesi people.
Well, hold on, brother. I just hate to be the argumentative brother on the panel all the time, but okay,
Let's fight.
so
Come on.
but the word Nubian is Greek.
Nehesi is not.
I'm not talking about Nehesi. Just follow me with my argument. The word Nubian is Greek, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It may be, but why
Okay,
wouldn't you address Nehesi?
Therefore,
Why wouldn't you address Nehesi?
let me finish the argument, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
The argument. So therefore, if you're saying that the Greeks consider everything under Egypt Ethiopian, then how is there a word Nubian?
Because they considered everyone who wasn't Egyptian, everyone who at that time wasn't considered a Kememu or a Remech from Kemet or from Taseti to be an Ethiopian. That's the term that they put on them. But Ethiopia as a term is not old as the term Nehesi. So they mispropagate the people. Well, let me finish. Let me finish, Brother King. All right. So they're trying to tell you that they thought everything that wasn't from the place that you call Egypt was an Ethiopian on that land. But in actuality, the term for those people that were there that they called Ethiopian or Nubian is Nehesi. Go ahead.
You can also see
let's keep it going.
So there's no distinction between a Nubian and a Ethiopian according to Greeks, according to their definitions of the words Nubian.
Exactly.
There is no. So Nubian means burnt face or dark face.
Well, Nubia was more geographical. So Nubian
and that
was
map,
more
and
geographical.
that map where it showed Ethiopia right there. I have a map that shows Ethiopia listed under Meroe.
That's fine. All right, let's continue.
That's south of Egypt, right?
That's south, yeah, but
okay. So
that's that map I provided.
That's what he said.
he just
you know what's happening here.
Yeah.
Okay. In this context, he's reading from basically the Greek accounts, so they have not used the word Nubian. So at this point, we should not use the word Nubian.
Yeah. Thank you, Reggie. And really, real quick, before we start turning the show into this, let's let him continue reading because he don't just got one source on this. This article beat the brakes off of everybody. So if you don't mind, then we could do that after we get the information out.
Let's get it in. Did Chris want to add something before I continue?
Nah, just listening. Let you finish.
What up, Chris?
What's up, though? Peace.
Diodorus' account from the 1st century BCE remains to this day the earliest known text that explicitly proposed that ancient Egypt's original inhabitants and culture derived from Ethiopia. Yet Diodorus would not be the last author to entertain this theory of Ethiopian antecedents or to be influenced by its assumptions. Less than a century after Diodorus published his account, even the Egyptian priest Karaman did not contest the assumed Ethiopian origin of Egypt's hieroglyphic writing system. So now we got an actual Egyptian priest agreeing with him.
And a PhD scholar.
Yeah.
Since the experts don't agree with us. These dudes dead, but keep going.
Double smack. By the next generation, Ethiopia was evidently regarded by some in the Mediterranean world as the fount of Egypt's religion. The Roman satirist Juvenal ridiculed the superstitious woman who would bring back water fetched from sweltering Merowe. Going to Merowe, you just asked about it, brother. The Ethiopian capital to sprinkle in Isis's temple. So she was going all the way down to Merowe to come back to Isis's temple in Rome.
To get some holy water, huh? He went all the way to Merowe to get some water to sprinkle on Isis's temple. Damn. In Rome? Wow. Keep going.
Yeah. At the campus Meridius in Rome. His Greek successor, Lucian, claimed of astrology that it was the Ethiopians that first delivered this doctrine unto men, and then transmitted their doctrine incomplete to the Egyptians, their neighbors. Lucian's contemporary Apuleius of Roman North Africa mentioned the Ethiopians before the Egyptians as peoples who excelled through having the original doctrine of Isis. Another contemporary pseudo-Apollodorus wrote that he, mythic hero Eumolpus, had been raised in Ethiopia, married an Ethiopian princess, and then settled in Greece as one of the first priests of Isis, aka Demeter, for the Greek goddess. A century later, the Greek sophist Philostratus asserted that the Ethiopian sages surpassed the Egyptians in wisdom, and multilingual papyri encouraged the residents of Roman Egypt to invoke Osiris, the Cushite, and Amun. Let me read that again so y'all heard that. The residents of Roman Egypt to invoke Osiris, the Cushite.
So hold on. This is beating the brakes off of them. In quotes, Osiris the Cushite. Okay, I just had to put some ad libs in. Go ahead.
And Amun, this lofty male, this male of Cush, who came down from Meroe to Egypt. So now we got Asar from Cush, and we have Amun from from Cush, who they called, who said they said he came from Meroe to Egypt. And also to recite Isis's spell in the language of Cush, directly associating the Asarian Ammonite and Isaic cults with Ethiopia's Cushite state. By the mid-4th century Common Era, the Greek novelist Heliodorus of Emsa portrayed an Egyptian priest achieving the apotheosis of the wisdom of Egypt only after traveling as far as the land of the Ethiopians, and thereby supplementing it with the wisdom of Ethiopia and the narrative's Ethiopian king. Hidaspes instructed the Egyptian priest, all these things of which you speak so proudly belong not to Egypt, but to Ethiopia, the mother of your gods. This priest went down to Egypt and said, "You got it from Nubia."
Bro. We gotta some of these punchlines. We gotta kick in on these punchlines for a minute. So this Egyptian priest, the Ethiopian king, Hidaspes or whatever, instructed the Egyptian priest. He got at the Egyptian priest like, look, man, all of these things which you speak of so proudly belong not to Egypt, but to Ethiopia, the mother of your gods. Don't he sound like Dr. Ben?
Wow. What a barn dog, my brother. Man, sound just like Dr. Ben, or Ashraf Kwesi, or Mfudishi Jehutimus, or, come on, Saber Reggie, John Henry Clark. This is where they got the information from. We just making it clear for the new generation. Each generation. Okay, this ancient theory of Ethiopian antecedents survived in multiple iterations across the medieval and early modern eras. But by the 19th century CE, the growth of European empires had transformed its interpretation in at least two fundamental ways. Firstly, global disparities in wealth, military power, and political influence generated by merchant and industrial capitalism served to weaponize antiquity as historical precedent, so that ancient Greek and Latin descriptions of Ethiopia and Egypt were increasingly pressed into both justification and critique of modern racialized labor hierarchies resulting from the transatlantic slave trade and from European colonization of the so-called global South. So they just explained the argument that most of us have been having recently. and they try to say that it was the trans-Saharan, but Secondly, even before the establishment of the Anglo-Egyptian condominium in Sudan, Turco-Egyptian reconnaissance and then conquest of that country provided European travelers with greater access to the Nubian region, enabling them to check classical and biblical descriptions of Ethiopia and Egypt against their own firsthand observation. In other words, they were traveling from Europe all the way to Nubia, like going to take a tour with Saber Reggie. Make sure you do that because it's absolutely awesome. In fact, as I read, me, you, and Smash, and Chris, you should be down there as well. We should all, Eddie, you should come as well. But Chris, we should all go down there and we should just read the Medu Necha for the people, and we should just line it up and break it down. Saber, you should plan a day for that sometime this year, and we should make it an annual thing.
I'm game.
All right. Smash, you where?
I'm going right there.
He down.
Yeah.
Saber, make it happen. All right. During a trip through Lower Nubia in 1819, Francois Sheraton-Gaou supplemented the ancient Greek and Latin sources with an expectation of his own. He assumed that Ethiopia's alleged cultural primacy would necessarily have left across the modern Nubian landscape ruins of the earliest stone architecture ever constructed by humankind. So they're saying that the Nubians had the earliest architecture of humankind. Gaou's presumption set the terms under which Ethiopian antecedents would be promoted by George Waddington, Bernard Hanbury, Michael Russell, and George Hoskins, and then disputed by Richard Lepsius. In 1844, Lepsius compared Manetho's king list to the inscribed architecture of Sudanese Nubia and discovered that none of those monuments predated Egypt's earliest documented pharaohs. Moreover, one of the royal tombs at Merowe, previously supposed by Hoskins to be older than Manetho's first dynasty, had subsequently been found to contain unmistakable Greco-Roman imports within a sealed context. Lepsius concluded from this evidence that the theory of Ethiopian antecedents had been a complete misunderstanding on the part of the ancients, which makes no sense. They about to bust
That's why he's
Lepsius
breaking this shit down.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In the decades that followed Lepsius' intervention, Greek and Latin claims for Ethiopian antecedents quickly receded from public discussion. So they took his discussions that he just mentioned above.
Lepsius. I told him, didn't we say it was Carl Richard Lepsius or Richard that made this so they gave him the right to dig up all the A group, the B group, the C group, and he the one who changed everything. Everybody prior to them was saying it was all Ethiopian. But he gonna address it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. As archaeological evidence began to accumulate from excavations in Egypt and Sudan, scholars could no longer justify their predecessors' reliance upon classical testimony for the reconstruction of much early millennia. In addition, by the middle of the 20th century, scholars across multiple disciplines began to explain cultural change as the result of internal social societal processes rather than as product of the external stimuli of immigration and hyperdiffusion promoted by earlier archaeologists and by many ancient Greek and Latin authors. So what they're saying is that the archaeological evidence pointed against Lepsius, who was trying to say that Asiatics came in and built this. Petrie, when he says, oh, this sixth race brought this in and taught they're saying no. It clearly, the archaeological evidence pointed that it came from the south and that it went down north. Diodorus Book 3 was consequently marginalized as an unreliable account of Ethiopian and Egyptian prehistory. Yet, there are more productive ways to assess Diodorus in his own historical context, which means Diodorus was on point. These cats was trying to front on him. No, he can't be marginalized. The next three sections will not attempt to determine whether or not Diodorus' ideas about earlier millennia were correct as judged against the methods and evidence available to us today in the 21st century Common Era. Instead, our analysis here will focus upon how a first century BCE author writing in Greek, Theodorus Siculus, came to articulate and popularize a theory treating such distant epochs of the Ethiopian and Egyptian past. How did he do it? Because he knew he was right.
Exactly.
This approach requires this is how y'all should be reading and understanding this. That's why we're giving the ad-libs right now. This approach requires that we read Diodorus Book 3 in pursuit not of prehistory, but of Menom history. When was the theory of Ethiopian antecedent invented? By whom and upon what grounds was it advanced and accepted during antiquity?
Let me see.
Somebody take over.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It says, Diodorus sources. For the benefit of the non-specialist reader, one point should be immediately clarified. There are no compelling reasons to suppose that the theory of Ethiopian antecedents would have been a product of Diodorus' own imagination. You feel me? Despite explaining the theory in detail, Diodorus never explicitly endorsed it, and in other passages of the Bibliotheca Historica, he reported without criticism that the Egyptians have an account like this. When in the beginning of the universe came into being, when men first came into existence in Egypt, they said that they are the earliest of all men and the first people among whom philosophy and the exact sciences of the stars were discovered. Let me see. That it was they who first discovered writing and also observed the stars, who also discovered the basic principles of geometry and most of the arts and established the best laws. Now he says, the apparent contradictions between Book 1 and 3 is in keeping with Diodorus' stated research philosophy to record similarly what each nation has to say concerning its antiquity. Moreover, Diodorus closed his Ethiopian ethnography with the clear delineation of his choice sources for that material. Concerning the historians, we must distinguish amongst all of them to the effect that many have composed works on both Egypt and Ethiopia, of whom some have given credence to false reports and others have invented many tales out of their own minds for the delectation of their readers. Delectation, what I say? Anyway, of their reasons, and may justifiably be distrusted. So he even speaking on that. And he like, man, hell of these people made stuff up. He says, Agath Archidus of Snidus or whatever. However, in book 2, Sanitas, okay. However, in book 2 of his History of Asia, and the geographer writer Artemidorus of Ephesus or whatever. Ephesus. Oh, I don't see no N. Ephesus, whatever. Whatever. In his book 8 and some others settled in Egypt have investigated most of what I have written above and have hit the mark on almost everything. For I have also myself talked to many other priests during the time I visited Egypt and came into conversation with none of the few representatives with not a few representatives who were present there from Ethiopia. He came into conversation with not a few. What does that mean? A lot? He says, I visited Egypt.
I also myself talked to many of the priests during the time I visited Egypt and came into conversation with not a few representatives who were present there from so he's talking to people who weren't even present from Ethiopia. He's talking to foreigners who were there, as opposed to Ethiopians.
When he says, I visited Egypt and came into conversation with not a few representatives who were present there from Ethiopia. So these representatives were present in Egypt from Ethiopia, but he said not a few. So does that mean a lot or a little?
Yeah, he must have been talking to a lot of them.
What do y'all think? Do that mean a lot or a little? Not a few. I came into conversation with not a few representatives. Anyone?
I think it's a lot of them.
Yeah,
Because
a
when
lot,
he
not a
goes
few.
on,
Yeah, but a lot.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was a lot. So it was a lot of representatives who were present from Ethiopia in Egypt when he visited. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't reading that wrong. It said, it
So-
is on the basis of my careful questioning of these men and of my scrutiny of the writings of the historians that I have written this account in conformity with those in close agreement. So he's saying, I didn't make this up. Now, nevertheless, the attribution of the
Ethiopians.
Ethiopian Archaeologica in Book 3, 2 and 3 of the sources named by Diodorus in Book 3:11 is complicated by the penchant for penchant, whatever.
Penchant for using verbs, yeah.
All right, there you go. Penchant for using verbs with unnamed subjects, especially a Greek word, they say. Across the past 6 centuries of modern translations and commentary, this ambiguity has yielded 3 competing judgments of Diodorus' Ethiopian discussion. One, that these passages express mostly Greek views of Ethiopia held by who is that?
Let's say
Agararchius.
Goddamn name too long.
Agararchides.
Artemidorus.
And Artemidorus and Diodorus, that the whole was instead reported by the representatives from Ethiopia, either to Agararchides in the 2nd century BC, or directly to Diodorus himself in the 1st century BC, or 3, that Book 3, 2, and 3 combine substantial portions both from Greek authors and from Ethiopian representatives in a manner that can be carefully parsed by the historian through source criticism. All right. The judgment that Diodorus' Book 3, 2, and 3 was mostly an expression of Greek views is supported by several considerations. First, largely passages elsewhere in the same book, 3, 12, and 18, match both the wording and sequence of Agararchides. I'm gonna Google how to say his name if it keep appearing so much. Let me see.
Agarthachides. It's gonna say something like that.
Yeah, they're gonna say
Agarthachides.
Agarthachides. Yep, that's how they're gonna be like that. Let's see. I want to see if I can find one that say it. Here we go.
Agatharchides of Nidus degree.
Oh, Agatharchides.
Yeah.
Agatharchides. Okay.
Sanitas.
All right, Agatharchides. All right. So a sequence of Agatharchides on the. Oh, I'm gonna have to look everything up on the Eritrean Sea, right?
Basically, Eritrean. Yeah.
Was that the same sea?
Yeah, that's why I say it's the same thing.
Yeah. As opposed to open attribution of Pontius.
Photius Codex 250 from the 9th century. See, I got you. Comment error. Clearly indicating that Diodorus claimed access to the works of Agatharchides in 3:11.2, that's his book, was no empty boast. Secondly, the wording of 3.2 suggests Diodorus' consultation of the research of other authors and his confidence that a Greek audience had already accepted many of the assertions, almost universally accepted, obvious to all, famous among all men. Thirdly, Diodorus in 3.2 through 3 is redolent of typically Greek ideas from the pre-Socratic assumption that life began through the combination of heat and moisture. In 3.21, these are his book chapters, by the way, for y'all who don't know, to the Herodotean argument that Egypt was first formed by an accumulation of Nile silt. So he's arguing against the Nile silt also.
Well, no, but hold on. But now it's good that he pointed out that it is a Herodotean argument that he's saying, at least to the Herodotean argument that Egypt was first formed by the accumulation of Nile silt. I don't argue against that. I'm not against. I know that the silt is important. I don't want people to confuse that. I'm saying a prehistoric people would have not known of all of the products that was inside of the water that was making it so life-giving, and they just would attribute it to the water as we find. So sometimes when I form these arguments, people try to make them more rigid and less inclusive. acting like I'm saying every single person in Egypt was black over 3,000 years. I never said nothing so crazy. I only speak towards the exclusion of the pre-dynastic and the proto-dynastic and even some of the contingency of people who were there throughout time that was calling themselves black. Hey, as a matter of fact, Pepe, Reggie just found Ptah Pu Kim. Ptah that is black. And so I'm gonna let us continue here.
And I don't doubt, you know, we should, so just so we could break the monotony real quick and
Oh, we don't have to read this whole thing actually because this shit is 36 pages. But I just wanted to put people on a path and showing that there is work doing this and showing that this Ethiopian antecedent is a fact. Is a fact, basically. Not
It's
is
coming.
in fact. Yeah.
Y'all better lay down somewhere. It's coming. The whooping is coming. I would say, but just so we can break it,
how does everybody feel? For me, I think that black land, yes, but due to other reasons, and I believe it would be pointing towards the people, which has been our struggle in the first place, to point towards the people. I think the land itself, because I've seen it and it produces that black mud and it produces like a black soil, which is the fertile portion. I believe that's part of it. But the silt itself, I don't know if it's because of the silt.
Well,
It looks like whatever's in that water washes up on shore. And when it does, you can see because that's where the crops and stuff are harvested. So my partner is a farmer.
These
So when they're
accounts.
out,
Go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my partners, when the flood comes, you can you'll watch them go out there and you can watch like it leaves like a hole, but it's black. And then when you're in the desert area, it's not like a reddish or like it's not undistinguished, it's black. So you're not gonna be, it looks like you mind if I share my screen?
Not at all. Let me see.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna show you I put it in my book, a picture.
Oh, I'm about to put my book up too. Shout out to everybody who got that. I just gotta keep on keeping on, making sure y'all know we have a tangible way to support this. But keep going.
I'm gonna pull this up. It's a picture in my book of why we call Egypt the Black Land, and I didn't go fully in with the people argument because I figured Saber, Reggie, or you was going to do it, and you pretty much did.
But no, I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to just stay on. Okay. So just after you read this show in this year is the time for the people who say that it means the black silt to bring forth their primary accounts. That's all I'm saying. And so we're going to dig through it and make sure we can get to the bottom of it too. But go right ahead.
So I want y'all to see that right there. Here's the water. This is the Happy River. This is the Nile. These are the crops it produces. You see a farmer tilled this here. And here's the land. It gets really black. And it's not even, because when it's dry, it's not even, don't even feel like a mud, right? It's just really, really black. So this would be the soil that they're talking about, as opposed to this up here, which is brownish, right? It doesn't look like this at first. It looks like this. And so you can see the distinguishing portions of it. In fact, when you go to the desert area, it looks like this. So if you know, if y'all take a trip out there, if y'all want to go, we take you out there. This is what it looks like. And so you can always see the distinction and the difference when they're saying it. Now, the question of what we're talking about, which obviously we've covered and uncovered concerning, does that mean that they were talking about the black land? I just put it in the pyramid text. I only grabbed from the primaries. They talk about Asar being the great black, and they refer to him as the land. but they also refer to the lake as the Great Black. So you know, and then they have the Tsar's house, which is right after they put Kim Ware in the sentence, which is in there too.
Corey said Reggie never bought one of your albums, but I did. Corey said Reggie never bought one of your books, but I did. I don't know why the attacks on Reggie, Corey, but I definitely, it flatters me that I even had your support. Not on the book, because I kind of expect that from y'all, but on the albums, that right there is a strong one. So I appreciate you for that. Nevertheless, that has nothing to do with the fact you came on the show and made allegations towards the brother that were not true. Even though you apologize for that, you feel me? So I don't know what you're speaking towards when you compare your support for me towards Reggie. I'm trying to see why you doing that. Like, y'all ain't pitted against each other. But I do appreciate that support. Shout out to you, Corey.
Big up, Corey. You caught that L the other night. Did you get that information yet? Did you get that video yet?
No, he came back and apologized. But you wasn't there, but he apologized and said he was wrong for making accusations at you like that.
Because I wasn't even done showing the degrees. I was going to show you another one, brother. I got a lot of more. A lot. My man Corey. Let me shut up. Let me Chris, what's up?
So no, again, so where else do we look? What other terms should we scrutinize? What other lexical, like we could do a word search and see if Kemet appears. Now they did say that Kemet itself just means black silk. So I'm gonna go look at some Kemets to see if that could be true. Like, I mean, I ain't trying to be wrong, you feel me?
Hey, is it possible can we just pull up the actual text where you are claiming that it says that the people of Kemet are saying that they are calling Kemet the Black Land?
Yeah, we've seen it a few times. Reggie put it up, and we possibly will see some when we search Kemet right now. So basically, everything we're going to look at is text that say Kemet, that Egyptologists just translate to Egypt. And all we're going to do is look and see which one of these could be saying indeed the black soil and which one of these. Like this says black arable land. Let's go click it and say 2 times. So they're saying these 2 times they were actually talking about black arable land. But see, when you come into here, it could be contradicted. Because this say the leaders of the black lands and of the red lands. Now, by them saying that, what make us think that he's talking about agriculture or any? I mean, I'm saying, like, they say that this is, explain this to me, how this has to do with arable land.
Smash, am I sharing something or are you sharing something?
Oh, I don't know what y'all seeing.
Look like we looking at the TLA. Peace, everybody. What's going on?
Yeah, it's the TLA.
Hold on. Okay.
What's up, James?
I can't see the TLA. Okay, I can see it now.
Yeah, it's saying leaders of the black lands and of the red lands. So they're not talking about no grains of soil or mud or nothing like that. They talking about some humans that was the leaders of these lands.
All right, now,
it's crazy.
Now this word lands here, again, they just be expanding it.
So can we identify the lands? The locations of the lands?
We was trying to. The red land is a lot easier to identify than the black land.
But they should be so this is why I always say that it's in what we call in like Nubia, and it's the desert, the eastern desert, and in between the first and like the little 4th cataracts over there down in Nubia. I'm saying that's the area that I would contrast it to. Like where in the Nile Delta are we contrasting the black and the Deseret? Where's the Deseret? The Western Desert? Well,
the interior. See, that's a great question, because a lot of people think that contrast is not laid out how it's laid out. The majority of that contrast is interior, exterior, where the black lands is obviously more in the interior, right? And the exterior will represent more of like the desert. But what I'm starting to learn is we even got that circle drawn wrong. I think it shouldn't be like that. I think it should be circular. It's just like, you know how, I don't know if you ever seen the kids play Fortnite or if you played it yourself, but it got this on the map. There's a circle, and and the circle gets bigger and smaller, and that's what I think happened with Kemet. I think the circle was small at first, as indicated by that text we just was looking over, and over time, the circle of the area that we would call Kemet grew until now we know it as the whole nation. But we definitely could see it wasn't the whole nation at certain points. And this don't look like they saying he's the leader of the black soil.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So let's look at the next one. Here, these are the two that they say means alluvial land. It says, and for the ones who will protect this wording, which is recorded on the tablet of silver, be they Hittites, be they Egyptians. See? So be they Hittites, where did I say that at? I don't see Keta over here nowhere. Oh, Keta right here, look. Hittites, Ket, right? So be they from well, let's see how they really say, like Hittites or as Hittites. Let's see. That's just your AU. If he like a Hittite or if he is, why did they put M, and this M is the like M? This is the me, well, as, I guess. Hittite people. Exist in like Hittites, Mutu. What's this M2, y'all? What y'all got for this?
That's a late Egyptian rendition of a pronoun. So if you go back and look at it, that line down there, it says you, and they. Yeah, right there. Stop right there. Right. You, and they. So see, in late Egyptian, we use for they.
Okay.
The pronouns change a little bit. As, or in the capacity of, right? In predication, people.
People. Kemet, and this a pronoun for who? What though?
Again, we. That's a.
Another we.
Yeah. But you have to put the u on it. So it's to u.
M2U, yeah. Tim and that Tim is negation.
Yeah, Tim is negation.
Yeah. All right. So then they say Kim Kimu. Let's see what Kim Kimu means.
It's a verb.
That's they negating it with that. So let me see now. Tim is negation, but what they say here. They got two negations here. So I knew Tim was negation. So it's double. It's like double negative. You can't say that in English, but you can in Middle Nature. Okay, but all we was looking at is this. They translated this Egyptians. This is in the New Kingdom. The word is Kemet. So that means this Kemet would have to be. I don't mean it would have to have a people glyph, but it definitely don't. They ain't translating it as Egypt, as if it has the 049. You see what I mean? But this ain't alluvial land, basically. It says, be it the Hittites, be they Egyptians. It could say, be they Hittites, be they black people. But y'all,
it sound like Sonoran was right.
Now, but it ain't saying that, I don't think. So, I mean, in my own opinion, but my opinion ain't no heavier than nobody else's here. So let's see this. We just looking over black lands and trying to see, okay, that one could say from the dirty soil. It says from or Egypt are the people. This is all broken up. So even if we click into it, we probably won't get much. The Nubians and the Magi retreat, scratched, and then it's scratched out. Then it has Egypt in parentheses. They don't even know if it's really there. If there's a Kim glyph before that T, they're questioning. But I just want to talk. I mean, I feel like I'm looking at this and I don't even want to. I just rather talk. I do have this one clip that I clipped last night. Let me see if I can play it.
Hey, Smash, why you do that? Can I share something that's a little different?
But yeah, you just go right ahead. But let me, you say you want to share something?
Yeah.
I'm just play this one clip and then I'm gonna stop sharing, and you can share after that if you don't mind.
I appreciate you, no doubt.
Also, this is where he said, this is a scholar last night I was watching, and he said,
the title Horus, and Horus at that time, and until latest time at the place of his old sanctuary in Edfu.
Yo, it ain't no
The
sound,
prehistoric
man.
capital from where the process of unification started was worshipped as a sun god.
Let's go back to here.
He wore the title Horus, and Horus at that time, and until latest time at the place of his old sanctuary in Edfu, the prehistoric capital from where the process of unification started, was...
what did he just say? At Edfu.
Oh, man.
Where the unification started. He just beat the brakes off him. Because that's under Thebes in the third nome of Egypt.
Come on with the nome map.
Yep,
man. We gotta go and look at that real quick. Right?
They be lying, and they was like, it started all up hella high. I said, no, we always tell y'all it started in the south. Now let's go to the nome map.
And then we'll replay it, and then so we can have the visualization.
Exactly.
Of what he's saying.
Now people about to see how far. It's only 2 nomes above Tasseti, y'all. All of this is in Sudanese Nubia. But they got checkmated because that's officially Sudanese. I said Sudanese. It's officially Egyptian Nubia. Look, Edfu, y'all can see that?
Yep, so it's under Heracleopolis.
Heracleopolis, right? And then it's, well, Thebes is right here. So the argument is that everything... the viceroy of Kush would have reign over everything. His domain started under Thebes, and he the viceroy of Kush. So I'm like, people need to understand how this went. But what he just told us is that the unification started right there, and that's Jan Osman.
So with Komombo is Tasseti, right?
Now Komombo is Nubet Tasseti. That's what I'm saying. And so he just beating the brakes
worse.
off.
Yo, because I was reading something last night, and yeah, the first nome is where Tasseti is at. So it's a wrap. That's their first nome right there.
Exactly.
Go back up to the top of that map.
I'm gonna let him say this again. Oh, I took it back too far. Hold on. I want him to say that one more time.
He wore the title Horus, and Horus at that time, and until latest time at the place of his old sanctuary in Edfu, the prehistoric capital from where the process of unification started, was worshipped as a sun god. Horus is a falcon, thus associated with the sky.
All right, so look, now let's go back to the map like you said and check out something else. Because the stories of Hori and Set is starting to tell us here. Now, the second nome, let's look at the name of the second nome. Dude, this shit about to be crazy. I always said the battle of Horus and Set was the unification, the battle between the second nome and the first nome. But he just helped me prove it. Look, what does the first nome say? Tasseti. We also know Set was involved with that, and I can show and prove it is a temple to Set in Komombo, and we know that already. But what's the second nome?
It says what's Horus.
See, they calling it Edfu right here, Behudet, but they gonna clearly show you right here that the second nome is what? The throne of Horus.
But
right?
You know why it helps that it say Behudet?
Pardon
because
me?
Harold Behudet is the one who went out to fight
Exactly.
Set in the myth.
So now I'm gonna show you a name of Edfu in the dictionary. You're gonna say, hell no. It's the name called Set with Pet or something, the place where the place where Set was stabbed. Literally. Edfu is the place where Set was stabbed. So now I'm like, okay, this is the throne of Horus. Set is under him. They talking about a fight that we don't understand as the battle between Horus and Set being a battle like this. And then Edfu is the place where Horus was stabbed. I mean, where Set was stabbed.
Did you say that backwards? Hold up, say that again.
No, he right.
Yeah, and you saying that because it's going that up south or something. The way you said there was.
Wait, what do you mean the way I said
right.
it? Like how?
Did you said it like Edfu was the throne of Horus instead of Koamba?
Yeah, Edfu is the throne of Horus. Let's just go to the left.
So where is the throne of?
Look, throne of Horus.
The reason why is because remember, Set gets rid of the Sar, so our Set flees to down north. Heru has to come back from the north to recapture the south. Now he's explaining the stabbing of Set, which you'll see in some of the older books like Gods of the Egyptians, where he have Set tied up, fettered, and he's got knives in him. Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to show the stab so y'all can see what I'm saying. And you're gonna see it's that same gnome called the stabbing of Seth. It's gonna be like, dang, this is crazy. So it's just more attestation that there's something else between this battle of Horus Seth, which is involved in the unification of the two lands. How do we know that furthermore? Because who won? Who are the first kings? Heru kings or Set kings? Think they was Heru kings, then we get the Set kings in the second or third dynasty. So that let us know that
it was Set kings, though.
Oh, okay.
that kind of threw me off. I'm kind of like thinking, wasn't it the Set? But no.
Well, we can look and see who. Somebody know that, but we can look.
We don't get time until we get the cattle count. But I believe the first kings are the Setian kings, because remember, Set starts in good myths.
All right, watch this. Watch this. First dynasty.
Now you got to go to Dynasty 0.
I know, but see, that's what I'm saying. So the only reason why I went to the first dynasty is because they say that this is after the unification, right?
Got you.
So I'm saying, that's all I was talking about. Y'all could be correct when y'all say that. Now all of these dudes is Horus kings. Look, Hor-Ah-Ah. So that's a Horus king. Now we know Narmer got two tribes of Heru with him. Now, dude, Jer got a Horus. See, all of these is Horus kings. Well, let's look at the top. Because is this a standard to Set or something else?
Set, yeah.
That do like a
Set is above both the Heru joints, but
yeah, he really is though. I mean, I would give this to some Set too. What would y'all any others who would say? They got Horus, they're Horus kings, but I see
they got
is
Set
that
on the standard. It could be. I don't know. You'd have probably got to look into it.
That could be too, because they got a Sar, and Anpu usurps a Sar, but Anpu is before Asar in history, but Asar becomes his father in the mythos.
So look, all of these dudes in the first dynasty appear to be having a Horus name. The Set kings don't got a Horus name. We're going to see that. Here go dude. Then he got his Horus falcon next to him. So I'm saying after the unification, it appears they won. Because the Horus dudes is now like this, everybody who a ruler is banging what they bang. Horus. Now watch how it changed when another family come in to rule.
Is Horus up into what, the sixth dynasty?
Nah, the second or third. Watch this. Let's go to the second. Second dynasty, excuse me.
They're not going to do the research to find where Set would be before, so we're going to agree and just say Horus right now.
Yeah, well,
they're not going to go where they got to go to
from
get.
a unification standpoint, that would be correct. But
this is
that?
Yeah.
Second dynasty is still a dynasty of a family of Horus kings, but let's look and see if it changed up within the family. Because there goes his second brother or whatever, a Horus king right there. Nebra. I don't see nothing on Ni-Nater.
All them is going to be Heru kings right there.
And then we might have to click into these people to see if they got Horus names. But I see a
I see Horus right there. They say Horus on that.
On which one you see?
You said no, go back. Go back.
Oh yeah.
Right there. See right
there.
No,
here it goes. Look, name connected to Seth.
Yeah.
Rather than the traditional Horus. So this is
that
the
might
first
be the
one
first cat right there.
Seeing. So this
they're not going to go back far enough to go actually find out the information on the Set kings. But I think it's the Set kings first, but we're going to agree with Horus. They're not going to go. You be talking to an Egyptologist in order to get that. And I got it, but they don't know.
Yeah,
So
they're
look
gonna
who we
set
got
right
on the top of his charrette.
right on the
Yeah,
top of the
set.
standard.
So I'm
Yeah,
saying
set.
this is an
I mean,
indication.
on top of the
It ain't Crip or Blood or nothing, but if we can't understand it, that's a way we could kind of look at different tribal indications. Like, yo, I rocked with them. And this the first time we see Set reappear in the kingship with Seth Purvisson. Now let's keep going because some others about to rock with Set too after him. Watch this. Now this third dynasty, if I ain't incorrect, is going to be the ones who injected in. Third dynasty. Now they about to be set it up, I think. Let's see. All right, Josher. I don't know about that. He must have a Heru name.
yeah,
Right.
there was another Horus name. Up
Yeah,
under
and there was a
him.
Horus name under him. So, I don't know. I definitely don't know about him having a set name.
There may be some back and forth going on.
But they were
Well,
if
the
the
beef was
family
with the
rings.
Asar clan.
He
when
gonna
the Set
do
clan-
Horus name. So now the Horus name gonna eventually not mean I'm down with these people no more. I mean, this is just
Yeah,
my theory.
He got it too.
Eventually, it's gonna just start meaning it's divine.
The whole thing.
Yeah, but in the beginning, it looked like it was indicative of I'm down with these, because even if you look at it like a god, if one was Yahweh and one was Allah, we could see how you got to take your pick and say, no, I'm a Horus king or I'm a Set king. But maybe I was wrong about what I said about the third dynasty. But I do know it's more than just that one purpose.
Yeah, they're gonna be going back and forth. I went through these type of lists before too, and I noticed that they go back and forth, and I didn't know why, but I noticed that they did that. No, as a matter of fact, it might have been when you hit us on to that what was that you was talking about, those standards, when you did that show on the standards. That's when I started to pay attention to what was on top of those standards.
Well, right now I only seen one Set king, and I know it's way more than that, so I'm not even gonna trip. Let me see if I could Google Egypt Set kings.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a ruler, in terms of who ruled a kingdom before, Set would be older, but in terms of Egypt, then it would be Heru.
Yeah. So that's easy. So I get what you're saying, but you saying because how do you explain that basically?
Because Set is a much older deity, and Set had his own kingdoms, two other nations, right? He had his own kingdoms before Heru was even,
exactly
popped out in the world.
And the story tells
so in the story, yes, exactly. See,
as the brother of his father, right? So if you're the brother of his father, you're already older.
And the story of Horus and Set, that's kind of what they were battling for, right? Because Set was basically pissed off that, man, Isis, why you helping your son? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take his ass out, and I'm gonna be the king. I'm gonna be the ruler.
And we see that play out in real life in kingships too. They'll kill brothers, sons,
nephews. They'll wipe them out.
Yeah, they'll wipe them out to make sure that they
Patrick did it.
Well, we also got to remember
that cheating.
Was it the 17th? What dynasty are the Seti kings? Because they definitely stepped up and was like, we own it like that. All them Setis.
Yeah,
end
of the 18th, beginning of the 19th. You see the Set kings, or the Set king, or kings. No, there were two. There was Seti 1 and Seti 2. But they were separated by some people. But yeah, that's 19th dynasty.
Oh, you going late? I thought you was talking about them early ones they found still.
Yeah, no, but I think what Smash is saying is which kings like just outright say, "Hey, look, I'm a Set king." And as far as
let me ask, aren't the Hyksos? Didn't they try to take on a lot of the Set?
The god Set, yeah.
But that's when Set became pejorative, kind of like a little bit.
So during that time, they tried to associate themselves with Set instead of Heru.
Well, I don't know if they associated themselves like they chose that, or if the people associated Set with them because of Isfet.
Right.
The people associated them, but they also would call their names Set and Apep. So they was naming themselves after these kings and okay with it. In the Smash is correct concerning the first dynasty. That's when you get the Heru kings. When we go into the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, which I'm not pulling up right now, they show that there was the Harun and Set clans, and then the Asar clan came about, and then they mentioned something the Asar clan did. The Set clan started to kill them off. The Harun clan helps them, and then they fight the Set clan and beat the Set clan, and then Harun clan becomes the dominant. And this is like pre-dynastic. So
Right.
All right.
Can y'all see my screen? Oh,
Not right now, but I'm about to take my screen off. But I'm just asking, has anybody have a stronger word that can lead us to attestations where they say, oh, the Black Silt, we're going to name our country?
Nope.
Chris.
That don't mean it ain't the reason.
Look.
That
Chris
don't mean it ain't
like
the
I
reason.
already looked, man. No.
But what I'm saying, we got to.
If he said it, it's gold, brother.
But
Chris says it's good.
But this is what I'm saying. I wouldn't take that to argue that lack of that's the lack of evidence argument. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean it still ain't the case. And so, but first I want to establish the lack of evidence. So then we got a question like I've been asking the Egyptologists, and I even trying to find it. Guess who don't even know where that started? ChatGPT don't even know where that started. I'm like, who was the first Egyptologist that ever said it's because of the Black Silt? He'd be like, I don't know.
Smash, I'm telling you, I clearly I haven't read everything, but stuff that I've looked at, yeah, again, aside from popular and YouTube classic videos in the literature and papers, I've never seen the Egyptologists amongst colleagues call it the black, the silt. I've never seen it reference to the silt like that.
I know, and and that's what I'm trying to show people too, because they had a big ass argument at the Cairo symposium, and none of those scholars would have dared to. They didn't mention the word silt. They was talking about Kemet. Dude, that word silt ain't in the book, bro.
But okay, we got that. Did it come from somebody in our community, or where did this come from?
No, it come from Egyptologists. But we need to like I know these claims, so I pinpointed
Egyptomania or something.
Yeah, I pinpointed Manetho with dynasty. That's the truth. That word wasn't in the ancient Egyptian lexicon. He said that. And so again, since we Eurocentric, we take what the Greeks say as that's how it was. But the ancient Egyptians never said that all of us are related by blood and this is what constitutes a dynasty. So they might have had another thing, but same with the Fertile Crescent. I traced that back to James Henry Breasted. No one was walking around ancient times like, hey, let's go to the Fertile Crescent. It just wasn't, they just making shit up and then they give it to us. And every time you hear it in scholarship, it's saying so much that you even think that the ancient people looked at things that way. But how could this be true when they wrote a Bible of the mythological tales of that area and everybody was starving? And a ghost. You know how you can starve so much till you get delusional? Them fools was so starving that a ghost named Yahweh came to them and just said, hey, you better just go to Egypt. And this is how we learn about the Hebrew God.
Like they used to do the mirages. You read this.
Yeah, like a mirage. You feel me? You just starving in the desert, but somebody 1,000 years named James Henry Breasted come back and tell people, nah, this was the Fertile Crescent. Well, if it was the Fertile Crescent, it had alluvial soil too. See? So that's why they got so many contradictions in this argument. Now, this proving this does not prove that Egypt was called the Black Land because of the people. We can't do that. You got to falsify shit in order to say, now we on to the next. That's why Diop now was like, hold up, we not going on if we can't falsify this claim that they said Kemet don't mean black. Because if we do go on, they're going to keep on going back to that. So that's what I'm saying. Certain things, that's why I want to spend a year on the Silt. It might not take a year. Somebody might find it somewhere, but the abundance of it is already looking kind of shady. Like if we look at the water, they thought everything was about the water. And now we learn that there is silt in the water. All right, let me ask y'all another question. And this is just a straight, I have no prowess on this question. Like I'm a fisherman though, right? And I understand that floodwaters are normally clearer. A lot of the times they are clearer than the actual, just the regular current. And now what color do we think the flow of the inundation was? We think it was like that muddy. It would have to not have been clear. It probably would have been filled with chemicals, and so it was brownish, dirty water that was coming down. Do y'all think?
Well,
it would have been a lot of fungi. So,
like mud-looking water. Do y'all think that's what it looked like?
It starts greenish blue.
Green
Once
fungi.
it hits the land, that's when it starts to pick up. So when you start to get close to the flood, and when you buy a city that's flooded, that's when it looks brownish, and it leaves like there's so much sand there. It always looked like a damn sandstorm hit. But when you
so we think it's dark brown water coming down, bringing this
basically stuff. After it gets out of, because like I said, it starts bluish green, and as it hits the soil, that's when it starts to look just kind of brownish to black.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't know about all this. Let me slow this
that
down.
That could be the case.
Because let me say, they name these Niles based on the color of silk that they was in. So when you got the blue Nile, the red, I mean, like what's going on?
So
we don't know what the color of the silk was.
In the white Nile.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on.
So is the white Nile and the blue Nile reference to the clarity of the water? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, but I don't think they just doing this for nothing.
Retract the statement.
No, I'm just saying I don't think that they did that for nothing.
But these are good research questions, and this is stuff that we'll learn in probing this side of the question. Like, was the white Nile because of the rapids of it, or was it and the water appeared white because of cataract rapids?
Yeah, it had to be because they show it when it connect, and they different colors of water.
Or could it be?
Once they come
to one blue now, and it be looking different, huh?
Yeah, so once they showing it that they different colors when they connect. So I don't know about us just going to.
But remember, we're not talking about the normal flow of the Nile. We're talking about the normal flow could be blue, but when that dirty water come running down, that could be dark. You feel me? Because
it look greenish.
It can't just be clear if it got all this stuff in it. We talking about.
Yeah, it looks green. It looks like it's seaweed water. You seen kind of it's not like sewer water. It looks like water that's been around a lot of grass, and it's got a greenish tinge a little bit.
Well,
when it comes on the land, that's when it starts to get like it looks different. It looks brownish. It don't look like this. It don't look like the water that separates the happy from the actual land.
So Km.t was called. I mean, not Km.t. The Mediterranean was called the Great Green. Nothing grows in salt water. I don't think it has to do with replenishing because you can't drink salt water, and sometimes salt water is green. Do we think that? What does the Great Green have to do with the Mediterranean?
That's
sky
a good
color.
question.
Water reflects the color of the sky. So it wasn't green all the time, but water reflects the color of the sky. So it's a bluish green color.
So then we do think that they talk about the color of the water when they say Great Green and the white Nile and the blue Nile.
Hold on.
Wait. And the white Nile and blue Nile. Do we got metal terms? Sorry,
we don't want to mix them.
Who talking? Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying we don't want to mix the different ones because the blue and the white Nile, they flow out of a different mouth of the canals that enter into the Mediterranean.
But we might be messing up. Are blue Nile and white Nile ancient terms? See what I mean? That's just archaeological talk, right?
No, just Big Black is.
Yeah, I know Big Black and and Waj is, but I don't know an ancient name for the white Nile.
Hey.
But that wouldn't really matter. We just trying to talk about what color that silk was when it got to him.
Say with Reggie, get some clarification.
I got a question for Ashar real quick. Quick question. Is there a reason why when I look at the God Happy, he's green?
Yeah, the color of the Nile.
That's the question we're asking. Why?
Happy got the green because of that too. The regenerative properties that he brings to us.
Now, I will tell you this, because even though you're not supposed to drink that water, they used to sell that water.
Mediterranean water?
Yeah, they would sell it like the Nile water, and they give you a little green vial. My partner, Muhammad Gabber, tried to sell me one before I left.
Oh yeah, that's just a product of tourism. I don't think that's an ancient
They over there
custom,
trying to sell you that water. So
All right, he said Muhammad Ibrahim said Kemet relates to the Silt. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we could throw him out if we look at. We hadn't finished looking at all the primaries, but if we can't find one rendition that we could say this is definitely not being spoken of in a sense of nationality, but they're actually just talking about the dirt. Every time we do that, they use another term, and that's where we at with that.
What's the name of the 10th nom? Isn't that Kim?
No, it's Km.t.
Km.t, that's the 10th nom? Okay.
Yep, so that's the Great Black. It's definitely, now, if somebody wanted to say that was the Great Black Soil, they'd be messing up, because the 10th nom is the 10th nom of Lower Egypt, and it's all in the middle of the Delta. So, I mean, that area always got rough. I don't know if the Delta ever dries up. I presume the Delta always got tributaries.
Yeah, they dry up. All of them aren't active. Some are ancient, some have dried up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey, but Reggie, you got some insight, big brother. What's
I
up?
meant seasonally, Chris. Like, I'm pretty sure there are tributaries in the Delta that would fill up when the flood comes, but the flood don't happen no more, right? So have they dried up because of the Aswan Dam? Or
no, the flood still happens.
Yeah.
It don't happen as big, like it don't go all into the housing.
Still happen. I heard it's controlled by the Aswan Dam.
Even with the dam, it
we
still
about
happens.
to watch that right now.
No, ain't no floods happening no more. That's what I'm saying.
We about to watch a video on that right now. Hey, you gotta get in the back chat. I see you ain't in the back chat because we be going over a lot of these subjects real quick. So I'm gonna share this. So, and the question asked here is, you gotta be kidding if you try to say there was no relocation of the. Hold on, let me get to my editor right.
And this is what I want to know. If it was the fertile floods that kept keeping the land fertile, how is it still fertile today since there's no more flood?
But now they use manure, but J Mill even brought out the ancient word for manure, which is kind of putting hands on something. Like, I thought they was so fertile, why they gotta use manure? How would they even have figured out to use manure because they had this black? So I'm not against it, dude. The black, I mean, I don't think this was one of the chief elements of ancient Egyptian society that they could groom on agriculture on this floodplain and get very good at it. I understand that, but I know that was happening since pre-dynastic times, and this term Kemet come in the 12th dynasty. So they had a practice and stuff that hadn't been named yet to the 12th dynasty, and they was doing it and didn't know what to call it, and then the 12th dynasty called it, and they kind of start calling it Kemet. I'm like, come on with that.
Yeah, the flood happens in certain spots of the Nile still. It's not in the main portion, but it still happens in certain areas.
Now check this out. This is a quick 10-minute video. I'm pretty sure we'll all enjoy it, and we're going to get different points from this. One of the main points to extract is how many hundreds of thousands of people got moved out of this area of Egypt by the building of this dam. Also about how much history that they gonna talk about is being covered up and lost lightweight on purpose. What they did here, and this is Nasir's project, one of the first dudes who said, look, we're gonna keep this Pharaonism going, or we're gonna keep on this tradition, this neo-Pharaonism, where we're gonna start back saying that we was the ancient Egyptians. So the first thing we need to do is flood this goddamn city. But people say, no, that's conspiracy theory, so I don't want to say it like that. Let's just hear what the actual video says. Let me know if y'all got audio.
Yep.
Egypt launches the long-planned Aswan High Dam Project, a $1 billion power, irrigation, and flood control scheme that will increase the nation's arable land by 1/3. President Nasser and his guest, King Mohammed of Morocco, laid the foundation stone. And then the first phase of construction under Soviet financing begins. Nasser breaks ground with a 12-ton dynamite blast. As King Mohammed and another guest of honor, Russia's Electric Projects Minister Novikov, look on, Nasser sets off an enormous rock slide. Formal groundbreaking. beginning of a vast project that will affect all Egypt's future. It will be built 430 miles upstream from Cairo at a place called Aswan. $30,000 workmen will come here to labor 8 years, harnessing the fabled Nile, altering the future of Egypt and her people.
Hold on. Nah, forget it.
The work began in 1959, an undertaking so vast, so complex, that it is already being hailed as one of the great engineering miracles of modern times. For when it is finished, Egypt will expand her farmland by 30% and multiply her output of electric power 8-fold. No single structure in any one nation has ever changed a land and a people as dramatically as the high dam on the Nile at Aswan. Workmen on the Mammoth project are literally moving mountains, transporting millions of cubic yards of rock from the ridges to the riverbed. The first stage of construction calls for the building of a temporary dam to block off the Nile while the permanent structure is erected over the dry riverbed. The historic project will cost more than $1.2 billion, with the Soviet Union underwriting virtually all construction expenses and equipment. 1,800 Russian technicians are also at work at Aswan. In building the interim dam to divert the Nile, boats loaded with rock and fill are towed to the center of the river where their cargoes are dropped. Ship after ship, layer after layer, the rocks build up and out toward other rocks and fill that are being dumped on the two riverbanks. Work on this temporary dam was completed in May 1964. Now the most challenging part of the project is underway. The construction of the high dam that will tower 364 feet above the Nile. Behind the giant wall, there will be created a man-made lake 300 miles long. Harnessing the Nile, taming its waters. Egypt's dream of dreams is coming true at last. But progress is not without its price. In pursuit of the future, the past is swallowed up, and in many cases, lost forever.
What did he say? In pursuit of the future, the past is swallowed up, and in many cases, lost forever. Now watch it go in on this.
The future, the past is swallowed up, and in many cases, lost forever. So it is with the columns, statues, relics of the golden age of Egypt, the legacy of the pharaohs, doomed by the rising waters of the shackled river. Those who can move must. The men, women, and children of the Nubian Valley, leaving the land that has sustained their people for 50 centuries.
50 centuries. What, that's 5,000 years?
Yeah.
So the people must move because they flooding this dam in all the black areas.
Yeah.
The Taseti, the areas that started Egypt. They did this on purpose, and I got evidence because they do it in history. Almost every man-made lake in America not almost every, a lot of the man-made lakes in America is on ancient black sites. It's just facts. There's no way around this. And so this is one of their tactics, to flood out your homeland, your ancestral homeland. But the video is saying it, so you can't act like I'm messing this up. Let's let him say it.
The Pharaohs, doomed by the rising waters of the shackled river. Those who can move must. The men, women, and children of the Nubian Valley leaving the land that has sustained their people for 50 centuries. The animals that travel with them, some willingly, some not, make the migration a 20th century version of Noah's Ark. The evacuation symbolizes the old and the new, the end and the beginning, for Egypt and her people.
Are you trying to tell me you don't see Nubians getting on boats being shipped off because they flooded their goddamn homeland? And y'all act like this never happened.
Yeah, real talk. They crazy.
They flooding the whole temples from what it's looking like. And they move Apple symbol as if they did us a favor.
And they move it up and act like it's theirs. So
they act like they did us a favor. Well, look what the great project that we did to save. But no, y'all flooded out most of it.
Man, there's so much stuff under that water. I'm going to show a video of some scuba divers in Egypt, bro. And they just pulling up on straight cities, dude.
It's crazy.
Watch this. But we're going to look at that
because it was getting more visitation than Egypt. And Egypt survives off of visitation. They survive off of tourism. And Nubia has more periods. Nubia has more history.
So this don't look like a mass migration. I see him putting them straight on boats. This beat him. He said 100,000 people had to get up out of there. 100,000 Nubians had to get up out of there.
I thought they was going to migrate some Arabs out of there.
Thank you. Let me play this.
The end and the beginning for Egypt and her people. For as the natives of Nubia once ruled Egypt, so did Egypt once dominate the world. Decline and fall came to both. Now together they seek a new age, a new era, from the mighty river that has been Egypt's lifeblood through all recorded history. It is for the Nubian farmers a far better life they find now than the one they left behind. And if progress has taken much, it has also given much in return. Depending upon the size of his family, each farmer receives a new home with 2 to 4 rooms. In addition, he is given a small monthly allowance for each dependent and 1 to 3 acres of irrigated land.
So is that compensation? Is that their reparations? I mean, what's going on? They gave him 40 acres in the mule, the African version.
They put them in the projects, bro.
Yeah, put them all in one big shit. We gonna put y'all over here. This where y'all going. We taking y'all land. And they put them in the South more. Get them up out of Egypt. Put them in the Sudan. This shit crazy. Look.
Shopping centers, electricity, running water. A new life for an old people.
I guess it didn't turn out that way now, did it? Let's go see what's there now. That's just jargon. See how they do you?
The land, too, undergoes a rebirth, a resurgence, a new life. Until now, 97% of all Egyptians have lived on less than 4% of the nation's land.
That don't look like the black land to me, but anyway.
But the high dam at Aswan and other irrigation projects will provide the precious water that is needed to make the desert bloom.
Thank you. Water.
27 million Egyptians are spreading out, conquering an age-old enemy, finding a future in arid regions that once seemed to offer no future at all. The high dam at Aswan has become a high wall against hunger, a symbol of what man and machines can do in raising a people's standard of living. Before the massive assault on the arid regions of Egypt, the average national income per person was less than $200 a year. In the next decade, that figure is expected to more than double.
So just y'all know he talk about modern times with the what the dam is going to do for people.
Egypt and her people are on the threshold of a second golden age. A have-not nation is being transformed into a productive and progressive land. And so the face of Egypt has changed and is changing. And the structures of today are far different from the monuments of old. Their contributions are different too, more lasting, more enduring.
We seen everything we were saying about the dam. We're gonna go in. But if that ain't evidence of getting some people up out of there, whether it benefited them or not, they was relocated south more of the flooded areas. All we got to go do is look at those same relocations today and see that half of them don't even exist after 50 years. All them plush houses that they put people in, they further got moved out of Nubia some more. And you can go right on YouTube and watch Nubians there saying that. Like, man, they taking our land, making us move south. But yeah, I done streamed for 4 hours already, so I guess we're going to get ready to wind it down.
True indeed, great.
I see some people who haven't got to speak, like Robert. I hear you. And then I see Babylon. I haven't heard from that good guy. And so y'all got the floor. I'm going to say what you have to say.
Indeed, great God. Peace to the almighty Magi and all of his excellence that is Smash Rockwell. You know, I see a lot of people are hating on that. You know what I mean? Hating that I call black men kings. You know what I'm saying? Hating that I call them gods. But then they got a moniker named King Sosa. So you really see at some point when you get so blinded with rage, blinded with jealousy, because this is all jealousy, that you will begin to chastise me for calling black men great, calling them excellent, calling them powerful, calling them mighty, which they are. But your name is King Sosa. You can't make the hypocrisy up. On one hand, we screaming black African power. Then the next morning when you wake up, you make a show that says, should we even really be focused on the word black? Should we really care about the word black? What's so important about the word black? Well, you tell us, Mr. Black African Power. See, you know, I began to figure y'all boys out, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all boys, you know, y'all becoming masters at manipulating the mind. This is all about manipulating the people due to ego. It has nothing to do with the truth, because the facts are that y'all are nothing but detractors. Y'all are really detracting from the true conversation. See, you got us hung up on the word black. When it's all over Kemet, when it's written right there in their text, it's all over. It's all over the text. They talking about the cattle. They talking about the people. They talking about their gods. They're talking about Southerners. They're talking about their skin. They're talking about kings. They're saying it's Pepe the Black, right? So we see this everywhere. They didn't have a problem with it. Then you get to the Greeks. They didn't have a problem with addressing those people as black. It's really of no consequence. But see, y'all are harping on the fact of trying to deter people from studying African history because y'all don't want to feel connected to something. It's about you feeling a lack of connection or wanting to feel a connection, and you want to deter other people from studying because of your fear.
because of your ignorance, because of your unwilling to change. Now, let me show you how I catch you in a lie. You got Ngozi that was loud and proud on Chef's show just the other day, loud and proud, and this was his words. Ngozi said, let me tell you what he said. He says that the Moroccans have, referring to the Berbers, this was what Ngozi said. The Moroccans have, he said, well, some of them have, black ancestry. Now, wait a minute, Ngozi. You saying that the Berbers have black ancestry? You saying that the Moroccans have black ancestry? So you utilizing social constructs, you done brought them back into play, saying that they have black ancestry, but why you can't say that the Egyptians had black ancestry? See, this is the games that you play. Now you'll go on Chief X show and argue to death about white Africa and black Africa, North Africa and South Africa. There is no sub-Saharan genes, there's no sub-Saharan people, but you'll go on the Chef show and say that the Moroccans, the Bourbons, had black ancestry. See, this is a problem, is what I'm saying. It's something beneath the surface is the reason why y'all turn into such hypocrites. You made a show yesterday, arguing everybody down, upset, talking about, yeah, you know, this is social world, and we're glad to be here, and we don't need to talk about they're lacking in the conversation, they're unintelligent, they're not smart, they're behind. But you following us though. Every show you make is to disprove something black being associated with something in Africa. But we're behind, you're detractors, you're liars, and your only issue and intent is to stop people from learning about history, man. What a shame be upon y'all. Now, I got some quotes, great King Magi. I got some quotes, you know what I'm saying? And I want to shoot these, I want to shoot these arrows right quick, and then I'm gonna pass the mic, because let me beat up this Berber conversation once again. And I can share my screen if need be. But see, this is where the rubber meets the road and goes. This is where the rubber meets the road. You said that they have black ancestry. That was your words. The Berbers have black ancestry, some of them. But then you want to say, but the majority did not look like that. Okay, so you say the majority didn't look like that? Give me 1 second while I introduce you to your Arabic brothers who disagree with you. Let me pull up your Arabic brothers that disagree with you.
It's about to go down.
Yeah, let me pull this up. You know what I'm saying? Let me get this right. Yeah. Let's get into it. It's a damn shame. You know what I mean? Let me pull up the article. I got it right here. Give me one moment, Kings. Where's the article? Where's the article? Show me the article. Dana Reynolds. Okay, here we go. This one will work just fine. The title of this article is African Moors, the Appearance of the Original Berbers, According to European Perceptions, by Dana Marnish. Now, Dana Marnish is an editor and research consultant at Mount Meru Incorporated. She received her master's in education from Eastern University in St. David's, Pennsylvania. Okay, Philadelphia. Okay, yeah. True indeed, yeah. Okay. Pennsylvania. I'm talking about. All right. The African and Arabian origins of the Hebrew Bible. Okay. Okay, Pennsylvania for everybody, just to clear that up. All right. African Moors, the appearance of the original Berbers according to European perceptions, by Dana Marnish. Now I'm going to read off some quotes real quick. Y'all tell me when I'm lying, or you tell me what's the problem with this. This says, okay, here we go. I want to start here. Let's see. Okay, let's get down to it. Give me one moment. 2003, 4th century. Okay, what's this? Is this the one I want? I wanted this one, right? Okay, 1st century AD, Marcus Valerian Martial was one of the earliest Europeans to use the phrase woolly hair like a Moor in one of his satires. There's the woolly hair, Chief X. That's from Marcus Valerian Marshall, one of the earliest Europeans to use the phrase woolly hair like a Moor in one of his satires, and the phrase was commonly used up until the Middle Ages. See Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers, 1952. So there you go. There go your Moors with woolly hair. Then we could jump right here. And I see here, this is after the 8th century term, this term, here we go. Here we go. Which one I want? I want this one. Resemble. Okay, 1980. The Kabyles or Kabylie of Algerian and Tunisian territories, besides tillage, work the mines contained in their mountains. They live in huts made of branches of trees and covered with clay, which resemble the megalia of the old Numidians. They are of middle stature, their complexion brown, and sometimes nearly black. Written in the Encyclopedia Britannica, Dictionary of Arts and Sciences and General Literature, Henry G. Allen Company of 261, volume 1890. That's the Kabylie of Algeria. Let's keep going. I got 2 more quotes and I'm gonna get up out of here. This says, 1st and 2nd century Juvenal, the Roman writer, in his satire V53 referred to a Gaetulian as a black, a Moor. So black you rather not see him at midnight. So black you rather not see him at midnight. That's found in Madden's translation of Juvenal, volume 1 by Vincent, published at Oxford.
Super black.
Now I got one more quote. And I got to get it because this is the most powerful one. Okay, who were nomads. Okay, and maybe it's a little further down. Okay, where is it? Very dark complexion, black or more. Okay, and where you at? Okay, is this it? Okay, yeah, you did. 11th century. The Berber women are from the island of Barbara, which is between the west and the south. Their color is mostly black, though some pale ones can be found among them. If you can find one whose mother is of Kutama, whose father is Sanhaja, and whose origin is Masmuda, then you will find her naturally inclined to obedience and loyalty in all matters. Active in service, suited both to motherhood and to pleasure, for they are the most solicitous in caring for their children. Solicitous. That's the 11th century Christian Iraqi physician Ibn Butlan, quoted by historian Bernard Lewis. The Berber women are from the island of Barbara, which is between the west and the south. Their color is mostly black. So that's mostly black for you, Ngozi. Since you lying on Chief X show, talking about most of those people didn't look like that. What color would you talk? What color? What were you referring to? Black. That's what you was talking about, right? You said that some Berbers. First you said Berbers. Then you say some Berbers have black ancestry. So you need to huddle up with Unc and realize when you're allowed to and when you're not allowed to use social constructs. Because you flip-flopping, you flim-flamming the people. Right? Now they can have black ancestry in Algeria and Morocco, but they can't have none in Egypt. But you say that they akin to the individuals of the Horn of Africa? Y'all lying and y'all distracting the people from the true essence, which was this beautiful show today, how they can go in and have true esteemed conversations, and y'all can't deal with nothing but Chat GPT. See, his levels to this. Now, Social just had a show talking about you weren't going to say nothing else about the color black on yesterday. You live right now talking about black and all of its meanings. Something wrong with you, boy. Y'all distracting from the true conversation. I passed the mic, G. I got more to share, but I wanted to hit them with those quotes. Everybody, they changed this argument to a social, political conversation when in truth it began and it's still founded upon how these people were described. And I just presented more primary evidence. And I yield the mic.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate that. Yeah, they're having a show right now, Black History Month. My thing is they still couldn't get over that Sun and Rock conflict.
Well, I went on in diplomacy over to I don't know what show it was on. It might have been whatever the name one of them shows is.
Last night, right?
I don't know if yeah, but I went over to talk to try to see if I could, maybe talk them off the ledge and give them some, I really just be messing with them at this point because it's like a cat playing with a mouse. It's over. You know what I'm saying? So I went over there and gave him a couple of little arrows just to see how he would respond to just simplicity dealing with that Sonoran conversation that we showed with Obinga. And he showed that Diop gave them an ultimatum. And at the end of that ultimatum, if they stayed, then they mean it got resolved. And if they left, that means that it didn't get resolved, right?
Facts.
Yeah, just as simple as that. Them staying mean that Sonoran agreed or he resolved whatever Diop's issue was that said that him and Obinga was leaving. He said, if y'all can't resolve this one word, Kim, me and Diop, me and Obinga are leaving. So
because they agree that Kim.
Hold on. So if the conference continued on, that means that Sonoran's statement cleared up the issue and they were able to continue. Yes or no?
Yeah, but that was at a different.
Yes.
It's
just as simple as that.
Now you're right though, James. Regardless, you know what I mean. In both periods of the conversation, because they was talking about Kim at one point, then they were talking about Km.t at another point, but regardless, at both points, the Honorable Sheikh Anta Diop, they referred to the grammarian to clear it up, Sonoran, which he did. In which he did clear it up. Now he disagreed with Diop on what the term Km.t.
He only disagreed with Km.t.
And it ain't Kimmy Woo, Juju. So it ain't Kimmy Woo. It ain't Kimmy You. It ain't. You know what I mean? Y'all boys messed that word up so damn bad, man. Trying to read off Chat GPT, man. That I felt sorry for you. Y'all don't even know what the word. You can't even pronounce the word.
But this is just
it got so bad.
Stay
they put the word point into ChatGPT.
The fact, this is what they have to get around. Did Diop stay or did he leave? This all you got to answer. That's he stayed.
There I go. He stayed. He was in the cut.
So that answers the question, or if it got resolved or not. When he said that it meant Km.t or Kimu, not Km.t, he resolved it to where at least they agreed that Km.t meant black people.
Yeah,
right. So the argument was Km.t.
It's over by knowing that they stayed.
Well, the statement was clear. He said the way that they would say black people is Km.t. So he made a definite statement and let them know that how could you say it without saying Km.t when we know Dishret or any other term for color and we're referring to people. Fall down. You're done.
Where were y'all good people 5 years ago or 6?
I was looking for you, Saber. I was looking for you.
Where were y'all good? Where was all this energy at when I was fighting Ujawu and Asar, Imhotep, and was the
wars, man?
Medu Necher, minions? Where were y'all, all you good kings and queens, as my brother Robert Brown says, right?
Yes, King. Yes, King.
And then the same brother who did it had to just remind everybody about what was said with UNESCO. It's just curious to me. I am glad that y'all came along, but not the people I see on this channel right here. Not Asar Khan, because he was always with me, right? Smash was in the background, right? But now they have done so much damage to our people for more than 5 years. This is just the latest crop up, which is getting demolished because luckily I got Smash Rockwell on board. He's a closer. He's a closer. Right? He's a closer. But the information was always there. We covered almost all of these things. We dug up the adaptations, right? We separated. I wrote the article about the connection with the cattle culture and who these African people were. You great kings and queens, as Robert Brown says. It's so interesting that you come along now with so much energy.
Man, I wish I was around, God. That's all I can say. I wish I was there with you in the wars. I'd have been by your side, King. On God.
The argument, you got to admit, Brother Reggie, the echo chamber had not got this loud. It really just was you, Ned and Nell, dealing with.
It was loud, Pan-African James. It was loud with Ujawu.
Remember, when I founded the session, they went and wanted to go a separate direction. So we went a separate direction over this in particular.
It was amongst the grammarians. That's what it was.
It wasn't even the grammarians because you talk about it wasn't even that. It wasn't
yes,
that.
It was. It was
no, it wasn't because I was the one who started the whole situation with the Seshu Ma'adi Medu Nacha. I'm a grammarian. So when I brought the group forth and the brothers decided they wanted to step away due to this riparian situation, then they started trying to run with that idea. When we battled, it was me and Rob Bourne in that chat, and Wujao felt a little, shout out to my brother Wujao, he felt a little embarrassed because he took an L, because I brought up some information, and you know how Rob Bourne get. Rob Bourne was like, where are the proof? Where it say black in this dictionary? Right here, I got the gun. And the whole chat was on their head. I brought Ujao on my show after that, just so he could try to, because I wanted him to save face, because he in the chat, even the Hebrews in there from Divine Prospect on down, they was like, nah, Rob Bourne got at you. It's sorry them tore you. So once I did that, I let him explain himself, and then he went and acted like he debated me, which he didn't. Then it started a series of videos. Then me and Saber Reggie was going back and forth, breaking this stuff down. So once Smash hopped back in the fray, because Smash had hit him in the head a long time ago.
Thank you, brother Smash. Thank you. Right?
I said, what did he say? And came and hopped on this show. Then we start hopping on this show. And then we got to putting foot in hiney. And it got real whiny around here. And that's because y'all was wrong from the jump. I don't know why you tried to bring this back up. It was already dead. My brother Kofi was like, yo, sorry, you ain't been doing no shows after that. I'm like, I'm busy. I got a life too. I got to live. So I seen Smash pop up. I was like, you know what? Let me just go hop on the brother show. And we started to get busy again. And then it came up again. And then Smash jumped on their head one night. And then I don't know what happened with Brother Ankh. He just flipped. It probably does, Brother Ankh, why you just flipped and turned the whole corner. I don't know why you did that. But him and Brother Ngozi just flipped one night. And then we had all this has been covered. It's been covered. Now you got Rez, you got Smash, you got Robert, you got Babylon Don, you got that good. Now Cats is going in.
Them dudes did a show on me for 9 hours. Yes. I'm talking about Sesh Metal Netcha. 9 hours on my article, on everything about me, right?
Hold up, say, but our character was bad all of a sudden because we didn't think it was the riparian country, right?
Right.
How that went.
So y'all going back in time in history, you said they did a 9-hour show. Who are you referring to?
My brother Wujao and Asar Imhotep.
You know, Wujao he been out the mix since about a year almost going
Only after this show, because the show failed. That was their last stand.
That was the last show.
Yeah, that show failed. They tried to critique my article. Plagiarists calling me a plagiarist. Could you believe that? plagiarist calling me a plagiarist.
Hold up, they put your article off in the that thing that they used to see.
Oh, they've been tried that.
Tried to critique it. My brother Annie Harrod tried to do it. Then I had to do a show talking about when the king talks about he's the great bull and he ejaculates and all that stuff. And I had to son. I did it. I had to son him a little bit. So I know after that I ain't hear from Annie Harrod for a little bit till he popped back up on something else. But yeah.
Didn't Sean try to do that to you recently?
Yeah. And I
That's
Brother Reggie, didn't Sean try to do that to you recently?
No, what Sean did, see, Sean went to the conference that I called with ASCAC, right? I called ASCAC to have this debate with Mario Beatty with Smash Show the other day. And then I spoke, I was the first one. Then it was so I have that. I'm gonna put that up and I'm gonna air that debate, right? Okay, so Sean and Harry came in defense of Asar Imhotep, right? And so they were always against my concept with cattle. So then later he critiqued. I read the article in the journal. Then he critiques it on academia, and then he takes it to his publishing group, right? And he puts it in a book, right? Basically saying the Egyptians weren't black.
Hold on, stop, Reggie. Stop right. He did not write a paper in refutation and get it and put it through a peer review to make sure that he didn't do that. He just put it through his own publication and wrote a book and said what he wanted to do.
Academia.edu, which is a public peer review, but not an expert peer review.
Okay.
He wrote it there, and it didn't really take off the way he thought it was going to take off because he obviously had help to do it, right, by his team. It didn't take off the way he wanted to take off. So he figured he'd make some coins since he did the work. So they put it, he went to his publishing group and they put it in a book. But the funny thing is, it's beautiful. It's in writing, and he's wrong. Then they had published a book called Contributions of the Place Name Kemet, where they wanted to separate it out from the people and just make it the place name, and then really just make it a treatise, right? A treatise. And then in that, they took a Waterbush statement about the 10th known, where it says the great black, and Ujawu chopped off the great black part and just put everything else.
Damn shame.
Right? And so I called them up on that. But listen, it's a new day, but that's why I like listening to Robert Brown, right? Because he has so much hope and so much victory in his
is he powerful?
Right, the way
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But
thank you,
Brother Reggie, I'm a little older, a little tired, a little wounded. I'm glad that we have the help now, right? I'm glad that Smash Rockwell came and was a closer. And like Asar said, he was there early when I was battling with Ned and Nev. And I'm glad that y'all all finally came across. I don't know if you came across because of the information or because there's, Smash is so charismatic, but the information was there. So all I did was dig back to the original argument and let you see the UNESCO, and did it on Smash's show because I knew that Smash is a closer, right? So there you have it. So that's where we are now. Now they're finding crazy ways to say that we can't read, and they got no college. I got college, I can read.
Reggie, I'm telling you, this the way you be saying stuff be really funny. He said they say we can't read, but you've been to
yeah, I got college. I can write.
Like he said, how much logic did that make? Right? You know what I'm saying? You went to college and got a degree in computer science, and they say you can't read.
Yeah, an honors award in Black Studies, right?
Right.
And I did that in 1988. So I've been reading and writing since 1988, right? Officially with a degree, right? And that's 1980. Let me go back. This is 1988. I'm an older person, right? So now they lost. So now we just have to, now we have to build. And so we're doing a great job of finding even more material. And I was just so saddened when Smash showed that film where they just covered up 300 miles of Nubia. I was like,
yeah,
and
I
then
was upset.
you got Dr. Fake Banoob on here talking about his Egypt. And I've been to Egypt in 87, in 1987, and you could see the Nubian people, their heart is cut out of them, right? They're poor, they're destitute. And those other modern Egyptians in Cairo, they benefited. But the Nubians, where all the collections was, they could have just been rich just on just this whole new love for Egypt, us going to see what they have found. We can still go to Aswan, which we should, which we have, right? That after you go see the museums and the pyramid, get yourself on a flight, go to Aswan, and you could go to Yebel, Elephantine Island. You could go there because that is one of the center places of that civilization. So with that said, I was just commenting on Robert Brown. We needed Robert Brown 5 years ago.
I appreciate it, King. Thank you, brother Reggie, man. Much respect, much honor, much revere, exaltation be unto brother Reggie. Seriously, a king of kings, a scholar amongst scholars, man amongst men. I mean,
A
this
student
man
of
is
the greats, and a real student of the greats. There's no other. Let me let y'all know. There is no other individual who was taught by Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, the greats of ASCAC, right? There's no individual person except me. But why would my community try to assassinate me, right? When the elders knew my name, right? Why would they want to assassinate me on a subject of something that I've been worked on and then promote other people? I'm gonna say it now. Y'all might like the Mayweather. Y'all might like that. He's a great debater. But I'm gonna tell you something. If you want to look for something new, you watch my work, right? Or if you want to see somebody freshen up something that was old and make it new again, watch my work. And watch Smash work Rockwell, because on this show, all you find is new stuff. Now that old, we ancient Kemetics, and this, that, the third, you'll find that in the in the sphere of talk. But if you want to find something new, we've given you the new stuff, right? The new, if you want, and you can't show anything new unless you're reading the language. Luckily, we got my brother Christopher here, right? That is a bad brother with the I mean, he is just bad, right? But if you want to know something new, you gotta read the language. If you find something in the dirt, right? It don't mean nothing unless you read it, right, Saw?
That's right.
It don't mean nothing.
When you got to read it, they be running out of buildings, and we find them in other sections in the museums and stuff. You know how that go.
Right, it's hidden in plain sight. So when you walk the museum with me, it's new to y'all because I help bring out the voices of these ancient Africans. I let them speak because I can show you what they said, right? Primaries. So I'm just watching, and I'm happy for the help. I'm happy for the help, and all good things come when they come, right? But do know this: I know when the voices were really low, when y'all was believing those people, right? I know that, and I understand why. I wish I was more
They were
charismatic.
scared to come outside because remember at the time Hebrews was pulling up texts of the Hindu Tawi.
But hold on. I gotta speak for
Be like,
myself,
hold
Reggie.
up.
Hold on. Let me speak for
I
myself.
can't read.
I was never believing what Asar and them was talking about. But I didn't deal with the grammar like that. So I was in between you and Ned when y'all were in the middle of this fight. Now, sorry, I don't know what was going on.
He sent me a shirt. He sent me a shirt in the mail. So
Yeah, I don't know about Asar, but he probably was in the background doing his thing. I might have been, but I knew of Asar.
Yeah,
I knew of Asar, but he was probably doing his thing in the background at the time. But when by the time y'all went to that conference and you ASCAT, I knew what was going on. But I knew that y'all were dealing with some language, and I couldn't really deal with that like you and Netanel. So I was just chilling. But if Smash was soon as Smash, he did a show one late night. He had been gone for like 2 years, and y'all were trying to hash this out, and y'all were saying one thing, and they were saying something else. And soon as Smash showed up that night, I came in the show and I asked him. I said, "Hey man, what do you think about what's going on?" And he said, "Hey, I hadn't been around. Give me a minute to get my bearings, and then I'll give you some." So I was like, man, at first I thought he was like with a saw in them, because it was the Armin Raw squad thing. So I was like, oh, he don't want to tell me because he down with a saw in them.
But see, you said what
really what I'm thinking.
I just iterated.
I was thinking,
that's couldn't read, and if you couldn't read, them Hebrews was pulling out them texts. They was pulling. What kind of fellatio is going on? The text say spit. They talking about it say suck.
You're right. Asar was with me in the museum. They couldn't Jack Daniels. We went to the museum.
Hold up, both Asars was in the museum. We didn't see the other Asar till we got to the African section, to the strictly African, not just the Egyptian wing. We only seen them.
Argue with me on the subject, and you can't read. We go to the museum. The best thing to read.
I see y'all in the top.
They couldn't read not one text. Am I wrong, Asar? Asar, am I wrong?
I think Asar just dropped out for some reason.
I'm saying I took him to the Met Museum. First of all, I took them to the Met Museum. They came on my tour, a tour of mine, and they couldn't read nothing. They was babbling. But on YouTube and stuff like that, they great. But inside there, everything that you see from them as far as presentation is stuff that it takes them time to work on, right? I'm not talking about Ujawa. His Meta Nature is really good, but he didn't come on a tour. I'm talking about some of the other jokers, right? And so they freshened up now, but now we're winning. Now we're winning here, but your people let these people like that fake doctor, that Shakir, right?
Hold on, that's Chef now. We ain't
that tries to soften up everything. We brothers. Nah, we not brothers. We not brothers. He tried to soften me up, yo. And then one day he wrote me and said, I gotta grow. I got to grow.
Who said you got to grow?
This dude, Sonic. He trying to be my friend, or we need to do the work together.
You gotta grow. Man, I'm 59. I'll be like, I'm done growing. What is you talking about? I gotta grow.
I'm grown.
That made me come off mute. I was over here thinking about something else.
Yeah.
That's what the dude, that's what the nickel with the K said to me. I got to grow. I said, oh, now you my enemy now. Now you my enemy. I see you try to slow walk me. You know how people try to get next to you, smash, act like they your friend, right? Mm-hmm. And they just trying to be nice, but they really gonna do you. Yeah. So then I figured out. So now I just gotta call it. That's a weak ass dude that don't contribute nothing but a little lame talk, right? No, you ain't see no presentation from Shakir, right? That's the other one, right? These are all Chief ex-boys, right? And their presentations on whack. You look at a Jonathan Owens presentation, it's powerful. You look at a Brother Reggie's presentation, powerful. You listen to Asar's work, powerful. You look at them jokers' presentation, they're only reacting on us.
No, so they really don't even got presentations. They whole presentation be, I'm going to do this presentation, then they go from wiki page to wiki page. Like they don't ever show you a PowerPoint presentation. You've never seen that from some of these people. Think about some of the biggest villains in this community. When they do a presentation, have they ever went to a PowerPoint? Just keep it real. Think about some dudes I'm beefing with. Have you ever seen them go to a PowerPoint? Come on now.
Nope. I'm thinking hard too.
Source something. Source a subject. Just stay on point, right? We will just deal with one word, right? And look at all the different adaptations just to find where we're going. Did you ever see them use the tools? No. They don't use the tools, right? So they're like shiny objects to you. And I'm saying, listen, thanks for the help. Thanks for the support. And I'm certainly glad that we got that Smash is on board and leading this stuff, right? Leading this work, right? But I know that most of you don't know really the language and stuff like that. And so I can't expect that much more. But now you know that maybe sometimes some of your now I'm asking you to put new energy into this, right? To call them out every time, or you know what? To ignore them. Stop going on their pages. See,
I don't mention them no more. I don't even
Yeah. I like the like I said, I went over to Unc's page last night because I know I had some simplistic that he could not deny, right?
Oh, so I was looking at that because you had just said something about something in the back chat. So I looked at that.
Yeah, so I went over there and just asked him, I said, because you know, it's just something just real simple that I was like, man, this is just gonna be the nail in the coffin. If Diop, based on that video that we showed, Diop gave them an ultimatum. He said, either I'm leaving or y'all resolve what this one word can mean. Because if we can't do that, me and Obenga, we out. And we know that he stayed. So what if him staying, what does that mean?
Man, that man crazy, man. That man out his damn mind. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, really think about this, man. This man,
hold up, he did this in public though. This is what's crazy about it.
But it's crazy, James.
I know.
These are your options. You could say that person has very black skin. He'll accept that. Those people are very blackened or very dark. He'll accept that. But you can't say that person is black. He loses his goddamn mind. You can't say that group of people over there is black. This is the bullshit. That's what I'm saying. And they make shows after shows after shows. They on live right now. All things black. You know what I mean? Right after you say you ain't gonna talk about it no more, you wake up in the morning and fire right up and say, well, y'all, this is another day. Don't be black and don't, you know, it's Black History Month, but just take the black out. It's just History Month. You know what I'm saying?
Robert Brown. See, I can argue with Unk because it's like the Abdullah and the Obanga and Joe. So I'm humble. I'm gonna give Smash. He's Joe and Brother Reggie's Obanga, right? And we arguing with Abdullah, right?
Yo, you ain't even put them in the Sonoran category.
Oh, hell no. They not no Sonoran.
They the straight ignorance category.
Wu Jahu or something with Sonoran in this.
Right. Yeah, he came in and that's who they need.
But he said, and that's just how you do it.
I wonder would he say this? Did Kevin
I mean, they already got their hands put on over this.
I know, I'm just talking about if he came back like Sonoran, would he take the Sonoran?
Put it this way, Asar Imhotep was just in the chat trying to say we was reading it wrong too.
You gotta be joking.
Because it beat up his riparian zone. Like, I mean, you gotta say that, Asar, because you said me in the riparian zone. But I can remember the sentence. To designate black people, they would have said Kemet or Kimu, not Km.t. So am I remembering it wrong too? Like, I understand. I understand.
You just come on this show, Asar Imhotep. Wait, hold on. Wait. Asar Imhotep, you just come on this show and you show us that you can read Medinetia on the fly.
Now, I don't read a little bit, but if you pop a text in his face, he gonna fumble and bumble. I guarantee.
Well, hold up. Let me do something even simpler for the simplicity.
He a practice reader. Like some dudes be opening up the other monitor real quick. Some dudes will open up the other monitor and have the answers to the text if you told him what we gonna read. If you pop some shit on the screen, he gonna be doing just like Commission. There go a A. There go a Y.
Yeah, but see, this what I'm finna ask him, since he in the chat. Why
No.
did Obinga?
No. He was in the
stay?
chat another day. I
Oh,
apologize.
I'm saying he was there now. I want to know
He
why
probably in the
Diop
bushes.
and
Piece of
Obinga
sorry,
stay.
come out the
What
bushes.
happened to make them stay? I want the answer to that from a saw.
A person's skin can be black, man. I don't know when they're gonna let that shit go. I mean, you gotta just let it go, bro. A person's skin can be very dark.
We can
You know what I'm
show
saying?
them
It can
right
be
now.
black. I'm talking about black. You understand me? And it just is what it is. Now, guess what? Those people with very black skin, they was in Egypt, right? And those people had African features. This is case closed. Stop detracting from the conversation. You know what I'm saying? For God's sakes, 9th century, according to an old Norse saga, Danish Viking raiders attacked Spain from Ireland, the saga says. From the latter place, they carried off a great host of them as captives to Erin, and these are the blue men of Ireland. Fergoma of Erin. For Mari is the same as black man, and Mauritania is the same as blackness. Long indeed were these blue men in Erin. That's Jack D. Forbes, Black Africans and Native Americans, New York Basil Blackwell. That's 1988, man.
You gotta share the screen sometime so we can see it, but that was a dagger too.
Indeed, God. It says in page 68, another translation says, because the Moors are the same as Negroes. Mauritania is the same as Negro land. Now, what's the point? The point is, this is how these people were described. Mauritanians. And if anybody needs clarification, I just Google it. It says Mauritania, country in Africa. Mauritania, officially the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, is a sovereign country in Northwest Africa. Okay? That's where we at. We're in Northwest Africa. All right? Mauritania. So the Moors are even down there in Mauritania, right? These are Moors, right? Now, what's the point? The point is that they black. Big deal. It's nothing to harp on. If they black, and there's nothing you can do about it. Just let it go. And let's move the conversation forward instead of waking up, being a contradiction, making another show about all things that's black.
Yo.
That's how they describe. So that means, James, if I came up to you in 1500 BC and I asked you, hey, James, how you doing, sir? Hey, could you describe to me those people that you saw, the Moors in Mauritania and the Berbers in Algeria? Can you tell me, can you describe those people to me, James? This is all that's happening, people. And James will reply and say, well, they were tall, they were skinny, right? And they had black skin. Man, they had very black skin. Most all of them that I've seen had black skin.
You know what we gonna find out?
What's that, God?
That them people with the black skins, tall and skinny from the Sudan, who they say was from the black land, from the land of the blacks, and the people who was from the black land, we gonna find out that was part of the borders being moved. So now we see why the black land is in the Sudan, but it originally was up north more. Because they want us to believe something that can't, it makes no sense to a traveler, as I pointed out in my text. Imagine if you was traveling in the 7th century and you was like, yo, I'm trying to go to Merowe, and what's the directions? Someone would tell you, you have to go through the black land until you get to the land of the blacks. And everybody would have said, what are you talking about? And if what they said was true, they would have been like, well, one of those lands don't actually mean about the people, but the other ones do. That's a silly ass thing to imagine have had happened. If you got two lands that border each other, and one is called the black land and the other one is called the land of the blacks, I think it would be safer to assume that meant the same thing at one time. Or not like the demarcation line was just to take the two words and make a reciprocal out of them. Like black land, that's one area. Land of the blacks, oh, that's another area. That don't make no logical sense to me.
No, Smash.
You know, Smash what's feeding this is.
Hey, that was mad facts too, Smash.
Now look at this map. I like the visuals. Now this came from a video that you shared. I don't know
Aaron the Social.
Yeah, Eric the social.
Aaron, but
he these maps that he have are real interesting because he's showing you how the modern division is right here, right? This is how they have it, to where it's the Nubian part starts in Elephantine, right? Mm-hmm. But when he starts to go through these maps, he's gonna show how they overlap in culture and everything, like the burials that they show of the people from what they're calling Nubia, it's all the way up here, all the way up to Memphis.
Exactly.
The pan grave. So how they burial practices way up there if they wasn't up here?
Now
that's
Memphis
that's
is
not right, brother. That's not right.
No, that is right. So don't just mess him up. Aaron DeSouza said exactly what he said.
The pan grave. Let me go to
the. Just show the map because Eddie about to try to mess everything up. The pan grave culture go all the way up to Memphis, bro.
Brother, the pan graves are bro. Stop playing. Why
what did you say? You didn't make a coherent statement before you said stop playing.
We can't let them. Can I show?
Hold on. Here, okay, so hold on. Let me go through. It's about 6 maps, Eddie. Then after that, you can go. Because I got to stop sharing the screen so I can go to each map, unless I can figure out another way to do it. But it said from modern borders to ancient complexity. Now he's going to start talking about within these borders, and they're color coded. You see, Egypt has a green line around it, and it's showing you everything that Egypt has to do with it. And then you see the blue line, that's the Nubian line. And it's showing you how far Nubian culture goes up into Egypt. You see this? And then over here in the text, it says Nubian cemeteries in Upper Egypt, mercenaries, mining, etc. Then it says the things that offer Nubia, Egyptian fortresses, and in the New Kingdom, colonization. So they didn't colonize these people until the New Kingdom, right? So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go to the next map.
Hold on. I got so excited I didn't realize my point was it was northwest. That's still the north. So there's your North Africans. That's just your black Moors right there, and that's primary evidence. That's historical documents of how early Arabs and early Christians, Romans. I believe that's what we just read. Actually it's from Iran. Christianized Arab from Iran. That's what he saw in 11th century AD.
Hold on, Robert. Let me go on down the line here from a chronological space. So on the next map that he showed, he adds Tasseti to it with the gray. You see that? Over there to the left. He has Tasseti, he has it spelled out, land of the bow. He says generic term for south of the first cataract. We know what the first cataract is. It says, and then it has in red down here, but also the name of the first Upper Egyptian known. It says Viceroy of Kush had jurisdiction as far north as Nekhen. And then that's I don't know how to pronounce it.
That's the third known. So yeah.
Yeah, but he's talking about this, the viceroy part. Mm-hmm. And then, and it continued on showing these same territories, but he's just adding in Tasseti area. I don't know if y'all would agree with this being Tasseti.
No, that's all 100% agreeable. This is one of the best nubiologists.
Right. I just want to make sure we're on the same. We all on an agreement with what I'm showing here. So okay, the next one he's going to add something else. So let me share my screen.
The different tribes, right?
Hold on, let me see. I'm not sure what he's adding next, but he keeps adding on and showing you the maturation of how this went. Okay, he says it was I think he's just adding a quote here. He's saying that it was like a dream as when a Delta man sees himself in Elephantine. The story of Sinuway.
Yeah, so basically he's saying how different, but really he didn't describe this right. He's saying how different the cultures are from a Delta man to a man in Elephantine. But if you read it correctly, for a Delta man to be in Elephantine is like a dream. That's what he's saying. It was like a dream as when a Delta man sees himself in Elephantine. Like the Delta people like, oh, that's just like saying you're going to Vegas or you're going to Hollywood.
Right, somewhere where it was really going down.
Exactly. It's like
now look. Now he's got on this right side. Now he's starting to add in Wawat, Lower Nubia. I guess it's starting to split up.
Okay, I'll be back. Hold it down, James. I'll be back.
Yeah, he's showing that now where Wawat is. Wawat is the pink little area right here. He's showing the Upper Nubia, which is Kush. He has a parenthesis. It's in like the more reddish little area. But he's still saying all of that. This encompasses all of Nubia. And matter of fact, he's putting Nubia right at Thebes. You see that? He in this rendition, he's not putting it in Elephantine. He said that Nubia is right there on the border of Thebes. So they're a part of the Theban culture. Then when you look at the Egyptian part, he's showing that they're going all the way down into Wawat at this point. You see that? Egyptian culture goes all the way down to Wawat, and it goes all the way down, and that other in Egypt goes all the way down into that area as well. Anybody want to say something?
Yeah, I do. If you give me a chance to screenshot.
No, keep going with the map, man.
Okay, wait. I haven't finished yet. Okay, so hold on. Let me go.
Yeah, keep going with the map.
Yeah, I think I got a couple. I got 2 more to go, and then we can stop. Hold on.
Yeah, that was first century AD as well. I was all over. 1st century AD, 11th century AD, 6 AD. We got all counts.
Okay, so now he's added another tribe down off in there, and then he's added the Magi. So he's adding more circles. So he's added Ebet. He's added in the purple, and then he's added a Magi area right here in the orange right here. And nothing's really changing in the Egyptian area. So it's a lot of things changing down here in this southern area. Then I got one more map.
Can I just
Wait, one more map, and then I'll stop. Hold on. So I just like to look at visuals so we can have an understanding. So when Smashing Them start going in and start talking about these areas, that we'll at least have a visualization of what's going on and how it's changing along the time. So okay, this is the last map. It says modern division versus ancient complexity. It says Egyptology, Nubology, Nubian studies, Northeast Africa, Nile Valley, and Nile Basin. And then so it's showing basically the whole thing. I guess this basically what's the modern construct is Nubia and Egypt at the top, Nubia at the bottom, and it's just showing how everything from what they see is. And so I think this is an interesting breakdown of how, so we can have a visual concept of some of this stuff that's going on. This stuff happened over time, but in the beginning, it was pretty much one homogeneous culture, I would say. But go ahead.
That's right. I was going to end with that. That's all I was going to say. That it's a very good breakdown. It's very detailed. The maps are beautiful. It gives us a lot of information about locations and where people were, and it spreads out Nubia and stuff like that. So I really like that. But I also like what Susan said earlier, and I thought that was profound. I done heard him say it before though. But when he tells you that Sudan is called the land of the blacks, and it's part of Egypt and was a part of Egypt, why would Egypt be called the land of the blacks? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because your premise don't make sense, bro. We gotta stop. So look, is my screen showing?
Hey, I ain't asked you to interrupt me. I was still talking.
We not. Yeah, I've been patient all day, brother. So
well, then you go ahead. Then I'll wait till you go. Go ahead. Me too. I'll be the more patient than you. Then so.
I've been definitely waiting to share some information, King. But is my screen showing now?
We can see a map. It says the nome of ancient Egypt.
Okay, so you see, so the map that you just showed, right? This is the same map, right? But this is just using the indigenous terms more than the map that you showed. Is what I'm getting at. So it's breaking down the, on I guess a more higher level information you just kind of showed, because it's showing the confederacies that existed between those city states and those nomes back during that time. Like I hate using the word Egypt because we know back then the word didn't exist. So we can really have a conversation without even using that word. If you know what I'm saying, like, so for that area that you were calling Egypt, we see where was that? Where it says Coptos, right? Where it says Napata. You see what that area is at? The green.
Yeah, I see what a
Are
green
you
map is.
following?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay,
so
let me just say,
that's what.
I'm gonna ask you a question though, Eddie. This
So
Eddie,
that
right?
okay. Let me just finish my sentence before you ask it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So that area in the green, in the top part where that it now bends at, that's Waset, right?
Where are you talking about? In the green?
Yeah, that area will be Waset. Right?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's right. Waset. Yeah, WAST.
Then we see the purple, and then we see that's kind of will be where the Heracropolis will, where it says it, the three. It'll say during the proto-dynastic period, three powerful, large-scale social political units emerged in Upper Egypt. One was centered in Abydos, another was centered in Nakata, and another in Nekki. These confederacies controlled territories much larger than the areas in the land at that time. But I'm just using this one map to show you the confederacies that existed at the beginning and what confederacies were who and where they were. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to keep saying Egypt. Because if you keep saying Egypt, and Egypt didn't even exist back then, like these people have a whole identity.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that, Eddie. I'm not
Hey,
tripping on.
I'm not tripping on
the
respond to what
terminology.
you said?
But hold on,
Even
let me ask you this,
because
Eddie.
even amongst the Nubians, that you keep calling Nubians, they differentiate amongst themselves. But you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I done like well nobody for me, I'm not tripping on, if you want to use the original to describe these people. That's not even an issue.
Because if you do,
but let me ask you this.
Different argument.
Do you
Eddie, you gotta listen a little bit. You done talk. Now we trying to respond and you talking over us. So can we respond?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm talking to Eddie, not you, Pan-African. There you go, Pan-African.
I'm just trying to ask him, like, I'm not trying to be this is all great. I'm not tripping on like the terminology, like I said. But it says Confederacy of Tennis. Now, my only problem with that particular thing is they don't even know what tennis is.
Okay.
So that's the only problem I have with them saying
that's
other than that,
wait,
cool.
what do you mean? Wait, Pan-African James, we know that it existed, right? Because we just don't know where it is. But we know that we have instructions of Merikari, right? That when there was a war between the Ketis and these other groups of people, right? The Thebians, right? But in the early war, we know that the Nin Nasut, those groups of people, which is Heracropolis, that they attacked Thinis. They attacked Thinis trying to get to Abydos, right? So there was a war with those. So we don't know because of Egyptian politics, right? We don't know where it is.
Okay, stop right there, Reggie.
But we do know it.
Did you just say that they attacked Thinis trying to get to Abydos?
Oh yeah.
Well, in this map, Thinis is above Abydos.
Right. So that's how we know
because the Keti groups of people was above them, and so they attacked. How can I say they attacked in looking at the map down, right?
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
So they attacked Thinis. They destroyed Thinis, right? And
so that's
cool. Because they and then the other Antefi, he's further down. Antefi is further down. He's in the I think he's in the area of either Neckin or Neck. He's further down. So there was a war to try to unite Egypt during the intermediate period where there was no North Sud for Upper and Lower Egypt, right? So, but this is a good map, and I don't disagree that, of course, that we should stop calling it the BS Egypt. That's the heart of the problem, which I will do a presentation on that.
Thank you.
And we should in fact, but even in this map, there are mixed Greek names in it too, right?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So it comes closer, but so what we should do is take the map that Smash always shows and draw those lines over those territories with the meta-nature, right? Because those these names are Greekified. All of them names are Greekified.
I think that would be like if we wanted to go ahead and take a victory lap and go ahead and just move forward. I think they're just starting to do the work and the corrections that y'all see, because y'all are reading the language and y'all, some of these things that we need to correct, that would probably be a better route for us to take, besides maybe hashing out some even more things like what Smash was talking about with the Silt. You know what I'm saying? Just to make sure that the nail is in the coffin.
Get rid of that black land BS, black because of the Silt.
So that's definitely something that needs to be
standing in front of our way. It's just not the YouTubers that we're arguing with.
Somebody please mute your mic on, Robert.
It's also the Christians. See, there's another element in it. It's the Christians, the Hebrews, and the Moors, right? They're not interested in this because that destroys lots of stuff that they teach, right? To keep us indoctrinated. So the Muslims, the Moors, the Christians, and the Hebrews, they're a large part of this so-called conscious community, and it's in their interest, and in the modern day Egyptians, right? And the Arabs, it's in their interest. Like that film that Smash showed, right? That's a reparations movement. They stole the land from those people, right? Those are the original Egyptians, and they even admitted it, right? And of the southern part, the two lands part, right? So the northern land stole the heritage of the lower land.
Correct.
Stole it.
And what I hate about seeing, it hurts me to see that, right? And I hate that we get coined blackologists and conspiracy theorists for watching something that we looking right at and seeing them do, and they say, man, that don't mean nothing. It wasn't nothing really up under, up under there.
Well, that's why I punished them.
And then just think, Reggie, that's 300 miles. That's what the man said. It is a 300-mile lake. 300 miles. Right. You know how big that is?
But I punished them. See, I've been in this war with them. I don't talk nice to them. Right. I don't have no doubt when I'm talking to them. There's no doubt. None of that reeks from my skin, right? I tell them you're uneducated and you're illiterate. And what school did you go to and where'd you learn? If you're going to be self-taught, then show that you're self-taught. Show that you're expert, right? But this is your hobby. And more people put more time in this to make it more than their hobby. To say that I'm not an expert, right? Well, I have a lot more expertise than any of them, right? Right? And so, but the problem is when I listen to the people and the doubt that reeks from their skin about maybe Ujah was right. Maybe Esau is right when he changes a word and messes up a word like Km.t and makes it riparian. And I see all the self-doubt, or you choosing the wrong side. It just pains me. Like I'm in deep pain. Right. Yeah, it's when I'm arguing with Jabari over Tamu, and people, you know what people say to Brother Reggie? Won't you help them to be better, Brother Reggie?
I think I told you that. Hold on. I think I told you that before.
He's like, I'm crying.
You might come to say, but Reggie, is two things. You were with the people who they admire. You were the one you broke down some of the things that they didn't know. And now you've got cats who wasn't even around when you can find me and Seti on the internet chat beating people up about something.
hopping in trying to act like they know something. And it just all goes to the other day when somebody hopped on here and started trying to say, I'm invalid, I'm this, I'm that. And I got more credentials than you got information. Sit down before we make change. You about $5. And while you rush over to watch some of this stuff in haste as if that's the real information is beyond me. None of these cats was around. If we go to Egypt, I'll buy plane tickets, right? We go to Egypt right now. I guarantee you when we go in that museum, they're going to be sitting and looking, and the others of us is going to be reading and breaking down. You don't know what you're talking about.
They want to be our
You don't even got an acumen. Sit down somewhere. Don't. And I laugh at these dudes, Saber. And
then they got the women. The thing that kills me is when the women are on their side, right? Because
maybe they're cuter than us or something. I don't know. I don't get it.
I just don't get it. And then women, when you add women to it, that's a whole other category because that's the people, right? So they like stole our cows. You know what I'm saying? they stole our cows because now you got the women on their side and they over here chi-chiing, kiki-ing, laughing at you and stuff like that. And I can't argue with a woman. I can't argue with a woman. I just can't do it.
Well, what I wonder, like I said, I think truth is valuable, right? And I don't think that, it's about us just really, I think if we just continue putting the truth in front of people, hopefully they have some type of honor and integrity to go and choose the truth over choosing somebody that keeps saying they can't understand what we saying or mischaracterizing us and using demonization tactics to try to keep people from listening to somebody who's telling them.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That's what they did to you, Reggie. When I read your home, excuse me, Reggie.
We've been friends for the last 4 months, but you was Sekou.
Man, I'm still down with Sekou. Hold on. This ain't got nothing to do with Sekou, man.
How could you be down with Sekou? Sekou is a regurgitator. He ain't bringing no new information.
Man, leave Sekou out of this. Leave my brother Sekou out of this.
Now you just like one of them Pan-African, James. Now you doing
James
just like
is new in the game though. Like
I can't. He's just the baby. Man. Leave him alone. He just told you.
No, you're doing the same thing. And so when I'm talking to the people about Tomhu and saying that Tomhu were the Nubian groups of people, and the other group, the Chechenu, they were the Libyan groups of people, right? And then people still siding with Brother Jabari, right? And you're doing the same thing with Sekou. Sekou ain't bringing no information, no new information.
Well, no, I would disagree, Reggie. Let me tell you why. Because brother Sekou he's from the continent of.
So what?
No, don't do that. Because that's our family.
Arab. He was a Muslim.
Well, hold on. I was a Christian. Hold on, Reggie. I was a Christian, right? So we all come up out of an indoctrinated state. We can't be demonizing.
He didn't give you no new information. What new information?
This is what I'm trying to get to. If he has a first-hand account of what's going on.
No, I'm talking about the subject Egypt.
Well, he has to do
new information that he got.
What Sekou does is he defers to Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Sheikh Anta Diop, and that's where he's at, Reggie.
For me? Who knew these?
Hold on, though. You learned from them. Hold on. You learned from them.
Cass is trying to put Cass who never even was around with Sheikh Anta Diop with you. When you was with Sheikh Anta Diop, your teacher is on a video translating for Sheikh Anta Diop, and they don't even understand what's going on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is everybody can't be.
James, you just like
hold up. You gotta understand. Hold on. I'm gonna have to mute everybody.
Thousands of other people around. What are you talking about,
Reggie?
Hold on, Pan-African James.
Go ahead.
What are we talking about here? There were thousands of people around. They wrote books. People published those books. People put together books. Brother Reggie, yeah, you helped put together books. You helped at the library. Okay, that's good. But that don't give you an exclusive right to Dr. Ben Yochanan
Okay,
nor
so
to
let me
Dr.
talk to you
John
directly,
Henry Clark,
Babylon Dunn. So
nor
let me
to
keep it up.
anybody else.
Hold up,
Not only
Now,
was I
you can talk
around,
to
y'all
me,
don't
but that don't
argue.
mean you're gonna
Just have a
overtalk me.
have a
I'm still
conversation.
because
talking.
you're not, because you
Okay,
don't
I
know none of
will.
the
Listen,
people.
hold on. Let
You
me
don't
let me
I
know
finish.
none
heard
of the
you.
people. You wasn't
I
around.
will.
Where was
I
you?
heard you.
Where was
Hold on. Y'all can have a conversation, but please don't have an argument. Okay?
No, I'm not gonna let anybody minimize my work.
That's not what he's trying to do, brother
I didn't
Reggie.
know Babylon Dunn. I don't know who and what you were in 1987, with 86, the third annual ASCAC conference. 87, 88, I never seen you around. I don't know you personally. I've never seen you around any of my teachers. No, I don't have an exclusive right, but I bet you one thing. I bet you everybody that's in the field, right? I'm talking about black that's in the field. I bet you they know my name and they don't know nothing about you.
That's
Don't
true.
minimize me.
No, we're not trying to do that, Reggie.
Yeah, ain't
But
nobody trying to minimize you. And I want to be able to talk Pan African,
Go
James,
ahead.
because I'm not a kid, Reg. Okay, so you don't have to come on here screaming at me, bro. I was already talking about the comment that Pan African James made about Sekou. And I was saying nobody has exclusive rights to those teachers or authors of many books and the information they expose the world to, not just one particular person. So now, it's not
But you're
important.
not furthering their work.
I'm still not done.
You know how they further what you do.
I'm still not done.
Yeah, but
I
you're
was
not
still
saying
talking.
nothing.
I
You
allowed
gotta
you
further
to
the
talk.
work of the elders. You're not doing it.
Bro, you just want to argue. Go ahead.
No, because you know what, you out of pocket. You're not furthering the work. You're not a
Dude, you
leader.
didn't tell me whether I'm in pocket or out of pocket. You just said you don't know me. So just back down and go head on. You go your way and I'll go mine.
Show me your
All
work.
right? The whole Black City plan, you stole off of my website, bro. The whole
stole
thing
that
you
off of
talking
your
about
website.
new information, that's straight up Babylon done, nigga. The
What's
whole thing about
crazy?
new information and bringing new information, that's Babylon done, nigga.
Nobody
And a
knows
long
who you
time
are.
ago, when you wrote that foolish article about an unk representing some penis and some ovaries, I corrected that crap and I wrote you
That's not
then.
my work.
Negro. Yeah, that was your work.
That's not my work. What are you
That was
talking
your
about?
work, Negro.
I
Signed
never
Red
said
Lady.
your mother. Now you call me a Negro like
Hold
that,
on.
right?
I'm gonna have to
So
end the
are
show.
Negro.
Word was smashed.
This is
Hold
not
on.
the time
You
for
going
mutiny,
too
G.
far, Reggie.
We
You
got
don't
them
know me
boys
like
on the
that, bro.
Yo, this is.
We
I'm
got
gonna
no
have to
time
end
for
the
the,
show.
the magi.
If y'all gonna start being disrespectful, I'm ending the show.
Hey,
We
ain't no
can't do that.
y'all, James.
We got
I
them
told
boys on the
him
rope.
he's a Negro, and he gonna say my mother.
Yeah,
Now
no,
I'm
that's what
letting
I'm
that
saying. But if
slide.
we're gonna do that, I'm
I'm
ending the
letting
show
that
because we don't
slide.
need that.
Pan African James, you don't have to try to overtalk me. I'm letting that slide. But I would like to move on from that and just share my screen on something about
I
the
stole the
bull
Black City
and the
plan from
backbone.
you. You crazy. Show me your work on the Black City plan. Pull up your website. I wrote
I'm
a
out, y'all.
203-page document, right? Based on the Organization of Afro-American Unity that I learned from Dr. John Henry Clark. What are you talking about?
So let me say this. I just want to make this iteration. You're talking about somebody who, like if I ask one of y'all to name a family member, you're probably not going to be able to name one of their family members without Googling. Saber Reggie is in their house. Saber Reggie is in Dr. Leonard Jeffrey house. Saber Reggie got to kick it. He knows Sheikh Antijoke. None of you met him. So it's not that he's the lock and key to the information, my brothers. He is one of the gateways to the information. So when you say, oh, so-and-so lives in such and such country, but he ain't never met Sheikh Antijoke and wasn't around them, then it just sounds like a frivolous statement because you're with the walking, talking legend. When he passes away, we're going to be talking about him because he's going to be associated with them. And he brought new work and we helped clarify their old work. And he could tell you stuff that they actually said and thought. None of us could do that. All we could do is say, well, in chapter 2 of his book, and I could tell you with most of the stuff that you say with Dr. Ben, he changed his mind on a lot of that. He wasn't no Hebrew when he passed. He was a Muslim. And he was
Can I
probably
interject
only being
something on
Muslim.
Sam Khan? I heard that story.
Absolutely, man.
Can I interject something on Sam Khan? I just want to say that when I came on here, I definitely didn't come on here to talk about Brother Reggie. He talked about his experiences and all of that enough. So he gets enough attention. He asks for enough attention.
Maybe you
So
need to
go
learn
ahead.
about serving the
Don't want to have
elders.
nothing
Maybe
to
you
do
need
with
to
that.
serve. That's something that you didn't
I don't
do.
want
So
nothing to
let's
do with
talk
it.
about
I don't
it.
want to have nothing to do with Reggie or
I want to see
anything to
your
do with
work.
that.
Let's move the
I don't
topic.
want to have nothing to
Your
do
work.
with that.
Let's see your work. I want to see your work.
Bro, I do more work in the chat than you do out in your life. Yeah, I write more information in the chat than you put out information on the chat.
Expert. Tell me about the libraries. What library you go to?
Bro,
But I
I
don't
ain't here to
understand
talk to
why
you. I
y'all
want to
arguing with each other.
ain't nobody arguing, bro. I done said I don't want to talk to him. I done said he got it. I done said he done walk with whoever he walk with.
Let's move on.
Moved
I
on.
mean,
I done
'cause-
said I
Everybody
would like
walk
to
with.
share
So
my
now you
screen.
minimizing them.
I would like to share my
What's the
screen.
problem with our people?
Bro, you just want to argue. Ain't nothing nobody could say would be right with you. And I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to humble myself. I'm going to tell you, you go your way and I go mine, bro. That's what
You're
I'm
a
going to tell
chatter.
you.
You in a chatty
That's
patty.
what I'm going to tell you. Go your way and I go mine. To you be yours and to me be mine.
Wait, don't you know? Listen, everybody's valuable on these pages, on these channels. I am valuable to this page, right?
No one's saying you're not,
You
brother.
are
Reggie.
not
But
Babylon.
not to say that he's not. That's not. You just
Okay, I'm gonna
contradicted.
tell you this. What does he contribute?
Well,
show me something show me some original work that he's done that he contributed. Don't show me something regurgitated.
Well, Babylon Dunn agrees with a lot of things that goes on this
Okay,
platform.
hold up, Pan African.
And in doing so, that means
I can answer that for myself, Pan African James.
Let me mute
I
out.
can answer that for myself, bro. And I appreciate what you're doing. And I know you're trying to stop an argument. But I have to let this person, Reggie, know that, bro, you go to my Facebook page. I'm saying real live Facebook page. Go look at my little Facebook page and you'll see that I write about nothing but new information. I wrote the line say that nothing you read on my page can you find online, in a library, in a book, in a lodge, in an institution or organization. You won't find what I teach with nobody. It's exclusive with Babylon Done. So you can the stuff about, like, where's your stuff? I'm a mathematician and I solve mathematical problems. I publish work that I won't share with y'all because only thing y'all niggas do is run ahead of people and get them called out and get their shit shut down before they ever do it. So I ain't gonna do that. Listen, bro, I ain't talking to you. I'm not talking to you, Reggie.
I'm talking to you.
But
well, then it takes two to tango. I don't want to argue with you.
You take control of the panel.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get
But
them
I'm
to
saying,
stop.
what's going wrong? I was talking, Reggie interrupted me. What's the problem? Take control of what? Did I curse? Did I say something wrong? Did I disrespect somebody?
No, I'm talking about the
just
back
saying
and
my
forth.
piece.
Period. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even tripping on you, but Babylon Done. It ain't that.
Nah, you
That's
good,
what I'm saying.
fam.
What I'm saying
You
is,
just-
I want us to really just YouTube in particular, just really stop addressing each other, so we can move on to maybe something more informative.
Yeah,
like this
only
ain't
because
this ain't good audio right here. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, can I share my screen, Pan African James?
Yeah, I think I don't know somebody sharing something right now. I'm not sure.
I was sharing this information about the Taino rigid
after Eddie get done sharing this, Babylon Done, you can share what you sharing.
Reggie, you still here, right?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, because I know he had mentioned this information about him and Jabari, so I was just showing this about. So if I can read it, so it says, culturally and racially, the earliest Libyans were one with the Egyptians of the Western Delta. Now that in itself just means a lot to me because I'm like, okay.
Keep your mouth close to the mic, Eddie, because it's going up and down.
Okay. So it says culturally and racially, the earliest Libyans were one with the Egyptians of the Western Delta. The frontier line, which had been drawn against then, was geographical rather than racial. So they said, we of the Delta are the ends, you of the desert are the outs. So Reggie, could you kind of explain a little bit? I know you probably know a little bit more about that than
Well,
I do.
absolutely. I think that that's a good read. I think that's a good read. It helps us understand the early groups of peoples that largely we have the Egyptian record of, but we have we know that there was the Chichino. We know that of those groups, we know one of the groups was the Meshwesh, right? Those were the ones that's further to the west coast, right? They went as far as the west coast. So the argument with them was geographical more so than it was racial, but there was issues of ethnicity, right? So the ancient Egyptians didn't understand, didn't respect their language, called them babblers, right? However, at the end of the day, the Libyans came in to Kemet around the 21st, 22nd dynasty and saved Egypt, and kept Egypt being indigenous, right? From the outsiders. The other part of it is really interesting is that when we say the Delta during the so-called Exodus period or the so-called Hekakosu period, what modern scholars don't want to do is say that it was the Chichino groups, the Tameo groups, the Libyan groups that were the people who, how can I say, took control over that area, rather than Canaanites. They weren't Canaanites, right? They were Libyans. And the Libyans also spoke Egyptian language. And I can show you a very beautiful quote, right? They spoke ancient Egyptian language, right? The Canaan, and that those particular groups have been discredited from. They were the foreign rulers, and I know that they're the foreign rulers because Shoshenq calls himself Amo and a Hekakasut. Shoshenq himself. So I think now with our detractors trying to racially make them something else than they were, make them Middle Eastern or Eurasian, I think that is a big problem in our in our discussions, and that's why I told Jabari, you're using the word, you're taking an African population, the Tamil, and you're making them racially different than the regular Africans. But I think that start of that article was a very good article. I appreciate that.
For sure.
And you know what, Reggie, the way you clarified and put that down, I mean, I don't understand why is he still holding on to that position if you put it that clear. Does he still hold to the position that the Talmud are not say phenotypically African, and he's still holding on to them being used as what we term as white or non-African?
Publicly, he has reduced it. Privately, he is not, right? He just doesn't want to admit that there's a better term.
That's not good.
He doesn't want to admit that there's a better term, right? So what happened?
Go ahead, Saber. I thought you
No,
stopped.
go ahead.
I thought I was going to say that's why it was good that I had to bring out the Tibu people, because those are your original Libyans, the Black Tibu, their original culture. Now, Jabari uses the one that is closer to Greek times. So that area at some point has a migration. So if you remember, we brought out, my brother Ujal was saying, why don't they just call it Nehesi land? That's what they call it on here. And he had pulled out something that talks about the Nehesi that live in Libya. So as you've seen in the article, it says they're of the same culture.
Hold up, so are you sharing? You trying to share something or something?
No, I'm just telling from.
Oh, okay, yeah, work. I might need to see. Hold up.
Like let me see.
I might need to see that. Yo, you saying they called some Libyan Nehesi land?
Yes, and they named the different.
Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Slow down. What dynasty is this?
This is this is during the time.
Chronology don't matter right here.
This is during the time of Amos and Kamos, right? So
you ain't gave me the dynasty yet. I asked for a specific thing.
That's like around the 18th and 19th, but that's not so.
That's good enough. That's good enough. I thought you was gonna say 31 or something.
No, that's Ptolemaic now.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I just want to make sure where you was at with
so.
Go ahead.
So when we're there, and I'm reading it, and me, Smash, and Saber Reggie are reading it, it tells you, it says the Nehesi that come from so-and-so in Libya, the Nehesi that come from this place, the Nehesi, so it's a bunch of Nehesi that are in locations in Libya. Why are Nehesi and Nubians in Libya? It's telling you right there in the article.
Before the 25th dynasty.
Right, because it came from the Western Desert. Because
but what was crazy is
first Libyans, the Chenahu, were of the brunette group or whatever group in, I can barely read it, in Western, all Western tribes being lumped under one name. Some along the Western frontier extending as far south as Nubia. They were blood and probably gave to the fourth dynasty certain fair-haired queens. In the 19th dynasty, other lighter-colored Libyans. The Rebu appeared farther west in the Sinicia region. So you had some of the lighter ones that eventually come, and you had, of course, the original ones, the Chenahu, the Tibu people, the originals of Libya. So this is just summing up what we showed on that show, and you can check the Smash Annals for that. You can also check my channel when we did it there on Heck in the Chair channel too.
You mapped that, hold up, that's mapped up too?
Oh,
like you going through the map and showing like the distances and all that?
I think we did on that show, because we showed the people, we showed the sentence in MetalNetcher and read it, and then we read the English. I pulled out the JEA, the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology. I believe Smash pulled up the map on one of the shows and was showing. He was like, "Look, this is here, this is over here." Oh, yep, there go that map right there.
The Tamehu?
Yeah, Rebu and Chenahu.
A word. There it is. I see Rebu. I see Rebu right there.
Right there.
Yeah, who pulled this up?
Then, what we already know.
See that?
Go ahead, Babylon down. Now, what you saying?
No, I just said they was the same people, like we already know.
Absolutely.
This is a great map right here.
I've shown that map so many times.
I know. That's what I was saying. This one,
you know what? I just think it takes people so long to kind of like catch up. The point,
man, cut it out, Reggie. You know you in the advance.
I said it when I first came on here. It's not that you don't say it. It's that they decide who they want to listen to take it from. And that be the case with a lot of scenarios.
But you know, see, SAR's telling a story, and then you put the visualization to it. You know, that's, you know, I just like to look at stuff as, you know, when someone says something, and then pull that map back up, Reggie. I need to see that.
No, that's what you call this map. That's
pull that back up, Babylon Don.
No, that wasn't mine.
That wasn't it.
Eddie, whoever had that map, could you
that's Smash map.
Yeah, but somebody put it up there. Yeah, that's Eddie. Eddie had the map up. Word. Yeah, so zoom back in on that thing. And then now run back through that again, the soft force. I want to hear that again with the map up. Now, what you were talking about with the
map I used that map when I was
Reggie, either one.
When I was disagreeing with Jabari, that's the map that I used, right? That's the best map to explain the different groups of people, right? So I don't know, but the most important point is that if Eddie put it up, or then that is correct. That's a better way to understand. All we're looking at is different populations of Africans, and those populations have sometimes different phenotypes, sometimes differences, lots of times more similarities.
Correct.
The fact of the matter is that when you look at the tumuli, you know, the burials, the tumuli, you have it coming from the Libyan populations into Egypt. The Libyan mummy is in fact what it is. Mummification started in Libya, not the Nile Valley. Nile Valley absorbed it, right? You have the rock paintings. The rock paintings, right, went to the Nile Valley later. It started in the Chadic and North African regions during the Green Sahara.
So what's that?
Wait, hey, brother Reggie.
Yes.
Yes. Can we say more so that all the information we have now says that we have the oldest in Libya, as opposed to saying that we have factual evidence that it's first? Because it's still other stuff that the Sahara is considered a sandbox of information that still hasn't been discovered, right?
No. So see, okay, so there are pockets. So we have a lot of information based on the caves and caverns, right? So those are not under the sand, right? We have lots of information, geographical information about old lakes that are no longer there, but we know, right? And we have old trading routes that have been carved out that Africans have been using forever, and it was mastered during the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Even whale bones, not to cut you off, Reggie, just to throw that in there. I heard they found whole skeletons of whales, like ocean was there.
But those are that's in the deep time of Africa where probably right. So we have that. So then we have the Rakit structure, right? And
so what is the meta that you're doing on this map, whaling in the Western Desert? Like what? See that word AMENT?
I don't see the map
what's going on with that?
For most of the Westerners. So when
I
see it,
I see a feather on top of his head. Like what's going on?
Right. So
I see it.
So those concepts came from the Western Desert, right?
Wow.
Nubia. It was copied into Nubia. So Ament means the West. And so
that's what we just talked about, Neil, the other day. Not to cut you.
Yes, sir.
We just covered this.
You have Neith, the goddess Neith comes from the Western Desert. Kente Amenta comes from the Western Desert, right? Comes into Nubia, right? But the pathway is from the Western Desert into Nubia, and then from Nubia up into Egypt.
Correct. Right? So that's good, man. That was a great map. I need.
Yeah, it was. I like that.
Now hold up. What is that map from? It's from a journal paper or something?
So check this out. Check this out, Reggie. These are some seals. Wait. Blah blah blah. Okay, so yeah, it's showing the beads and how the Egyptians got the button seals from the Libyans.
Put which one are you talking about?
Can you see it? Hold on.
You got I
can blow your screen up a lot.
You got to move your cursor over it. Which one are you talking about?
I don't have a cursor. I'm on my cell phone. But is that?
Yeah, I see it's a lion or look like a tiger, a zebra, or something at the top.
So it's starting.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the last one is Egyptian, but it's showing the progression from the Tahino. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So the concept of Ma'at, right? Using the feather. You have to understand that Egypt didn't have no ostriches. Yeah. They never had no. That's from their annals. That's from the annals. That's from the Western Desert, right?
Oh, I didn't even know that. Dang.
Right.
So before we even go Chinnahu, well, you could say the Chinnahu because the Chinnahu that originally are there are Nehesi, right? So the ones who are Tibu, and the ones who are of a mixed situation. And this is why I pull up the pre-dynastic Egypt book and open it up, because you can also see just a couple other people. And then Petri, who was trying to prove those other people as the deified, eventually capitulated to his own argument and said, no, I can see our white ancestors in fetters and so and such as cave, etc., etc. And it's clear that these darker skinned people are doing this, that, the other. So we read all that on this show, but it goes in the ear and it goes out the other. And this is why I retain some of this stuff, y'all. When we say it, retain it. Otherwise, you're gonna go back and forth on a channel for this. Like, it's good to go on another channel, but it's bad if you stuck on the same information. When they go and they start talking about this and they're wrong still, and you still listening, or you ain't checking them in with what you know, what we bring out, why are we doing this work for you?
Can I show
Bottom line.
I'm trying to share my screen. Is it? Can you bring it in, or is it? I don't know if.
Oh no!
You can share it, right? It's
there. You
right.
go. It's coming up. It's coming up there now, Red. Hey, sidebar, real quick. I had ostrich burger this week. Ostrich is good. Go ahead, Red.
I've tried it.
Go ahead. I like it.
All right. Okay. So here. Okay. So borders out. These are the things that we have. So all the way to the west, right, close to Libya, is Give Kabir. You see this? You see this pyramid? You see this pyramid structure, right?
President, can you blow it up a little bit? Zoom in up a little bit.
Yeah. Give Kabir. You know who talked about that? Baval talked about it. Go ahead.
Right okay. So this is Give Kabir. Give Kabir is one of the ancient temples, right? And it's close to Libya, right? So, and in there you have rock cave paintings. That these rock paintings will be the iconography, right? That will go. How can I say that you will find in Egypt? You have the Yellow Nile, right? Which is called well, it's called the Yellow Nile, right? And then you have
never heard of it. Wow.
Right. So then you have the Yellow Nile. The Yellow Nile was a tributary off the Nile River that went into this area. And so so then that leads us to the cargo oasis, right? Right. So this is what you find in a cargo oasis, right? Now you have a rock inscription in the cargo oasis, right? With the pharaoh Khufu. So Khufu of the Old Kingdom made a journey down to the Yellow Nile into the cargo oasis. So what you start noticing is that pyramids and tumuli are based on rock structures, right? So here is this is where around the Abu Balas Trail, you found in this great mountain region, or you find that that Khufu went there, right? You also have over here Nabta Playa. So Nabta Playa is this area over here, but then you have Nabta Playa, which is closer, and so we pretty much know where Nabta Playa is, and Bear Kasiba, which was a dried lake, right? Then over here, okay, so then all of this goes to Nubia. And how does it go to Nubia? It goes to Nubia. I tried to show it this way. So you have this is the map of Sahara showing the main mountain systems and major rock arts. So the major rock art, there's rock art in Niger, right? All of this is in the what do you call it in Libya, the Caucasus Mountains, right? So what you have is all of these rock paintings, and what they do is they find themselves into the Sudan, and then from the Sudan, there's a jump off to the Nile. So the people from the Green Sahara was in this area over here, and this is where, and the Black Mummy is over here, right?
What part of Africa is that?
Yep.
That looks like West Africa, say, but is that West Africa?
North.
Is that West Africa?
That's the Western Desert. Chad.
So Injir.
Right. So all of this period right here, right,
Yeah,
is what you consider rock paintings, but what also follows is the tumuli. So the tumuli or the burials, all of that comes from this area over here. Pottery comes from this area over here in Mali. All of this comes in and it makes its way
wow.
down, and then it gives Kabir. And then I showed another so here's the pottery. So pottery have a travel route. It starts over here in Mali, and it
So
spreads.
Reggie, not to cut your
So
wisdom,
that's
but
a West African.
Hold up,
That's a
man.
West
Hold up,
African
man. Hold on.
connection.
Slow down. Reggie,
Yeah,
Reggie, hold on. Go back. Because you're going too fast.
Yeah, and then wait a minute, James. Let me ask him, James. In this period of Yam, YAM, is Yam around then? I heard of that. Like that's some ancient part of that culture too, the Yam culture.
no, that's Nubia. That's way different area, brother.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Okay.
But
Because the yam, I know the West Africans eat yam. Is there any connection with the words or totally different words like there now? Okay. I'm learning. All right, go ahead.
But Reggie, real quick. So I'm not going to pronounce it right, I know, but I'm going to spell it Taureg, Tuareg. That tribe, is that in that area where we
Yeah, in North Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, Tuareg.
Their tribe, yeah.
Right. So what I have to do is I have to overlay another map for you to help us look at this, right? So you're not wrong. So over here, this is Give Kabir. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? So here's Give Kabir where I showed, right? And so all of these, okay, so then Egypt and Sudan supposedly splits, right? But you have these settlements. So it's looking a little bit differently on this particular map, but it's giving you key places. Siwa Oasis, that's where Alexander came and they said that he was king, right? So it's an oasis, right? So I'm just giving you another map to look at, and this is the area that we've been talking about lately, the Nakata area, right? But now, if you look at the periods over here, this helps us because it gives us the cultures.
Hold on, Reggie. Dr. Ben said that's where the culture stopped at, right there in the sweat. He said it stops right there.
Where?
That was the original culture. See where right there on the now, where it's saying I sweat at, right there at the top of that black, right there where you in the now, it says ain't that the Bedarian Nakata to the right?
Yeah.
Bedarian, right there to the right, that right there. Now, if you go up to the top of that culture, it's I sweat. I got Dr. Ben on audio.
Right. Okay. I see. That's why. Right.
Yeah, he's saying that is the where the original border of this culture was stopped at. That's what he said.
I see it.
He says it on tape. You might have been sitting in the audience.
Well, no, I understand, and I understand what he's saying. This, well, in which period did he say it stopped?
I don't.
The
can
problem.
Go and listen to him. I think he's talking about because of all of the burial cultures and all of that being the same. I think that he said that was where the culture stopped at in the old time.
Okay,
that was all of that was their territory.
So there's different periods. So the problem is you have to understand that there were no borders and no separations, right? Mm-hmm. So they're all combined, but you have to look at time periods.
Okay.
You actually have to look for this is Fayum, but it has a time period, right, of 9,000 to 6,000 BC, taking us into the Green Sahara age, right? There's formations in Egypt, but they began in the Sudan and they come up this way, right? Till you get to this area over here, the Bedarian has been tested to show that they're linked with the Tazian culture, that they are in fact Nubians, right? Mm-hmm. So the Nubians were further up than Nakata, right? So they came up here and then they drifted back down to Nakata, and then they formulated all this southern type of Egypt here. But what I had shown was what I had shown about the white. Okay, so the over here, this is in Custau, right? Right, and so you have early rock art. So remember I showed you the rock art thing? It comes from the Sudan and Nubia, right? Then you have then they make their way up further to the Nile. So now you have this particular group. So now they start down here to the White Crown, and then they come up to Aswan. So this picture right here is in Aswan, but originally it started lower, right, during the Nubian aquatic culture. And then they made their way, they were more aggressive, and they made their way to Aswan. And you see the White Crown, the fan bearer, all of this stuff is before you have it in Nakada, right?
So this is the Thinite Confederacy, though. That would be like the Confederacy right there.
Well, before the Confederacy. Before,
okay, before.
Yeah, well, yes, I would say yes. It would be, but it would be Tennis, Abju, El Kab, right? Nakada, correct.
Right.
So I would say I wouldn't group different periods, but I would say that yes, in the sense
How many Syrinx do you see?
Huh?
How many Syrinx do you see? Like we see a falcon in the whole.
Right. Yeah, you see that right there? That's
you see two?
What time period right here is this rock art
We
right
see
here?
two.
Reggie?
So that's probably two.
This is Nubian. This is the same time of about Nubian A culture. Right.
So Reggie, right there.
This is crazy because you can see the fan bearer. You can see. I don't know why would its head be pointed like that unless that is the White Crown.
That's the White Crown.
I know. I'm just
yeah. So Reggie,
even has the staff. I mean, I'm just looking at that.
So hold on, James, real quick. Let me ask Reggie this question. So it go back to the two. We see the two fan bearers holding the two Syrinx. So am I wrong to think now that that would represent the white and the red crown coming up?
No, that got something on top of it. Those
what
are
happens is that's the people, that's the kings of the White Crown. The kings of the Red Crown is in this area right here. Where's this other map? Here. So we find the Red Crown right here. This is where we find in Nakada, right?
It's on pottery, right? On pottery. There it go. Yep.
A pottery shard. That's the first time they would see it. But
let's not forget, Armor has both. Armor has the
when he reunites it.
We talking before Norma.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. For sure.
Yeah. So yes, Norma has both, but the biggest figure on the Norma is him with the White Crown. So he's coming from the south, and then on the other side you see him with the Red Crown.
The unification part.
Right. Well, I'll be back. I have to take a phone call. I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, great job.
I sort of see it as a unification, but I would have to say that if you come from the South, then you would be unifying the North with where you came from.
Right. Babylon Dawn, can I ask you, where the Scorpion King come from?
You talking to you, Babylon Dawn?
The Scorpion King come from the South. Hey, but listen, I want to share my screen, bro. I know you got a question, but I don't really want to get into that because I know that's going to take a long time. I just want to share my screen.
Watch this. You said the Scorpion King's from the South?
Mm-hmm.
So the North is what?
Say what now?
So where is the North?
The North is opposite the South. What you mean?
Beautiful answer, Babylon Dawn.
No, I'm just saying. So what? So like, if you're standing in the middle of a certain area, saying I'm going south. Say I'm in Illinois right now, right? So say I'm going down south. Okay, that could be Arkansas, Mississippi, somewhere around that area. If I'm going up north, I could probably be going to New York, New Jersey, somewhere up north. So I'm in the middle. Right, so I'm asking you if you're saying that if south is if Nubia, where is they at when they say where's north at?
But you know how you threw that off? You threw that off when you said New York, and then the other one you got to be more specific: northeast, north, Northwest, what north? What?
Let me ask,
South?
I'll ask
What?
a direct question. So basically, I'm
Okay.
saying, are they like in the Nakata area where they're saying south and north? I'm just asking where it is. Where are they saying is the north?
The
Okay.
north would be Upper
That's the
Egypt by
confusing
the
part.
Bayou.
Hey, yo,
So when
Mike,
you
Eddie,
see the
yo, Mike.
opening of the
I would like
Nile
to.
and when you
Yeah,
see
go
the
ahead. Hold
opening
on,
of
Eddie.
the
But I'm just trying to let Eddie know your mic is muffled. You got your hand over the phone, or you moving it away from so because we can barely kind of hear you. Go ahead.
Hold on.
So when you talk about the north, you're talking about the Fayum. And in fact, if you want to go really far, which I'm going to show coming up here when I do this presentation, Heliopolis on Hadrian's map, when they make vassal kings out of Syria and where Israel is at, Heliopolis is a little bit above Israel because they stretched it out so far, and Tyre becomes the capital of Egypt or Kemet. So
we talked about this yesterday. Yeah.
Yes. This is how far they stretch it out over the course of time. I'll show you real quick, and then I'll let Babylon get to the business. Let me pull up my PowerPoint real fast. There it is right there. If you don't mind me sharing, my brother, I'm just gonna open it up for 2 hot seconds. Let me go. Where's my share screen? There it goes. So I'm gonna just share this.
My screen. Hold on 1 second, I think. All right.
Now I got you because I'm about to show these 2 maps real quick. So it's showing right here now. When you go,
Hold on,
y'all seen
Babylon
this
Don
here
got
first.
okay. Now your screen is sharing. Okay,
I did, James. I know.
Oh, good. I'm gonna stop as soon as you see this right here. This is Heliopolis.
We can't see nothing, or at least I can't.
I see Syria.
Yeah, I see it, but it looked like you
Y'all
in
see it?
Syria some damn where.
Yeah, it looked like Syria.
That's what I just told you. That's
Holy
how far
smoke.
they stretch their vassal kings out. So you see Sicilia, Isis over here.
Yep.
Yeah, you all right? You see Tyre is down here. It's Sidon.
Sidon.
This becomes Barca. This is
Cyprus.
Hadrian's map from Syria Phoenice. Heliopolis was stretched way up here. Israel is right here. This is where Israel ends up being. This little sliver of purple.
Okay, so where does Heliopolis stop?
At the time, it stopped right here, this little city.
I got you.
So remember,
You talking about in modern? Hold on, sorry. You talking about Israel is there in modern times?
This is it says 1930 something.
Yes, this is. I'm gonna tell you again. This is Hadrian's map right down
No,
here.
it, no, it doesn't say 1930. It says
That's
193
That's
AD.
193 AD.
Listen,
yeah,
this is Hadrian's map. He's a dead Greek. From Syria to Palestinia in the Judea, the first Judea, second Syria Phoenice. That's how far back this is. The map, because the Egyptians had so much control. Remember, this is during the Ptolemaic period. See down here, it says Ptolemaios.
Yes.
They stretched Heliopolis to way up here.
I see that. So at that time, that was still Egypt. Okay.
Yes, but listen, Heliopolis used to be, before they stretched it, and later on does, was way back down in Egypt, which you see on Smash's map and Saber Reggie's map. But at the time, they had
slow
so much
down.
power.
Wait a minute. Go back. We need to go to another map right now because they got one of these. They got one of these or something similar to this same spelling in north and on the North Delta too.
Yeah.
No, that's it. That's what he's talking about.
No, hold on. This is in the Sinai. This is off in the Sinai.
All right.
The one I'm talking about is right there, kind of like where
in Egypt.
No, I'm talking about the name Cairo. It might be
in
right,
Egypt.
Yeah.
That's
but then hold up, it's another
one.
Is it another one in what we would call Sudan, Nubia?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna say it again. The original Heliopolis.
Hold on. That's why I'm slow walking this, Saw, because I'm going away. I'm like, hold on. You went all the way, and it said they scratched that same name all the way up into the Sinai Peninsula. That's what you're saying. But the furthest I knew it scratched It's right there up under the Delta at one point.
I know.
And,
That's why I'm
and
gonna do the
Pan-African James,
presentation.
Pan-African
It
James, you
ain't that
said it.
deep, Pan-African James.
Heliopolis,
Yeah, go ahead.
Heliopolis is Greek for city of the sun or city of Ra. Helios meaning sun. So
Okay,
we're dealing with the sun.
yeah.
Okay.
So that makes it. Thank you, Neil. So
But originally,
they scratching an original name as far as they go.
wait, the original name is On.
Yeah,
Oh,
on, yeah.
I don't know if that's the
O-N or
original, but
A-N.
that's the one in the
Yeah,
Bible.
just like in Sumer, On. But now when they stretch that, like Osam Kai is showing, when they stretch that, you got to remember Ptolemy. You got to remember Serapis, the biblical times, Hadrian. They done took a part of Egypt and setting up a new city and stretching it all the way over there near Israel. When Israel and all of that always was a vassal of Egypt. We know that from the Hezekiah seal and all of that, having to be a debt and having an unk on the seal and all of that. So we know that all of that was ran by Egypt and they was subservient to Egypt. They were puppet kings to Egypt. So yeah, that makes sense that they would have set up a city. The Greeks would bring their Heliopolis and put it over there because, like the brother said, it was the city of the sun. It was the city of the
That makes no sense at all, brother. That makes no sense. I ain't gonna lie, brother. How you just explained that was so slow. I can't lie. That made no sense at all.
That the vassal kings stretched.
That made no sense at all.
Okay, that's one thing that often happens is that a person will say something and then somebody else will come in and say, that makes no sense. I just can't believe you said that, brother. And then they add nothing contrary to the fact.
I'm gonna add
It's
on
irrelevant. But I would like to finish sharing my screen first, bro, before you get started. Now, this time, Osam Khan, I'm gonna share my screen because it's already hard enough for me to figure it out. I already had to go in and do everything from scratch. So I'm gonna share my screen right now. As soon as I can get there, let me get it open. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna share the screen right there. I hope it come up. Let me see. Goodness. Okay, it didn't.
You seen your computer for a minute. It was like red, white, and orange, or something, blue and orange.
Yeah, I'm pressing start. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I need to share this. Okay, now this is a journal, right? You know, JSTOR, right? So it's called Egyptian Beliefs About the Bull's Spine and Anatomical Origin for Ankh. All right, I thought this was interesting. And so now Pan-African James or Osam Khan, whichever one of y'all there, can y'all see this better than me?
We can see it, but as you stretch it out, you can't see the whole thing. Now you can see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right there, you can see the whole thing, but it's very small from what I'm seeing.
You want me to read it for you? I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, read it for us. That's right, please.
Okay. Egyptians believe that sperm. What you moving it?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Egyptians believe that sperm was produced in the. I can't read that word. It's kind of far away.
Like that.
Thoracic. Okay. Thoracic.
Say
spine.
something spine.
Thoracic.
Okay.
Thoracic. That means like the center, the chest area, the spinal area.
Yeah, can you zoom it back in so I can read it?
Yeah, I'll zoom back in again.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, right there. Spine.
And maybe you would just have to move it from left to right.
Yeah, I'll move it over. Cool.
Okay, word. Okay. Yeah, that might work better.
Okay. A conviction apparently based upon their understanding of the anatomy.
I'd like to read it better myself then. If we could get it this big, then I could get it.
Yeah, okay, go ahead then.
Okay, Egyptians believe that sperm was produced in the thoracic spine, a conviction apparently based upon their understanding of the anatomy of the bull. Egyptian texts show the close relationship felt to exist between the backbone and life, including one's ability to survive after death. The spine is shown to play a major role in afterlife revivification, as reflected both in the text and the iconography. Ankh is identified as a thoracic vertebra of an ungulate, which explains both its shape and its meaning. All right. So then it reads, Egyptian texts from the Old Kingdom on mention the back spine of an individual or the neck, trunk, or tail vertebrae thereof in context, which suggests that they were believed to fulfill magical or physiological functions in reproduction and in revivification of the dead. As early as 1864, Brooks pointed out that the Egyptians endowed the spine with life-giving properties. More recently, Sonoran, that's the same Sonoran that be in the text, Pan-African James, everybody,
Exactly.
1960, and Toyo and Yo-Yo, 1962, have shown that semen was thought to have come from the interior of the bones. Now, this, I want to raise one point. When Smash asked, did the Egyptians know about hydrogen and the soils? I'm telling you, man, they knew a lot. Now, I won't say they was calling it hydrogen, but I'll say they knew the alchemical effects of the soil and what they mix and put different things in the soil and how they come up with different things to grow different things. Especially like in South America, you will find they have an exotic soil over there. Anybody could Google that and look that up. So where they grew like on terraces and stuff. So anyway, but to know that the sperm was in the bones, and then you could look at one attestation of men and he ejaculating, but where he ejaculates is a funny little hieroglyph of a vase emptying water, right? And it looks like a sperm. So people suggested that was a sperm, but I know it's a vase pouring water, like libations. Nevertheless, Harris, 1971, mentions that in late times, the Egyptians connected the penis with the backbone. Now that's important, connected the penis with the backbone. Now, all right, people got to understand that. It is the purpose here to bring these data together and to consider them in the light of the ancient text of the hieroglyphs involved and of the anatomy of the bull. This last is our view, the clue to a coherent interpretation of the apparently disparate data. We believe that the evidence, one, is relevant to an understanding of how the early Egyptians may have begun to evolve a rational basis for healing. Two, it suggests a new origin for the Ankh, the Egyptian symbol for life and live, as well as throwing light on other hieroglyphs, and has important implications for Egyptian religious, especially mortuary beliefs. So this is the last part. From the, it reads, it is clear from the anatomical hieroglyphs that the models for these representing internal as well as some external organs were animals slaughtered by and of religious importance to the Egyptians. Thus, the hieroglyph for uterus depicts the bicornate organ of the cow. Gardiner, 1957. And it was not until Vesalius in the 6th century AD that the mistaken idea that the human uterus was also a bicornate was corrected. That's Gardiner too. So that's it.
Slow down. You said what happened on the correction at the last part, that last sentence right there. What did you say happened?
Nothing.
Okay, basically, they thought the hieroglyph for the uterus depicts the bicornate, the organ of the cow. That was already determined, right? But it says, and it was not until Vesalius, right? Oh man.
Can I ask you a question? Why you just showing? Why you just?
Wait, I'm answering the question for James right now. And it was not until Vesalius in the 16th century AD the mistaken idea that the human uterus was also bicarnate was corrected. So they saying that it was the uterus of the cow and not the uterus of a human. And
Hey,
it
that was good
wasn't.
information. I got to get up out of here because I got to rip and run in 6 hours. I appreciate you. And we read that article before, but it was made like years ago when we was having the first conversation about the aunt. But thanks for bringing that back up. I'm going to close this down because I got to rush. But thank y'all. I'll be back tomorrow.
Hey, Smash, I got one question before you go. You got time? One quick question, I promise. And you ain't got to answer it now. Smash, I want to talk to you about why they pronounce Kemet, Kermit.
Kermit?
Why they pronounce Kemet, Kermit. I want to talk to you about that.
Who is that?
On different places where I done look. Now that's a good question, but I got it. I'm gonna say right now,
pull it
just
up,
for
'cause
sure.
I ain't heard Kemet pronounce Kermit.
I'm gonna say for sure on Wiki, on different sites where you go, you'll see Kemet, and then you'll see in parentheses Kermit, Kermit.
I don't know.
But
They're
I ain't
messing
want to
that
hold
up,
you
but
up.
there might be some reasons for that. But we'll talk about it at another time. I appreciate y'all. I'm up
Yeah.
out of here. Peace, peace, peace. And shout out to everyone who supported the show and bought the book and sent the cash out. Matter of fact, let me put it back on the screen for the supporters. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.